farming in the dungeon, reincarnated in a game world and exiled to live and cultivate in a hidden dungeon. Is it wrong to pick up vegetables in a dungeon? Volume 2, by Suzuki Ryuichi. Translated by SHM. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 61, A Morning Commotion in Town. The next morning, after loading the harvested vegetables onto the cart, I headed to the Rimal Company with Simone by my side. The town was bustling with activity. Not only shops and stalls, but also people who had received permission from the mayor were setting up their wares on the streets, calling out to passers-by. It's lively, isn't it? Yeah, it's full of energy. Simone, who used to be wary of humans, had now become quite accustomed and relaxed. When she first saw this morning market, she nearly fainted, but she's grown since then. But still, a morning market, Yesterday's mobile shop was a great success, but I'm curious about this too. However, expanding our routes too widely at this stage might not be the best idea. Well, the flexibility of morning markets and mobile shops is their strength. They're not bound by restrictions. As we walked through the bustling Central Street, heading toward the Rimal Company, suddenly, "Hey, you brat!" an angry shout echoed. Immediately afterward, a young boy passed by us. Following closely behind, a burly middle-aged man ran toward us, his expression frantic. "Please, catch that kid, he stole our merchandise." Hearing the desperate plea from the middle-aged man, Simone sprang into action. With her superhuman agility, she swiftly moved ahead of the boy. Whoa! Startled by the sudden appearance of a girl with horns and a tail, the boy stumbled and fell due to the abrupt change in speed. "Oops, sorry. Are you okay?" Simone approached the boy, concerned but, "Don't touch me." He swatted away Simone's outstretched hand and tried to run again, but before he could escape, the middle-aged man caught up with him. "You're not getting away. Let go." "Shut up, the damage isn't just ours. That infamous thief is probably your accomplice. I'll hand you over to the neighborhood watch." "The infamous thief. Ah, it must be related to the investigation Felix-san was working on. Could it be the culprit is such a young child? Come over here." "Stop." The middle-aged man tried to take the boy to the neighborhood watch, but the boy resisted fiercely, making it difficult. Just then, what's all this commotion in front of the shop? Gregory-san appeared from the trading company. Bale and Simone. "Oh, you've brought vegetables." Yes, but Gregory-san." "I understand." It seems Gregory-san grasped the situation at a glance. He probably received a request from Felix-san to find the real culprit. He promptly took charge. "Hans, is this the infamous thief?" "Yeah, no mistake." Is that so, kid? Don't be ridiculous. I did steal bread, but I've never broken into someone's house." "You brat, do you really think such an obvious lie will work?" "Easy now." Gregory-san calmed down Hans, who was clenching his fist, with remarkable composure. "Leave this matter to me." "But I'll guide him to the guild's special room. He won't easily escape from there. Meanwhile, I'll send a messenger to Felix-san and discuss our next steps." "Understood. I'll leave it to you." Hans lowered his raised fist and turned back toward the shop. "Now, kid, will you come with me for that reason?" "Yeah." "And Bale, Simone?" "Yes." As we watched the situation unfold, we were suddenly called by name, causing our voices to falter. "Before the negotiations, I'd like you to accompany me for a bit. Is that okay?" It's fine. I agreed on the spot, but accompanying him, could it be related to that boy's case? Actually, I'm curious, so I'd welcome it. That boy seems like more than just a common thief. There's something else going on. Chapter 62, The Plea of Youngster Sergio. The theft incident that occurred in Dresden. The suspect apprehended was none other than a 10-year-old boy. "Kid, what's your name?" "Sergio." "All right, Sergio. Do you truly have no involvement in the recent theft incident?" "You're so persistent, I've already said I didn't do it." Sergio retorted with exasperation. He admitted to stealing bread and seemed remorseful about it. He even promised to visit the shop tomorrow and apologize to the owner, Hans-san. However, he staunchly denied any connection to yesterday's theft incident. Simone and I observed the situation from a corner of the room. This youngster doesn't seem to be the culprit after all. That was likely the work of a seasoned professional. Sergio wouldn't be capable of it. "Is that so?" Simone tilted her head, but there's no doubt about it. "Probably Gregory-san, who was questioning Sergio, and Felix-san, who witnessed the scene, had also reached the same conclusion. The basis for this assessment lay in the fact that the crime scene wasn't excessively disturbed. It didn't appear to be a forced entry. Judging by the scattered glass shards, it seemed like the minimum effort had been exerted to accomplish the task. Of course, I'm not a professional investigator, so I can't be entirely certain about this deduction. However, judging from Gregory-san's attitude toward the boy, he likely arrived at the same conclusion as I did. However, there must be a reason why Gregory-san made us stay here. Knowing him, he wouldn't let us stay here without purpose. Something must be at play. Hey, can I go now? I promise to apologize properly to the bakery owner tomorrow. Before that, there's something I want you to answer. What is it? Your father's name, is it Tyler? How do you know my father's name? I knew it, there was a faint resemblance. You might not remember, but we've met before. Although back then, you were just a newborn baby. It seems Gregory-san knows Sergio's father. Tyler was an honest and remarkable man. I can't imagine he'd leave his precious son alone in a town like this. Yeah, I ran away from the village all by myself. Sergio's voice trembled with tears. His expression held a mix of hatred and sorrow. Various negative emotions seemed to converge. How could such a young child make such a face? Seems like the rumors were true after all. Meanwhile, Gregory-san leaned back on the sofa and let out a deep breath. Your village is experiencing some kind of disturbance. Disturbance? When Gregory-san uttered that word, Sergio's expression froze. I don't know the exact details, but your father and the villagers have been on edge lately. Here, Sergio burst into tears, crying out, "Yua!" He had maintained a tough facade, but it seemed his patience had finally reached its limit. Holding him close, Gregory-san's gaze shifted toward us. It seems our turn has finally come. But what kind of disturbance is happening in Sergio's village? What the heck is going on? Chapter 63, Turn. After calming down the tearful Sergio, Gregory-san began to speak. The village where he lived is a rural area southeast from here. Most of the villagers are engaged in farming. It has a long history, and it has been supporting the country's food situation. An agricultural village. Come to think of it, that was also in the game. A village you'd briefly visit for an event. If you completed a quest there, you'd receive an item. The name was Nathan Village. Oh, you knew about it. Yes. It came up during a casual conversation with a customer, so I thought maybe. I shouldn't need to hide it, there's nothing suspicious. But somehow, I still do. Let's get back to the topic. In Nathan Village, there's a rumor that they're suffering from a severe crop failure, unable to harvest any crops. What? That's a significant problem, isn't it? Many places rely on the vegetables harvested there. If it turns out that they can't harvest anything, the losses would be substantial. But that's more than my current farm could handle. But if something's wrong in the village, wouldn't they send messengers to report the situation? I wondered about that too, so Sergio. What? Any other information, no matter how trivial, did anything else happen? Information. Oh, now that you mention it. What is it? About a month before I left the village, a messenger arrived from the capital. A messenger from the capital. Yes, looking back, everyone seemed on edge around that time. That's intriguing information. The messenger from the capital must have conveyed something important. However, it seems there's another point that Gregory-san is curious about. Nathan Village, it's not far from Eva Village. He murmured this question as if confirming something. Eva Village was the place where they were procuring wood for the bridge construction, a joint effort between the foster kingdom. Although it had suffered significant damage from some kind of wood-boring monster, could it be? Gregory-san, are you suggesting that the culprit from the incident in Eva Village might also be involved in the recent Nathan Village case? Probably, but there's no concrete evidence. The only commonality is that both villages are geographically close. That alone could be attributed to mere coincidence. However, it's an unlikely coincidence. For now, let's head to Nathan Village to gather more information. Are you coming to our village? Weren't you here to seek help, to call for aid? Well, yes. Gregory-san had seen through Sergio's intentions. Sergio hadn't run away from the village, he had come to the town to seek help. Perhaps stealing bread was a desperate act due to exhaustion from his journey. Why haven't the villagers reported anything if something is wrong? I'm curious too, and if someone is in trouble, I want to help. I feel the same. With this, our course of action was set. Or perhaps Gregory-san had already anticipated this development. Nathan Village, a village vital to the kingdom's agriculture. Including its connection to Eva Village, we would investigate what was happening there. Chapter 64, Arrival, however. Nathan Village. This village, which I've visited several times while playing the fantasy farm story, is familiar to me. Since we often rely on it during the early stages of the story, I have a good grasp of the local geography. The route from Dresen to the village is also a common knowledge. With that in mind, we decided to set off for Nathan Village and meet up there. So that's why you went to the trouble of renting a horse. I have the route memorized. Besides, I've been thinking about raising horses on our dungeon farm someday. Horses, that sounds wonderful. Simone, our ranch's caretaker, was enthusiastic. After all, she's managed to tame that ferocious silver cuckoo, allowing us to enjoy delicious egg dishes. I'm truly grateful. We loaded the essentials onto the wagon and left the dungeon behind. This time, I took the reins as the coachman. I needed to demonstrate the skills I'd learned under Gregory-san's guidance. Our journey this time was remarkably leisurely. Although we were dealing with an emergency, there was no strict deadline like during our last visit to Eva Village. Besides, Gregory-san and Sergio were likely already there, so we could rest easy. Perhaps they've already resolved the situation. The real concern lies in the connection to Eva Village. Whether it's disrupting wood supplies or the current issue, I can't shake the feeling that there's a mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. In that case, let's proceed to the village and assess the current situation. As we continued driving the carriage, a large lake came into view amidst the mountains. It was a clear sign that we were nearing the village. Wow, such a beautiful lake. Indeed. It makes me want to swim. Me too. Martina, Hanon, Chiara, and Simone lean forward and stare at the lake. They are very excited despite the fact that there is a big underground lake in front of our treehouse. But I can somehow understand how they feel. It's true that the underground lake is surrounded by a mystical aura. The fact that it is filled with holy water full of magic power is one of the main reasons for this. But this lake here is kind of hard to express in words. Its beauty is in a completely different direction compared to the underground lake. Section. As we gazed at the lake, we noticed several houses in the distance. It seemed we had finally arrived at Nathan Village. However, I felt a sense of unease. What was it? A strange presence? This situation is more complex than I anticipated. It appeared that Hanon, too, had sensed something amiss. This village, nobody's here. What is going on here? Gregory-san, who should have arrived ahead with Sergio, and the people from the Rimal Company, where had they all disappeared to? There are houses, but there are no people. Where are they supposed to have disappeared to? What is happening? It's odd. Let me try using detection magic. Yeah, please, Chiara. This village, what's going on here? Chapter 65, An Unusual Incident in the Village. We finally arrived at our destination, the Nathan Village. However, there were no villagers in sight. The place appeared deserted. Guided by Sergio, the people from the Rimal Company, led by Gregory-san, should have arrived ahead of us. But now, to assess the situation, Chiara used her detection magic to scan the surroundings. Wait, there are a lot of people up ahead. It seemed that the villagers had gathered in one place. What could have happened? I don't have a very good feeling about this. Rumors of abnormal events in the village circulated, and Sergio had also mentioned that his father's behavior had become strange. Neither topic is good news. Given the situation, it felt like I could predict the outcome, like the punchline of a joke. In any case, we must go to that location. Agreed, we need to assess the situation thoroughly. Indeed. That seems like the best course of action. For now, we reached a consensus. We parked the carriage and, guided by Chiara, cautiously made our way toward the gathering spot. But we couldn't assume that the crowd consisted solely of villagers. Just like the timber-related incident in Eva Village, there might be someone using monsters to disrupt the local agriculture here. We proceeded calmly without haste. Section, the gathering spot was slightly outside the village. As we stepped into the area, we couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh!" The sound escaped our lips. Before us lay an expansive plain, evidently all of it was a vast field. The abundant crops growing here were captivating, and I felt a sense of wonder that differed from the others. What struck me was that this view before us matched exactly what I had envisioned since seeing it in the game. I had faintly visualized it as if saying, it should look something like this. But I never expected it to be so identical. But I couldn't revel in it forever. We were here to find people. Although there seemed to be no visible crowd of people in this field, where could they be? Kiara, where are the people? They should be around here. There were no obstacles obstructing our view nearby, yet we couldn't spot any human figures, until Martina exclaimed, "Are, someone's over there." I intended to approach that person and inquire about the situation, but, "Everyone get down," I whispered to the other four. Initially puzzled, they soon understood when I added, "The person over there is armed, and he's not from the Rimal Company." This revelation prompted everyone to crouch down. Before us stood an adult man equipped with a sword. While he might have been associated with the Rimal Company, something felt off. His appearance was less than favorable, so who was he? As we observed, Simone blurted out, "Look, there are more." Two other men, seemingly his companions, appeared. They were around the same age and shared similarly untrustworthy features. "Let's get a little closer." Thankfully, or should I say fortunately, tall cornstalks stood before us. We would approach stealthily, eavesdrop on their conversation, and learn more. Chapter 66, A Perilous Situation. Concealing ourselves, we cautiously approached the suspicious men. Soon, we overheard their conversation. Have all the villagers been accounted for? Yes. And what about those others? Over 10 search parties are already on their trail. They'll be captured soon enough. It seems the villagers are in the clutches of these men. Could those others refer to the escapees? Also, their attire doesn't match, ruling out a disciplined foreign night order. Perhaps they're mercenaries hired by someone? But then, why attack this village? Forgive my bluntness, but targeting this place seems odd for a money-driven crime. While the village thrived on agriculture, the villagers' standard of living wasn't exactly affluent. They're probably not desperate for money, so it's unlikely they'd risk such an assault. Considering this, it's safe to assume there's a mastermind behind them. The real question is their motive. Why did they seize control of Nathan Village? What could their objective be? It's time to head back. Understood. The older man, presumably their leader, called out and they walked away. Perhaps we'll discover the whereabouts of the captured villagers, our reason for shadowing them. Section. We arrived at a square near the fields. Scattered around were sheds where each farmer stored tools. In one corner, armed men had gathered, 7 in total. The 3 we spotted earlier joined them, making a group of 10. We chose a spot just within earshot from one of the sheds and observed from the shadows. Among the men, the bald, imposing figure exuded an intense aura, likely their ringleader. Late, aren't you? What about the escapees? We're currently pursuing them. I see. Well, it can't be helped. Unexpectedly, the Rimal Company's people almost interfered, but if they're away from this village, executing the plan shouldn't be an issue. I see. So it's Sergio and Gregory-san who are in trouble. Before any troublesome interference, let's take care of them. Hey. The leader turned his gaze to another subordinate. Realizing this, they hurriedly prepared something inside the shed. Then, stop. Suddenly, a young man burst out of the shed. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be a Nathan Village resident. Why would you do something like this? Well, you see, we don't have all the details. We were simply instructed to burn down all the village fields. When I heard those words, everyone nearly gasped, but we covered each other's mouths and endured. Burn them down? Why? Like I said earlier, we don't know the reasons. Did you drop your intelligence to chicken level while tending to the poultry? The leader taunted, and the surrounding men burst into raucous laughter. Despicable bunch, I'll blow them away with my magic. Please calm down, Kiar-chan. Indeed. Most likely, other villagers are being held captive in that shed. It's evident that the enemy will use them as hostages if anyone recklessly charges out. Hanon's words made sense, so what should we do? The answer is clear. Simone. Yes. It's your turn. Yes. Simone looked at me with a puzzled expression, yet she would be our trump card to turn this situation around. Chapter 67, The Return of the Water Dragon. A mysterious armed group has attacked Nathan Village, capturing its villagers. Judging by their appearance, they don't seem to be knights from any specific country. Rather, they appear to be hired mercenaries. However, have I encountered such a group in a game before? Of course, in a world where people live ordinary lives, it's not surprising that organizations beyond the scope of game programming exist, and unsettling events occur. They are likely just a small part of that bigger picture. An inconvenience, nonetheless. Now, we have a chance to intervene and potentially subdue them by force. However, considering the risk of the villagers being taken hostage, we've devised a different strategy. At the heart of this plan stands Simone in her formidable dragon form. Simone, we're counting on you. You understood. Simone, despite her timid demeanor, must rise to the occasion. She fights not only to save the villagers, but also to rescue Gregory-san and the others. Here I go. With determination, Simone transforms into a dragon, and then... What? A dragon? Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the dragon, the mercenaries panic. We never heard about a dragon. What should we do? Enough attack. The mercenaries charge at Simone with their weapons, but... Ruarze. Simone's resounding roar extinguishes their fighting spirit, sending it far away. Tia. It's impossible, we can't win. I'd rather not be devoured for some gold. I'm getting out of here. The mercenaries discarded their weapons and began fleeing from the scene. After all, they were mere hired hands with no real commitment. Once they realized victory was unlikely, they wasted no time in escaping. And indeed, their hasty retreat unfolded just as I had anticipated. Gununu pathetic cowards. As expected, there's no way anyone would just attack a dragon. But we can't simply back down. Besides, it'll likely devour the villagers. They've already restrained their movements, and most of them don't even have weapons. True. Persuaded by their subordinates, even the burly leader retreated. As the mercenaries dwindled in size, Simone let out another resounding roar toward the heavens. Her dragon form was undeniably impressive, but I imagine she wouldn't have the same effect in her human form. I can picture her straining to produce a loud voice, but more importantly, enough Simone. For now, it seems we've averted the crisis. I step out from the shadows to assist the villagers of Nathan. Who are you? The one addressing us is a young man who had witnessed our confrontation with the mercenaries. Like them, he's startled by the sudden appearance of the dragon, Simone. But as soon as he spots us, his mouth hangs open in bewilderment. Fear not, we've come to help all of you. Help, and what about this dragon? She's our companion. As I explain the situation while cutting the ropes that bound the villagers, I reveal our purpose. Then, we proceed to rescue the villagers who had been confined in various huts. Now, let's find out what exactly transpired here. Chapter 68, Speculation. The villagers of Nathan Village, who had been captured by mysterious mercenaries, were all freed. Furthermore, at the same time, well, that was tough. Gregory-san and the others returned to Nathan Village. Gregory-san. Oh, you're safe, Bale, and everyone else too. Upon spotting us, Gregory-san hurried over. He seemed to understand what we had done when he saw the liberated villagers. Once again, you've saved us. No, this time it was thanks to Simone. Phew. Simone herself was surprised, but without her powerful intervention, we wouldn't have been able to turn the situation around. Truly commendable. Indeed, Simone's battle cry was impressive. I was surprised too. That's something only Simone can do. Receiving praise from all three, Simone remained bashful. Me capable of that? Well, next time I'll practice to make an even more powerful impact. Roar. Her human form battle cry was actually kind of cute. I imagine her dragon form's roar is something else entirely. As we celebrated each other's safety. Father, Sergio. A heartwarming reunion between parent and child unfolded nearby. Wait, was Sergio's father the man who stood up to those mercenaries? Section. Once things settled down, we decided to hear the story from Tyler-san, Sergio's father, and the leader of the village farmers. We don't know the true identity of those individuals. They suddenly arrived at the village, led us here, and trapped us. I see. Oh, and they also mentioned burning the fields. Burning the fields. Gregory-san's expression clouded as soon as he heard the information from Tyler-san. I had been stuck on the same point myself. If they were just desperate for food and came to steal, I could understand. But why the need to burn the fields? What gain do they have from doing that to the villagers? Even if they had a backer, requesting the destruction of crops seems rather suspicious. Indeed, I don't get their goal at all. Gregory-san and I both scratched our heads. What was the enemy's true purpose? If, hypothetically, the same person who released the beetle-like monsters in Eva Village was behind this, could it be an attempt to weaken the nation's power? That seems most likely. Certainly, that's a high possibility. Both food production and economic stability significantly influence the nation. The two villages affected by these incidents were known for their skilled practitioners in those areas. Moreover, it didn't seem like a straightforward case of theft or looting. It felt more like an intentional disruption of their work. Regardless, we should make a thorough report to the Night Order. I think that would be good. The enemy's motives remained shrouded in mystery, and the Night Order would likely face ongoing challenges in dealing with this unknown threat. Chapter 69, A New Plan. Regarding the matter in Nathan Village, Gregory-san was tasked with reporting to the kingdom's Night Order. The most noteworthy aspect this time was undoubtedly the clear evidence of someone's guidance. The incident with the bug-type monster attack in Eva Village occurred because, for some reason, the monsters had taken up residence there, a perspective shared by only a few members of the Order. However, this time, there was unmistakable human intervention. Certainly, the Order would take decisive action, as Gregory-san anticipated. Well, let's leave the bureaucratic squabbles to the higher-ups. I shall proceed with the expansion plan for the farm. Section: The day after returning from Nathan Village. On this day, Chiara had business at the academy and was out since morning. Martina was exploring the dungeon, also absent. Furthermore, Simone had gone to Dresen town to gather the necessary tools for tending to the livestock, accompanied by Hanan. In other words, I find myself alone now. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've been alone here. When I first visited this underground lake, Martina was already here, though she was unconscious. After that, Chiara fell down, Hanan was born from the Alron seed given by Slafensan, and I met Simone. It feels like quite a long time ago, but right now, I can't afford to reminisce. Our plans to expand the farm seem to be taking a slightly different shape than initially envisioned. Originally, we intended to enlarge the livestock area and raise larger animals. However, upon closer examination, we concluded that the space was somewhat cramped. Considering that the dragon tree sword will continue to grow, there are various possibilities ahead. For now, I've decided to focus on cultivating what we can within our current boundaries. Among these considerations, my attention is drawn to medicinal herb cultivation. Up until now, our track record consists of the herb called Ranaru, which Chiara had chosen as her research topic. This time, I aim to cultivate several herbs that can also serve as materials for weapons. To achieve this, I'll secure a new space dedicated to these endeavors. Perhaps this spot will suffice. The herb cultivation area will be right next to the crop cultivation area managed by Hanan. As for the specific herbs I plan to grow, I want to focus on those with healing properties, ones that can restore stamina and alleviate ailments. The reason is simple: there's demand for them. For adventurers who spend extended periods in the dungeon, unforeseen situations are inevitable. Having a variety of items readily available for immediate use is essential. And what's more, our herbs benefit from the magical energy present in the underground lake. Not only do they enhance their effects, but they also offer additional benefits. This, too, will serve as a favorable appeal to Gregory-san. Very well. Now that the decision has been made, let's begin cultivating. Wait, what's that? Just as I was about to create a dedicated space using the dragon tree sword, someone emerged from the treehouse, catching my eye and freezing my movements. That person is... The figure that appeared before me was none other than Chiara. However, something seems off. She appears less energetic than usual. Has something happened at the academy? Curious, I halt my work and hurry over to inquire about the situation. Chapter 70, Anomaly at the Academy. Is something troubling you, Chiara? You seem rather down. Oh, Bale. Her voice was fragile, as if it might vanish at any moment. Clearly, the situation was more serious than I had anticipated. For now, I led her back to the treehouse and decided to inquire further. Here, have some tea made from herbs we harvested here. It should help you calm down. Thank you. Kiara sipped the tea I brewed, exhaling softly. Perhaps it was the soothing effect of the drink, but she seemed to regain a bit of composure. I apologize for showing such an unsightly side. No need to apologize. Consider this place your second home. If there are troubles you find hard to voice elsewhere, feel free to share them here. Bale. Kiara's eyes trembled as she looked at me. Finally, she began to explain the situation. Our academy has a specialized herb garden dedicated to magical potion research. A specialized herb garden. Well, considering the vastness of its land, such a facility wasn't surprising. Kiara's mother, Slafin-san, who appeared in both the original game and our reality, also had an extensive magical research lab. It was well equipped with various instruments likely used for experiments. It seemed that something had gone awry in that garden. Did something happen at the garden in question? Yes, something unbelievable happened. Kiara suddenly stood up and shouted in anger. But she quickly reflected on her behavior and apologizes with a sorry and sat down. It seems like an unforgivable situation has occurred. Tell me more. Actually, when the duty officer visited this morning, all the 100+ varieties of herbs were completely withered. What? It's more serious than I anticipated. The scale of the damage, that is. Each herb was meticulously cultivated under magically replicated optimal conditions, and the management was thorough. Yet this morning, it seems all that magic was suddenly undone. Could it be a human error? I don't know. That's why the academy has been in chaos since morning. Apparently, my mother was summoned to investigate the cause, and you weren't able to deliver the report you had worked so hard on. Ugh. Seems like I hit the mark, but it's a bit concerning. After all, this incident closely follows the events in Eva Village and Nathan Village, and those individuals who attempted to set fire to Nathan Village's fields are still missing. I'd like to take a look at the Academy's herb garden. Really? Oh yes. What's with her? What's with the intense reaction? Truth be told, my mother specifically asked me to bring you along. Slafin-san did. Apparently, they intend to harness the power of the dragon tree sword. If you're not up for it, I was wondering what to do. Why worry about that? Well, I have to consider your feelings. Haha, my bad. While soothing Kiara, who pouted in annoyance, I decided to visit the academy. Ideally, we should all go this time. After all, this could escalate into another major event just like before. Now, what in the world happened with the herb garden? Let's start investigating. Chapter 71, Bale and Dirk. An inexplicable incident occurred at the Mainstow Royal Academy's herb garden. Over 100 varieties of herbs, meticulously tended, withered simultaneously. To investigate the cause, we decided to visit the academy after a long while. When I heard the word academy, my first thought was of my cousin, Dirk. Ever since he wielded the holy sword during the Divine Granting Appraisal Ceremony, he had changed. Previously unassuming and reserved, he now appeared as a different person when we visited the academy together with Kiara. Empowered by the holy sword, he gained the confidence he had long lacked. According to Kiara, his academic performance matched this newfound self-assurance. She also said the attention he's getting from others continues to grow each day. Returning to the academy might mean encountering the confident Dirk once more. However, truth be told, I found it all rather inconsequential. Even during our previous encounter, I had no lingering attachment to the Orlando family. I now lived a peaceful life, having built a treehouse by the underground lake and established a farm. Reliable companions like Martina, Kiara, Hanan, and Simone surrounded me. Remaining tethered to the Orlando family would not have led to the enjoyable life I now lead. As for Dirk's boasts, they left me utterly unaffected. Yet, Kiara, who had requested my presence at the academy, seemed deeply concerned. Unlike the other members, she has met Dirk closely in the academy. I felt compelled to convey my contentment with my current life to Kiara. Regardless of how much Dirk taunted me, I remained unscathed. Kiara smiled with genuine relief upon hearing that. It seemed she had been quite concerned. However, what currently demanded our utmost attention was the mysterious incident at the Mainstow Royal Academy's herb garden. With a request from Slafin-san, we needed to muster our resolve to uncover the truth. Section. After making preparations, we first stopped by Driessen to procure a carriage. Our destination, the royal capital where the academy was located. Still, the complete devastation of the herbs managed by the academy, what could possibly lead to such a situation? No matter how many times I pondered it, the situation remained unnatural. Undoubtedly, this was no natural occurrence, hence why Slafinsan had likely summoned me to the academy through Kiara. While I lacked detailed information, I sensed an underlying motive. This is purely my intuition, but I suspect that the events in Eva Village and Nathan Village are somehow connected to the background of this incident. Although the direct impact was on the academy, any delay in herbology research would be a significant blow to the nation. The mastermind undoubtedly harbored some form of hostility toward the Kingdom of Krentz. Yet, why go to such lengths? That remains a question. In any case, if we can uncover hints by investigating the herb garden, the situation may change significantly. Oh, the royal capital is coming into view. Kiara's excited voice echoed from the carriage. Finally, the Krentz's royal capital lay within sight. What awaited us there? Chapter 72, Investigating the Cause. Mindstow Academy, in the royal capital. Initially, I was allowed entry thanks to Kiara, but now I pass through its gates effortlessly. We leave our carriage, traverse the main entrance, and head toward the herb garden at the edge of the campus. Thankfully, we encounter no sign of Dirk, and relief washes over us all. Soon, we arrive at the herb garden in question. The scene before us is. This is terrible. The devastation was so great that I couldn't help but say that. Rows of withered, browned herbs stretch across the entire area. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a picturesque sight, but now it lies in ruin. Hey, glad you could make it. As I was stunned by the state of the herb garden, Slafinsan came in. Beside her stands a middle-aged man with a thick beard, someone I've never seen before. Are you the rumored dungeon farmer? Why yes. A dungeon farmer. Though it's the first time I've been addressed as such, there's no doubt it refers to me. Apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am William, the caretaker of this herb garden. And Bale, I reply. After brief introductions, Williamson proceeds to explain the dire situation. This garden transformed into a wasteland overnight. His sorrowful tone hangs heavy in the air. I mean, it's unbelievable after all, the scale of destruction is immense. What kind of power could obliterate every magical herb here in a single night? Could magic be responsible? Unlikely. No magical residue lingers in the vicinity. To decimate this many herbs, one would need considerable strength. Indeed, so, the one responsible for this must have withered this many herbs in a short time without relying on magic. Let me examine the soil. With those words, I thrust the dragon tree sword into the ground. That sword. It's the dragon tree sword. Is that the legendary dragon tree sword? Williamson exclaims in surprise. Array. Wait, isn't this the first time I've met someone who knows what the dragon tree sword is? This is the real deal. I always thought it was a mere legend, but to think it truly exists. It has certainly made farming more efficient. Ah, so you're the skilled farmer Gregory mentioned. He knows Gregory-san too. But calling me a skilled farmer, somehow, that description feels slightly off. As we continue our conversation, I notice something peculiar in the soil. The soil's condition is unusual. This is. William-san. What is it? In herb cultivation, water is essential, isn't it? Of course, we've had an automated water circulation system here for years. We're particularly attentive to water quality. But about that water, where does it come from? What? What do you mean? I pull out the dragon tree sword and proceed to explain the events related to this herb garden to Williamson, Slafinsan, and the others. Chapter 73, Getting to the Bottom of It. I examine the herb garden's soil, and it appears there's an issue with the water. Water has something changed in its quality. That seems like a natural assumption. Yes, but Williamson remains unconvinced. Even if someone tampered with the water source, I find it hard to believe such a thing could happen within the academy. True, given that many noble sons and daughters attend this school, security measures are, though, rough. However, it seems the headmaster has a clue. Intensive security is in place for the main buildings and student dormitories. But honestly, if we compare it to the herb garden, Slafinsan hesitates, perhaps it's not surprising. Even if these herbs were laced with deadly poison, they're strictly used for research purposes and wouldn't circulate in the market. Moreover, experts here would quickly detect any abnormalities. If that's the case, the culprit's goal is simply to wither the herb garden. That is something considerably less difficult than targeting students. Regardless, let's verify the water source. Agreed. Oh, over here. Guided by Slaffinsan and Williamson, we head toward the water source where the anomaly occurred. The herb garden's water source lies in a corner of the campus. It's drawn from a nearby river and managed within a well-appointed cabin equipped with a water wheel. As we reach the cabin, Williamson senses the oddity immediately. Strange, there should be an attendant on duty. Inside the cabin, there's a room where the caretaker can rest, and an attendant is supposed to be there for emergencies. However, no sign of a human presence is evident. Who was on duty yesterday? A man named Danny. Perhaps something happened to this Danny. As Williamson and I approach to check on his well-being, Kiara suddenly shouts, "Wait." We instinctively step back. Seems like there's a trap on that door. We're taken aback. Indeed, it appears to be an explosive mechanism triggered when the door opens. Terrifying, if Kiara hadn't stopped us, disaster might have struck. Thank you, Kiara. It's my duty. Well, I was just, out of caution, I used detection magic and found it. But the magical energy is quite faint, probably. The one who set this trap didn't expect it to be detected. So, is their intention to blow up this entire cabin because there's something inside? We'll find out through investigation. Slaffinsan decides to call in the trap disarming team from the academy to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Williamson and I head toward the stream for further investigation. Just like in the herb garden, I thrust the dragon tree sword into the ground. Indeed, this seems to be the source of the problem. Unbelievable, they tampered with the water supply. Damn! Williamson punched the ground in frustration. The scale of this, the total damage is substantial. Our challenge now is to identify the culprit. To prevent such incidents in the future, we must find some leads. Chapter 74, A Wild Ajo-sama Appears. To delve deeper into the incident at Mindstow Academy's herb garden, we decided to remain on campus for a while. Given the situation, I don't really care if it affects Dirk. Kiara also attends this academy, so there's a risk of harm to students. We need to strategize before that happens. However, what should we do? While experts work on disarming the magical traps in the water management cabin, we focus on investigating within our capabilities. Starting with the dragon tree sword, we also asked opinions of the water dragon Simone and the Alron Hanon. Together, we meticulously re-examined the entire herb garden, hoping to find clues about the culprit. Soil or water quality either could provide a hint. Now, what shall we do? Should we gather information through interviews? Since the incident occurred at night, it's unlikely students witnessed anything. Kiara and Martina brainstorm their own ideas, when suddenly, Ara, Eris. Turning toward the voice, we see a girl with long twin-drilled golden hair. She appears to be around our age, wearing Mindstow Academy's uniform. Beside her stands another woman. However, this one is unmistakably an adult, perhaps the girl's personal maid, given what she's wearing. Given the prevalence of noble children at this academy, it's not entirely surprising. But it's rare to find someone who has a maid this close to them. Could she hold a high position even among the nobility, serving as both an escort and a guardian? When I responded to the call to arms as there is an emergency, I never expected to encounter you here, Kiara-san. Ugh, Charlotte Blaffer. The mysterious girl strides in confidently. Kiara's expression sours the moment she sees her. Is this some kind of fateful connection, like Dirk and me? Did they summon you too? I volunteered. Of course you did. I only came here because they begged me to. The girl named Charlotte exclaims triumphantly. She's a different kind of annoyance from Dirk. But leaving aside whether she was begged to or not, the fact that she, a student, is requested to assist in the investigation implies she has some abilities. For a while, Charlotte's high-pitched laughter echoes through the herb garden. Then, Ara. Her laughter abruptly stops. Her gaze locks onto one specific point. It's Martina, standing beside Kiara, and who might you be? You don't appear to be a student at this academy. I'm Martina, Kiara's friend. A friend. At Martina's introduction, Charlotte's face contorts and she drops to her knees on the spot. Kiara's friend. Is she shocked by that? I don't have any friends yet. Her soulful cry reverberates through the blue sky. And so, the loner noble lady, fueled by rivalry toward Kiara, joins our investigation team. Will things be okay? Chapter 75, The True Identity of the Loner Noble Lady. As we continue our search for the culprit who devastated the herb garden, an unexpected reliable, or perhaps not so reliable ally joins our ranks. Behold, be grateful for my assistance in this investigation. Her name is Charlotte Blaffer, and she claims to be Kiara's rival. She's quite an energetic girl, even more so than Martina. We introduce Charlotte to Simone and Hanan, who were conducting on-site investigations. However, the Blaffer family name doesn't ring a bell. In the context of our fantasy farm story, I've never heard it before, but as the former noble, Bale Orlando, Blaffer is something I heard several times. The Blaffer family. One of the most prominent noble families in the Kingdom of Krentz. It seems to be related to my father. He should be the one who mentioned the name to Charlotte. But wait. As I think about it, Charlotte's name triggers a faint sense of nostalgia. Could it be that we've met somewhere before? As I was thinking, an intense gaze pierces my back. Turning around, I find Charlotte's personal maid. Even now that our eyes meet each other, she won't remove her unwavering stare. What's going on? Jan. Yes. Did I do something wrong? No, not at all. Her response seems casual, but there's more to it. Did I inadvertently make a blunder? Hanan, Simone, any findings? Nothing significant from the water quality, nor any relevant clues in the soil. Indeed, our adversary is extremely cautious. Perhaps this isn't their first time. Given their efficiency, Martina's theory might be right. Wait, don't just skip over me and continue the conversation. The synergy between us, whether it aligns or diverges, is somewhat elusive, yet the unmistakable joy radiates from our interactions. However, as I observe everyone's exchanges, I sense an intensified pressure from the maid behind me, a heat concealed within her gaze. This is no ordinary matter, right? Ayano, you don't remember, do you? I turn once more, and the maid lets out a sigh. It carries a tragic weight, as if expectations have been dashed. Well, considering you were still quite young at that time, I had already taken into account the possibility of impulsive words spoken in the heat of the moment. But to be completely unresponsive like this was beyond my expectations. What is she talking about? Her mention of impulsive words spoken in the heat of the moment likely refers to me. If that's the case, what did I do when I was little? And how does it relate to Charlotte? Charlotte. A lightning bolt of realization strikes my mind. Charlotte Blaffer, I remember now. Your expression seems to indicate recollection. Why, yes. Indeed, Charlotte Blaffer was the girl who was supposed to be my fiancé. Chapter 76, Bale's former fiancé. A name I've heard somewhere before. A face I had a glimpse of in the recesses of memory. That girl who claims to be Kiara's rival, Charlotte. I had forgotten, but we had crossed paths long ago. Charlotte Tajosama is your former fiancé. Yes, that's right. The memories flooded back. It must have been when we were both much younger, at a grand ball hosted by my family. There, we were formally introduced. Back then, I didn't fully grasp the concept of engagement. It felt like making a new close friend, but our encounter was just that time. Eventually, my father informed me that the engagement had been dissolved. To think we would meet again, in such circumstances. Yet, it seems Charlotte herself doesn't remember me. Well, perhaps that's for the best. Had Maid-san not prodded me, I might never have recalled her. Wait a moment. Does this mean? Are you going to tell Charlotte Tajo-sama about me then? If possible, I'd prefer to keep those past events quiet. Why? The unexpected suggestion from Maid-san prompted my inquiry. Back then, Charlotte Tajo-sama was quite fond of you. When she learned the engagement was terminated and you two would never meet again, she caused quite a commotion. In other words, to spare her from painful memories, she wishes for silence. Observing our interactions thus far, I can almost envision that scene. But wait, why was the engagement dissolved in the first place? Actually, we're more curious about that. I haven't heard anything about it. Could it be that they broke off the engagement without proper explanation? Surely not. Indeed, it appears that even you, as a party involved, remain unaware of the true reasons. The details seem to be known only to a select few. I think so too. Now that I've been cast out from my family, it's no longer relevant. Cast out? Oh, I muttered, realizing I'd inadvertently strayed into unnecessary things. By the way, since the Divine Granting Appraisal Ceremony, I haven't heard of you at all. I assumed you had enrolled in another academy. Well, there were various circumstances. Given that Dirk attends this academy, I'd rather avoid getting entangled in any further complications. Let's try to deflect. I see. Including Kiara-sama, you seem to have quite the company of young ladies. Is this the effect of being cast out? Huh. As the heir of the prestigious Orlando family, even if you were cast out, your name still commands respect. Perhaps you maintain bold associations with women. No, it's completely unrelated. I seem to be under unwarranted suspicion. Just then. What have you two been discussing? The problem Ajo-sama herself barged in. And no, it's nothing. It didn't look like nothing to me, Ara. What? Have we met somewhere before? I'm not sure, probably not. I'm just an insignificant farmer. I suppose you're right. It must have been my mistake. Few managed to evade further scrutiny. Actually, there's something important I must convey. That Alran girl Hanan claims to have a lead on the culprit. What? The situation took an abrupt turn. I dashed off with Charlotte toward where Hanan and the others awaited. Chapter 77, The Second Divine Seed. Regarding the matter of Charlotte, there seem to be various things to consider, but let's set that aside for now. Currently, it's about the clue that Hanan has discovered regarding the perpetrator. Upon hurriedly arriving at the scene, there stood Hanan, looking troubled, and surrounding her were Martina, Chiara, and Simone. All four of them wore solemn expressions, or rather their faces seemed really disturbed. Moo, you've finally arrived, Bale. Hanan, what exactly did you find? As I rushed over and inquired, Hanan silently pointed to the ground. Here, there are traces of someone using magic. Magic? Could it be the same magical power as the one behind the trap set in that cabin? We'll need to investigate further, but... Very well, I understand. Look here. Hanan pointed at something. At first, it appeared to be an unremarkable patch of ground, but upon closer inspection, a small circular area had bent grass. What is this? Likely, the tip of a staff was placed here. I got curious when I found it, so I investigated this place and finally found some things out. To notice an almost unnoticeable thing. Though I won't say it aloud, Hanan possesses unexpectedly keen observational skills. Don't underestimate me, Bale. Wow, why? Even though I hadn't voiced it, she retorted. Your expression is already saying it. It seems the others agreed, nodding deeply. I suppose I need to be more cautious. Apparently, my face is quite revealing. In other words, by tracing this magical energy, we can pinpoint the culprit's whereabouts. Charlotte declared triumphantly. I had almost forgotten about her existence. Indeed, but saying we'll pursue them is one thing, but how do we do that? So you haven't thought that far ahead? It can't be helped. This is the moment for the divine seed. I infuse magic into the dragon tree sword. What are you planning, Bale? Chiara, who noticed my magic, inquired, just following what Charlotte mentioned earlier. You mean what that girl said? Wait, are you saying we can track magic power? Is that even possible? As expected of the daughter of a renowned magic researcher, she's suddenly intrigued. By track, I mean we might be able to determine the general direction the perpetrator moved in, but pinpointing an exact location depends on luck. What do you mean? Essentially, we'll gather information about which direction the person who used this magic headed. But how do we obtain that information? This little one will guide us. This little one. In response to Martina's question, I pointed to the tiny seed that had appeared at the tip of the dragon tree sword. However, since it's still in seed form, Charlotte, who's seeing it for the first time, wears a puzzled expression. The others, familiar with this sight, don't press further and simply nod in understanding. Once I toss it toward the ground, it will naturally burrow into the earth and grow rapidly. I thought the same during the treehouse incident. The speed of the divine seed is truly remarkable. Now any moment. Right after I uttered those words, a section of the ground bulged upward, and from there, a large vine extended. Wah wah wah. Ignoring Charlotte's surprise, Kiara and the others stared at the vine without reaction. No, more than that. Is it like the previous one? Though it's true that it looks like the previous one, this time is a bit different. If even a faint trace of magic remains distinctly in a place where almost no other signs are left, we have a means to pursue them. Chapter 78, Pursuit. Finally, we had a lead on the elusive culprit. I relayed this information to Slafin-san and Williamson. Is it true? We must investigate immediately. While Williamson was taken aback, Slafin-san calmly issued the next steps. However, considering the circumstances, there's a possibility that the traps in that cabin were mere decoys to delay discovery. Perhaps they diverted the attention of school staff, buying time for the escape. Regardless, armed with the Divine Seed's ability to trace magic power residue, we set off in pursuit, accompanied by several faculty members. We followed the lingering magic traces left at the herb farm until we exited the school grounds. How far are we from the enemy? Based on this sensation, not too far. Through the empathic link with the dragon tree sword, I could gauge the approximate distance to our target. Thanks to this feature, we could mentally prepare before encountering them. As we ventured deeper into the forest, Martina made a discovery. Look, there's some kind of building over there. Martina reported cautiously, mindful of potential enemies nearby. Indeed, the direction she pointed revealed the roof of a rather spacious mansion that had seemingly materialized within the forest. Why would there be a mansion here? Were you aware of it? And no, this is my first time seeing it. Even Williamson and other faculties were unaware of this mysterious structure. Despite its proximity to the school, it had remained unnoticed until now, an intriguing fact that led me to a hypothesis. That mansion, it's more than meets the eye. You mean? I suspect it wasn't constructed conventionally, probably a creation of magic. Kiara eloquently conveyed my thoughts. If that's the case, they must be quite skilled. Yes, Suddenly, I sensed an anomaly and halted. It was because the vines, guided by the magic flowing through Dragon Tree Sword, had abruptly ceased their movement. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Beyond that point, they've set up detection magic. Stepping even an inch further would alert them to intruders. What? They concealed their presence with perception-blocking magic, yet surrounded it with detection spells, a highly cautious adversary. Crafty maneuver. Facing the suspected hideout of the culprit, we stood at a standstill. But at least we had pinpointed the location. Now we could handle it as needed. And then, at that moment, take cover. Someone's approaching. Williamson whispered urgently. We scrambled, hiding in nearby thickets. During this, I ended up beside Charlotte and you. Haven't we met somewhere before? When we were much younger. And no, it's just your imagination. As we drew closer, Charlotte seemed to recall me. I should probably keep my former engagement with her a secret from Kiara and the others. It's as clear as day that it will cause trouble. And more importantly, the culprit might reveal themselves. Indeed. Charlotte swiftly refocused, scanning ahead. Thank goodness, though this situation is precarious. Once we lose sight of the culprit, we must retreat immediately. And speaking of the culprit, they are. Unexpected figures showed up before us. Chapter 79, The Culprit. A mysterious mansion stood silently near the academy. Its darkened facade concealed the comings and goings of several bad-looking men. I know, we recognize them. Is something the matter? Williamson, noticing our strained expressions, inquired. The men that just entered the mansion. They're the same criminals who attacked Nathan Village earlier. Nathan Village? Ah yes, I recall that incident. Indeed, even Williamson had heard of it. Nathan Village, renowned for its thriving agriculture within the kingdom, had fallen victim to armed men. These assailants planned to restrain the villagers and set fire to the vast fields. At that critical moment, Simone transformed into her dragon form and drove them away with a single roar. But to think they were causing trouble here as well. My failure to apprehend them had led to unnecessary harm. Upon explaining this to Williamson, he reassured me. I've heard about that. You're not at fault. Don't worry. The true culprits are those who persistently engage in wrongdoing. His words were a balm to my soul. However, we couldn't allow these troublemakers to continue wreaking havoc on the herb garden at the academy that Williamson held dear. I was ready to storm in and hand them over to the knights. But then, a potent magical energy emanated from the mansion. Not only us, but the Academy faculties accompanying us also reacted to the eerie aura of magic. What kind of magic was that just now? It hardly seems human. My skin is prickling. Iwawawe. The girls also tremble with unease. In that case, there must indeed be a mastermind pulling the strings behind these individuals, and they are currently inside that mansion. However, we cannot afford reckless actions here. The fact that the men from Nathan Village are involved suggests a high likelihood of their connection to the incident in Eva Village, which suffered from a shortage of wood. If they can control colossal beetle-like monsters, their power likely surpasses our initial assumptions. Challenging such opponents with mere impulsive force would be futile. Even before victory or defeat, they might slip away. Faced with an adversary of countless unknowns, I reached the conclusion that cautious judgment was necessary. But before I could voice it, William-san took action. There's a mastermind in that mansion. Let's storm in and apprehend them. Wait, hold on. Perhaps blood rushed to his head, as William-san forgot about the presence of detection magic and led the Academy faculty in a charge toward the mansion. However, the people here are also affiliated with the prestigious Magic Sword Academy. That means we have quite a formidable group ourselves. Rather than being caught off guard, this might be to our advantage. What do we do, Bale? Shall we also enter? Though Martina and Chiara entrusted me with the final decision right, we have Hanan and Simone with us. Perhaps this chance won't come again. Let's go. As I uttered those words, the four of us nodded in unison. And so, slightly trailing behind William-san's group, we infiltrated the mansion. Chapter 80, The Mystery of the Mansion. We followed William-san and his spirited companions into the mansion. As we stepped inside, an eerie silence enveloped us. It's strangely quiet, isn't it? Charlotte voiced the same question that had crossed my mind. Indeed, despite the uproar caused by the multiple intruders, the mansion remained eerily quiet. One would expect a chaotic chase scene, yet the stillness persisted. The abnormal tranquility unsettled us. Nevertheless, we pressed deeper into the mansion. Suddenly, we encountered a man emerging from one of the rooms. Kai, why are you here? The man immediately drew his sword, but before he could do something else, Martina acted swiftly. Ha! With a brief metallic sound, the man's sword flew from his hand, embedding itself in the ceiling. In that fleeting moment, Martina deflected his weapon with her own. Disarmed, the man barely had time to register what had happened before Chiara stepped forward. Silence. She said so while extending her right hand. Instantly, a surge of magic emanated from her palm, rendering the man unconscious. Well, that takes care of that. Amazing weight is that person. I merely put him to sleep. Of course, that made sense. Excellent work, Chiara-chan. Only because Martina's preemptive strike was successful. Martina and Chiara praised each other while exchanging high fives. Their coordination was impeccable, a testament to their experience in dungeon exploration. Simone, we can't lose either. What can I even do? Don't worry, transform to intimidate our foe, and while they're distracted, I'll finish them off. It's a flawless strategy, don't you think? Honestly, Simone alone would suffice. Lately, her roaring training had intensified, and her mighty shouts could even render someone unconscious. Though, when she did it in her human form, it came across more as an endearing, rower than true menace. Now, what lies ahead? We had returned the sleeping man to his room, but once he woke, chaos would ensue. As we pondered our next move, an unexpected sensation washed over me, a sudden feeling of weightlessness. Not only me, but everyone else also voiced a similar bewildered exclamation simultaneously. However, by the time we uttered those words, it was already too late. Suddenly, the corridor that had appeared perfectly ordinary just moments ago vanished, and we found ourselves plummeting into a mysterious hole. Looking downward, we could see the ground. The fall wasn't too high, but if we landed poorly, the consequences could be dire. Look out! Hanan released magic, causing a large flower to bloom on the ground. Its soft petals acted as cushions, preventing us from crashing onto the floor. Thank you, Hanan. No need for thanks, but it seems we've fallen right into the enemy's trap. Yeah. As I glanced upward, the hole we had fallen through was still visible. We couldn't climb the surrounding walls to escape, they lacked any footholds. In that case, now it's this one's turn. I infused magic power into the dragon tree sword and attempted to escape from this pitfall. Once again, the divine seed would play its part. I planted the same type of seed used to create the treehouse, grasping its vine to pull myself out of the hole. Furthermore, I allowed its roots to spread throughout the mansion, enabling me to track the enemy's location. I should have done this from the beginning. Our opponent seems more formidable than we initially thought. Likely another mage, but I'll prove that I'm far superior. Kiara and Charlotte burned with determination to challenge the mansion's master. Having fallen into the trap so easily, I doubt they'll get their revenge. While the two stoked their fighting spirit, we finally pinpointed the location of the powerful individual who appeared to be the mansion's master. William-san and his group, who had taken the lead, should be there too. Let's go. We proceeded toward our destination, remaining vigilant for further traps. Chapter 81, The Mist Witch. As we searched for the vanished William-san and his companions within the mansion, we proceeded with caution, suspecting that the mastermind behind the recent turmoil might be lurking. Eventually, we arrived at the innermost part of the mansion. Upon opening the door that led there, William-san, the first person to leap inside, was a thoroughly exhausted William-san. Upon closer inspection, all the school faculties were present as well. Whether it was magic or herbal concoctions, it was difficult to discern, but they seemed to be in a state of clouded consciousness. Despite my attempts to call their names, there was no response. However, the faint movement of their lips indicated that they were still breathing and not deceased. Oh my. I expected there might be other intruders, but weren't they supposed to be isolated in a pitfall? A hushed voice echoed, and the source of that voice, a woman, seated in a chair at the back of the room, was a woman in her mid-20s. Her hair and clothing were entirely black, making her almost imperceptible until she spoke. Holding a staff in her hand, she appeared to be a mage. I'm not sure how you managed to escape, but it would be best if you cooperated quietly. Is that all you have to say? Charlotte stepped forward, visibly irritated by the leisurely tone of the woman. Already she was poised for battle. Release everyone now and leave. You're quite a spirited girl. The woman rose from her chair, brandishing her staff. And that staff, I recognized its design from somewhere. Ah, it came back to me. The owner of that staff was one of the boss characters in the fantasy farm story known as the Mist Witch. However, her appearance was relatively recent. This place corresponds to the early stages of the game. She shouldn't be a character who appears in such a location. The Mist Witch is notoriously challenging to defeat. In the game's lore, she ranks among the world's most powerful witches and actively obstructs players for some undisclosed purpose. Even in the latest story developments, her true intentions remain shrouded in mystery, leading fans to engage in intense speculation. In other words, she's incredibly formidable. Wait, don't approach her recklessly, Charlotte. Despite my attempt to stop Charlotte, it was too late. I dislike noisy children. The Mist Witch said with a pleasant smile as she cast a spell on Charlotte. Immediately, Charlotte collapsed to her knees unconscious. Charlotte. This time, Kiara rushed to Charlotte's side. But once again, the Mist Witch intervened. Reacting swiftly, I wielded the dragon tree sword and attacked the Mist Witch with the divine vines that permeated the mansion's underground. However, she deftly evaded all my strikes. For a mage, her physical agility was remarkable. The dragon tree sword, an interesting weapon, she remarked, still seemingly at ease. Anticipating a disadvantage in a prolonged battle, I summoned my trump card. Simone. Understood. Simone, sensing my intent, immediately transformed into her dragon form. Ruoere. Her powerful roar revealed the fruits of our training. Furthermore, her massive body caused significant damage to the mansion. Having a dragon here was certainly unexpected. The Mist Witch commented, her composure slightly shaken. Since the plan has been successfully executed, I'll leave for now. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, a mist enveloped her, and she vanished. Truly befitting a boss character, she even knows how to make an exit. For now, with the immediate threat eliminated, we breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we must get Charlotte, William-san, and the others back to normal. Chapter 82, Return to the Academy. The culprit responsible for decimating the herb garden within the academy turned out to be none other than the Mist Witch. A boss character from the original game, fantasy farm story. Witnessing the colossal form and roar of the water dragon, Simone, the mist witch, seemed genuinely caught off guard. She promptly vanished, leaving behind an unexpected turn of events. While the mastermind eluded capture, the soldiers patrolling the estate managed to apprehend everyone else. Thanks to Slafinsan's timely intervention, reinforcements from the royal knights arrived swiftly. Extracting information from these captives might shed light on the witch's true intentions. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Williamson, who had lost consciousness, were diagnosed by Chiara. It was revealed that they had fallen victim to a form of hypnotic magic. With the assistance of the knights, all of them were transported to the Academy's infirmary. There, Slafinsan administered a homemade elixir, successfully restoring their consciousness. Wait, what on earth? What happened to the culprit? They've already been driven away. As Charlotte, still groggy, sat up in bed, Chiara patiently explained the situation. Martina and the others visibly relaxed upon seeing Charlotte safe and sound. Nearby, in another bed, Williamson awoke. Gazing out the infirmary window, he sighed heavily at the sight of the ravaged herb garden. We managed to dismantle the culprit group, but we couldn't capture the witch pulling their strings. Driven by his attachment to the meticulously tended garden, Williamson had become determined to apprehend the perpetrator. Unfortunately, his impulsive assault on the estate had been neatly countered. Frustration weighed heavily upon him. As someone who also manages a farm, I find myself at a loss for words. While I faced physical and mental challenges with the aid of the dragon tree sword, my struggles pale in comparison to Williamson. Yet, my attachment to the current dungeon farm remains strong, and when I consider his perspective, the depth of his sorrow becomes immeasurable. As for me, I intended to conduct research on the sacred tree within that very garden. Sacred tree? Yes, however, rumors suggest that a formidable witch has already taken an interest in it, leaving us at a disadvantage. The sacred tree, that is something even the capabilities of my dragon tree sword can't replicate. In fact, it didn't exist as an element in the game. Perhaps it's an exclusive creation of this world. Nevertheless, we're in a weakened state. We need to acquire fresh herbs. Lately, shortages have led to soaring prices. I wonder how much the Academy can allocate for this. Well, in that case, I hesitated, then proposed something. I'm willing to donate the herbs we cultivate here. Really? Indeed, I contemplated contributing the herbs grown in our dungeon farm. Slafinsan has been kind to us, and I seek further knowledge from Williamson regarding herbs. This proposal is forward-thinking. Subsequently, I shared this idea with Slafinsan. Initially, she hesitated, deeming it unfair to receive valuable herbs for free. However, when I expressed my desire for herb-related insights, she accepted the offer in exchange for access to various texts and unrestricted entry to the herb garden. And so we forged stronger ties with the Academy. Chapter 83, The First Dungeon Farm. The tumult at the Academy had settled, and we returned to our treehouse by the underground lake. The woodmen who held the fort in our absence greeted us, but as they approached, their expressions shifted to bewilderment. Well, it was understandable. These must be the woodmen I heard about earlier. For the woodmen, there was an unfamiliar sixth presence among us. Strictly speaking, there was even a seventh. One was my former fiancée, Charlotte Blaffer. The other was her personal maid, Claudia-san. The sudden increase in our numbers left the woodmen momentarily frozen. Did we startle you? They're just a bit confused. Look, we're all fine. As I reassured them, the woodmen regained their composure. Then, have we met before? Your face seems familiar. I don't think so. But the name Bale sounds awfully familiar. Ajo-sama, remember our purpose. Of course. Claudia-san's timely intervention saved us. The fact that Charlotte and I were engaged, Claudia-san asked me to keep that matter confidential. While broken engagements were not uncommon, it had been a shock for young Charlotte. She had withdrawn for a while. In my memories, traces of the time spent with Charlotte remained. The engagement itself hadn't left a bitter taste. It was a decision reached through parental discussions. Now, no longer a noble, I knew I'd likely be ignored by the Blaffer family. But I hoped that with time, I could reveal the truth and build a genuine friendship. Claudia-san shared the same sentiment. As part of this newfound camaraderie, we decided that Charlotte would deliver the herbs harvested from our farm to the academy. Initially, Charlotte hesitated, but her interactions with Martina during the Mist Witch incident seemed to have deepened their friendship. Her true feelings likely leaned toward wanting to converse more. When I mentioned leaving, she wore an unmistakably lonely expression. In the end, Claudia-san, ever perceptive, proposed to Slaffen-san that they'll handle the transportation duties, extending our time together. That woman, she's surprisingly capable. Is this the underground lake Martina mentioned? It's beautiful. Yes, quite exquisite. Not only Martina, but Charlotte also engaged in friendly conversations with Simone and Hannon. Except for one, really, everyone's so cheerful. Kiara's expression conveyed discontent. Kiara, aren't you coming? Oh, I'm fine. Kiara's quick evasion aside, her gaze unmistakably followed Charlotte and the others. Oh, is that the famed farm? At that moment, Charlotte spotted our farm. A farm within the dungeon. I honestly thought it was a fabrication. But now, seeing it, I'm amazed. It's another miracle, wrought by my and Bale's combined power. The dragon tree sword and the Alran. Indeed, armed with these two, we could cultivate a farm anywhere in the world, even in the heart of a desert. As I watched Charlotte and the others frolic amidst the herb fields, Claudia-san approached. I intend to transport Charlotte Tajosama's belongings to her room for the night. Which room shall it be? Well then, wait, what? Something about that recent conversation, a certain word seemed unforgettable. Staying overnight. Yes, we've secured permission for her to stay off campus. Efficient, to say the least. But is this really okay? Hosting a noble lady in our treehouse. Chapter 84, Ajosama and the Treehouse. Thus, albeit reluctantly, I, Charlotte Blaffer, shall spend the night in this treehouse. Her expression, though claiming reluctance, gleamed with satisfaction. Despite Claudia-san's presence, security posed no issue. After all, Charlotte was the esteemed daughter of the Blaffer family. Permission had been graciously granted. Shall we proceed to the room? Ah, yes. I guided Charlotte to the fourth-floor room, riding the current of events. Ara, this room is far more delightful than I anticipated. Naturally, this treehouse was made by Bale, you know. Why does Kiara-san, who hasn't lifted a finger, act so high and mighty? What did you say? Charlotte and Kiara locked eyes. Yet unlike the hostile tension born of genuine animosity, there was something different here. For Charlotte Tajosama, Kiara-sama is one of the few fellow students with whom she can speak candidly. Curiously, Claudia-san leaned in, her voice audible only to me. Charlotte had mentioned lacking friends. Perhaps a rival relationship suited them best, but I vaguely recall Charlotte being more straightforward in her childhood. Perhaps the awareness of power differentials altered her. Their silent standoff persisted until... Ara, the view outside the window is splendid. Charlotte, captivated by the scenery that caught her eye, dashed toward the window. From this fourth-floor vantage point in the treehouse, she could behold the underground lake, a sunlit expanse that defied the dungeon's usual gloom, possessing an otherworldly beauty. Charlotte seemed thoroughly pleased with the view. You all get to see this kind of scenery every day, don't you? Her profile held a hint of melancholy, oddly reminiscent of Kiara when they first met. Perhaps their unspoken rivalry stemmed from shared circumstances. Had Charlotte felt a pang of jealousy when others made friends while she remained aloof? Charlotte. Yes. I'm planning to prepare dinner. Would you mind helping? Me. It's a rule in my house that we all work together to make dinner. Understood. Surprisingly, Charlotte accepted without fuss. I half expected her to protest, why must I labor? But she pleasantly surprised me. Excellent. Now that it's settled, we need to harvest vegetables from the farm. What, we're harvesting now? Exactly, come on Charlotte. Eh. And so, Charlotte, Claudia-san, Hannon the farm manager, and I harvested vegetables in the field, while Martina, Kiara, and Simone began preparing the food. For Charlotte Tajosama, this day in the treehouse promised a novel experience. Chapter 85, First Experience. For Charlotte Tajosama, it was her first experience harvesting vegetables. I shall do this. In an oddly tense atmosphere, Charlotte meticulously stretched her limbs. Are you planning to start a battle now? Well, perhaps this is a battle of sorts. I replied to Hannon, who was furrowing her brows. As a noble, Charlotte had only seen vegetables after they were prepared. But now, she was about to harvest for the first time, a task that required a bit of strength, I suppose. Shall we begin by harvesting these flame tomatoes over here? EA. Charlotte hesitantly reached for the bright red flame tomatoes in the farm, holding the small harvesting knife I had given her. Ayano. Yes. Is it truly safe? It won't explode the moment I touch it, will it? Such prejudice against vegetables is quite amazing. It's perfectly safe. There are no traps like that. Very well, I trust you. A bit melodramatic, isn't it? As I thought this, the three of us, myself, Hanan, and Claudia-san, watched Charlotte's first harvest experience. I got one. Her first harvest went smoothly, and Charlotte was overjoyed. Not bad at all. Put it in that basket over there. Understood. She cradled the flame tomato in both hands, handling it with the care one would give to precious gems. Now, let's keep going. Indeed. Shall I lend a hand as well? Hanan and I couldn't let Charlotte outdo us, so we also picked up our harvesting knives and joined in the flame tomato harvest. At that moment, Claudia-san's expression caught my eye. It was as if she had witnessed something unbelievable, a face filled with astonishment. What's the matter, Claudia-san? WL, seeing Charlotte-sama enjoy herself, so much is a rare sight. It's been a while, so I ended up being. Apparently, she rarely gets as excited as she was earlier. But that makes sense. As Kiara's rival at the academy, Claudia-san was constantly under pressure to excel. Whether in magic or physical combat, she couldn't afford to fall behind. The weight of expectations followed her at all times. However, the current Charlotte appeared liberated from such burdens. Sweating from labor, mud on her cheeks, experiencing a refreshing fatigue she had never known before, this work would undoubtedly have a positive impact on her. Seeing her smile alongside Hanan while harvesting vegetables, I became convinced of this. After harvesting the vegetables and returning to the treehouse, the meal prep was already complete. Martina suggested we take a bath before cooking, so everyone, including Charlotte and Claudia-san, headed to the bathroom. The treehouse bath was generously sized, accommodating the extra company without issue. We brought in plenty of bubble gerbera leaves we grew ourselves, which served as both shampoo and body soap, adding to the excitement. As I sipped freshly brewed coffee from a cup, I listened to the voices of the girls leaking from the bathroom. Well, I can't just barge in. With a somewhat inexplicable excuse, I continued to wait for everyone to emerge from the bath. Chapter 86, Charlotte's Request. That was nice hot water. After the bath, Charlotte murmured contentedly as Claudia gently dried her hair. Honestly, you could at least dry your own hair. Phew. It's one of the privileges of nobility. I don't think that's quite right, but while Claudia's duties as a maid included such tasks, she seemed to enjoy it, her expression blissful as she worked. Perhaps she considered it a perk or something. As everyone finished their baths, it was my turn. The bathroom, now eerily quiet, had transformed from the lively scene earlier. Of course, I was the only one left. It felt a bit lonely, but I couldn't exactly invite everyone with a cheerful, let's bathe together. Maybe next time, I'll go in with the woodsman. With those thoughts, I quickly finished my bath and returned to find dinner preparations underway. However, Kiara and Charlotte were nowhere in sight. Claudia was chatting with Martina about cooking. Simone diligently set the table, while Hanan sipped fruit juice from a special cup. My gaze wandered outside, and there they were, Kiara and Charlotte standing by the lakeside. They seemed to be talking there too, but my curiosity got the better of me. I stepped outside, intending to call the two of them. The sky was already darkening, and silence enveloped the dungeon. The faint glow of luminescent stones embedded in the rock illuminated the pair. The atmosphere they gave made me unable to approach them. It's so heavy that they didn't even notice me approaching. Tentatively, I closed the gap between us, and soon their conversation reached my ears. Are you not returning to the school dormitory? Well, I had that intention, but I find this place quite comfortable. It does seem that way. Their dialogue was like a well-rehearsed script, unremarkable, yet intriguing. However, it appeared that Charlotte had just discovered Kiara's recent move to the treehouse, her expression revealing mild surprise. After spending the day here, I've become convinced. This place is indeed very pleasant to live in. What? Are you also tempted to live here? Yes. Kiara seemed to be joking, but Charlotte responded earnestly. At that moment they both noticed my presence. Aura, perfect timing. The landlord has arrived. Charlotte said, approaching me. So, I was wondering if I could stay here with you two. May I? Yeah. She pressed me with an upward glance. When I involuntarily turn my gaze to Kiara, she quietly nods. Though unspoken, it felt like she was saying, "It's fine." So, no problem, welcome aboard. I accepted Charlotte, and thus, a new companion joined our treehouse. Chapter 87 Dilemmas. Charlotte was about to move into the treehouse, but it wasn't a done deal yet. From our side, there were no major issues, but undoubtedly, Charlotte's parents posed the biggest obstacle to her relocation. Charlotte is a noble lady. While Kiara's position wasn't vastly different, her parents respected her daughter's autonomy. In fact, she seemed pleased with her decision. However, Charlotte's situation is different. Moreover, Charlotte was my former fiancé. Although Charlotte herself might not remember, her parents certainly did. I hadn't delved into the messy details of our engagement and subsequent dissolution, given our young age. But depending on the circumstances, this could escalate into something incredibly troublesome. I had impulsively given my approval in the heat of the moment, but was that premature? Yet outright refusal seemed a bit. You seem troubled. That's right, cause Uea. Claudia-san interjected unexpectedly as I loaded herbs onto the cart, en route to the academy. See Claudia-san. Perhaps Claudia-san knew more than she let on. Initially, her reaction suggested ignorance about the reasons behind our broken engagement, but was that just a bluff? I decided to ask. Ayan, what is it? There's something important I need to discuss. Important, you say? Are you really planning to pursue an older woman like me, despite being surrounded by so many lovely maidens? Misunderstanding. Her interpretation was way off track. Just kidding. Is that so? Her deadpan expression made it impossible to read her thoughts. Claudia-san was truly an enigma. Regaining my composure, regarding the dissolution of my engagement with Charlotte. Claudia-san, do you truly know nothing about it? I have no knowledge. She replied firmly. I see, well, I readily approved Charlotte's relocation, but what about her parents' consent? They haven't given it. I thought as much. I had hoped for a twist, perhaps an already approved revelation, but reality rarely played out so conveniently. So it'll be a post-factum report. Indeed. And to top it off, the person living in her new home is her former fiancé. As far as plot twists go, it couldn't be more exciting. No, the plot is. But although I can't see any change in her facial expression, I can feel that she's really excited as if her heart is racing. I'm starting to get worried. Shall I arrange a meeting with the master directly? How? Today, the master plans to visit the academy. What? Why? To check on Ajo-sama. I'm in a desperate situation, right? In that case, perhaps I should reschedule the herb delivery to the academy. That would be inconvenient. Claudia-san's tone hinted at her appetite for drama. You must meet the master and try to persuade him. Ajo-sama seems genuinely fond of this place and well of you. Claudia-san. I now understood. Claudia-san was dead serious. Understood. I'll do what I can. Thank you very much. Claudia-san bowed deeply. I might be too soft-hearted, but I couldn't just leave things be. The head of the Blaffer family, I faintly recalled his face but not much else. Somehow, I hoped to return unscathed. Chapter 88, Unexpected Circumstances. Having packed the medicinal herbs destined for the academy, we departed from the dungeon, heading toward the school. Ah, what splendid weather. Unlike our usual carriage, this time we rode in one with an open cargo bed. Yet Charlotte climbed aboard without a hint of hesitation, exclaiming, "This is a refreshing experience." Claudia-san, our coachman, skillfully handled the reins. Our usual carriage confined us within its four walls, limiting our view to the world outside through small windows. But now, it was different. Charlotte reveled in the freedom to gaze in any direction and enjoy the passing scenery. It feels liberating compared to our usual carriage. I thought the same. Amazing how Kiara-san and I share the same sentiment. Well, it's only natural once you've experienced this. Even I can appreciate the difference. The dynamics between Charlotte and Kiara had also shifted. Initially, there was an air of tension, more intense rivalry than animosity. But now they acknowledged each other, their friendly competition blossoming into a healthy camaraderie. They make quite the pair. Yes, indeed. Spending time together in the treehouse had undoubtedly influenced their relationship for the better. That much was certain. It reminded me of Kiara's transformation from her initial standoffish demeanor. As we enjoyed their pleasant banter, Hanan and Simone joined in, adding to the lively atmosphere. Soon, we arrived at our destination, the Academy's entrance gate. There a man stood, arms crossed, waiting for us. William-san. I've been waiting. It was William-san, the caretaker of the herb garden. His boyish, sparkling smile upon spotting us confirmed his eagerness. Clearly, he couldn't contain his excitement for the herbs we carried from the medicinal garden. It was a sight that left an impression, one of genuine shock and anticipation. Is that what's on the cargo bed? Yes, please take a look. Okay. William-san promptly inspected the herbs packed on the cargo bed. His expression transformed rapidly. Splendid. He whispered in awe, I've already expected it to be great given that you received approval from the Rimal Company. Such high-quality herbs are rarely found in the market. And to have them in such abundance. He discerned the herb's quality immediately, truly befitting of Williams-san. As a replacement for the herbs you were planning to harvest at the herb garden, these will do just fine, right? Absolutely, wait here. I'll fetch Slaffensan right away, and please turn the carriage toward the garden. William-san dashed off toward the school building, his elation undiminished. I'm glad he liked them. At least we can breathe a sigh of relief. That's a relief. As I relaxed, Charlotte's face unexpectedly came into view. Something about her expression felt off. Until a moment ago, she had been cheerful, but now her complexion was pale. Kiara and Claudia-san, standing nearby, wore similar frozen expressions. What on earth did they see? Following their gaze, I saw a carriage surrounded by several guards. And the emblem painted on that carriage, it was. That's the Blaffer family's crest. Indeed, the carriage belonged to the Blaffer family. But why was it here at the Academy? I had an intensely unpleasant premonition. Chapter 89, Resolute Determination. A carriage from the Blaffer family appeared at the Academy. Though it wasn't clear whether the person inside had entered the school building or was lingering nearby, Charlotte seemed to have a rough idea of who had arrived. Father. Charlotte's father, in other words, the head of the Blaffer family. Was such a prominent figure really here at the Academy? This is bad. I muttered under my breath, hoping no one else would hear. In a way, this situation was more troublesome than running into my cousin Dirk. After all, I hadn't yet revealed to everyone that Charlotte and I were former fiancés. And to complicate matters further, Charlotte herself didn't remember me. Moreover, she bore the emotional scars of our broken engagement, as Claudia-san had informed me. So, broaching the topic had proven difficult. This was an extremely delicate situation. Charlotte, of course, was feeling the pressure. Claudia-san, with her stoic expression, betrayed her anxiety only through a single bead of sweat trickling down her temple. I could tell that she's extremely panicking just from that. Understandable, considering a noble lady had spent the night in a treehouse within the dungeon. And to top it off, her companion was none other than her former fiancé, now a farmer. Had rumors reached his ears? No, acting this swiftly was unusual. Perhaps he had coincidentally visited the Academy for an unrelated matter. Come to think of it. Charlotte? Yes. Isn't your Anasan, the one currently serving in the Night Order, an alumnus of this Academy? Anisama. Why, yes, that's correct, but wait a minute. Charlotte seems to have noticed as well. Most likely, the person in that carriage isn't the head of the Blaffer family. The information spread too quickly for that. If not the head, then the remaining possibility is Charlotte's Anasan. Someone with connections to this academy, Laurence-san, I presume. Laurence-sama, it's quite possible. As soon as it became clear that he wasn't the head, Claudia-san regained her composure. A bit of an abrupt change in attitude, isn't it? Anyway, with this I regained my composure, so I thought. But then... Yes, what is it, Martina? Why does Bale know about Charlotte Chan's Anasan's occupation? Martina's innocent question sent shockwaves through the room. Careless, in my concern over the visitor, I inadvertently let slip. Well, now that you mention it. I'm curious too. I'm also very curious. Sharp glances from Kiara, Hanan, and Simone. And then, you. Charlotte stared at me with a puzzled expression. Unable to bear it, I sought help from Claudia-san with a glance, but she merely nodded in silence. Looks like I'll have to spill everything. As much as I hesitated to keep secrets from everyone, I'll proceed while monitoring Charlotte's emotional state. Taking a deep breath, I began my explanation. Chapter 90, Explanation of Circumstances. Inadvertently, I let slip a crucial detail, and now everyone is aware of the special relationship between Charlotte and me. However, since Charlotte herself has not mentioned anything about me, that aspect remains a point of curiosity. In essence, we find ourselves in a snarky situation where I am privy to our connection, but Charlotte remains oblivious. And so, to provide a comprehensive explanation, not only to Martina and the others, but also to Charlotte, we have Claudia-san, the sole individual besides me who understands the full context, present. Let us succinctly recount the events thus far. Frankly, my knowledge extends only to the fact that Charlotte and I were once engaged. As for the subsequent events leading to the dissolution of our engagement, I remain uninformed. Upon learning of our relationship, the four of them fall into stunned silence. Understandable, they couldn't say a thing. Meanwhile, Charlotte, as one of the parties involved, reacted. So that's how it is. Her expression mirrors my own bewilderment. However, she continues. Somehow, since our recent encounter at the academy, I harbored a vague feeling of maybe. Is that so? Yes, to me, even in my childhood, your presence held great significance. Something has changed in Charlotte's demeanor. An odd calmness settles over her. According to Claudia-san, Charlotte had been despondent since the formal annulment of our engagement. Thus, I had braced myself for inquiries about the reasons behind our broken engagement. But, Charlotte, please don't look so troubled. Charlotte's response diverged significantly from my expectations. In being able to meet you again, that fact alone suffices. Despite her positive words, her expression lacks luster. It almost seems as though she's trying to convince herself. Claudia-san, too, appears to share a similar sentiment. She murmurs Ajao-sama with concern and gently places her slender hand on Charlotte's. In response, Charlotte places her own hand atop Claudia-san's. Something seems amiss. Undoubtedly, Claudia-san is keeping a secret, something significant that cannot be revealed immediately. At that moment, Charlotte. A young man's voice interrupts. Turning toward the source, I see the owner of the voice approaching. He appears to be around 21 or 22 years old. There's a certain resemblance to Charlotte. Could it be? Laurence-sama. Indeed, he is Charlotte's older brother. Why the somber faces? Is something amiss? And you don't appear to be students. What brings you here if you're not? Laurence Blaffer, I recognize him. He's a character from the original fantasy farm story. Chapter 90, 1, Confession. The figure who appeared before us was none other than Laurence Blaffer, Charlotte's elder brother. This Laurence, in the original fantasy farm story, plays a significant role in a certain event. Wait a moment. Even in the game, it was mentioned that Laurence-san had a little sister. That fact alone is not an issue. The problem lies in his feelings towards his sister, Bale Orlando. While I was contemplating this, Laurence-san noticed me. Memories of childhood. When Charlotte and I were still betrothed, I remember meeting Laurence-san. However, his impression of me at that time was not favorable. Even as a child, I could clearly perceive his overt disdain. The reason Laurence-san held such an attitude towards me. Bastard, why are you here? Laurence-san's expression changed drastically. From the calm and kind demeanor just moments ago to a visage as if facing an archenemy. No, considering Laurence-san's personality, such a reaction is not surprising. It's been a while. HMPH. To think you would say such after treating my little sister that way, wait. It seemed Laurence-san remembered something, pausing mid-sentence and placing his hand on his chin in thought. Bale Orlando, I heard you were ousted from the Orlando family. Why yes, that's correct. So now I live by growing vegetables and herbs. So you're practically a farmer. Practically, I am indeed a farmer. I see, now I understand. Having pieced together the information thus far, Laurence-san declared with full confidence. You're trying to worm your way back into nobility by cozying up to Charlotte after breaking off the engagement. No, that's not it. What? So now you regret letting Charlotte go? Well. But I can't say I don't understand your feelings. Because Charlotte is the cutest in the world. Laurence-san is as usual. A young knight with a promising future, expected by all. An ultra-handsome man with a brilliant mind and considerate nature, a perfect superhuman. But when it comes to Charlotte, he instantly turns into a klutz. If I were to describe Laurence-san Blaffer in one word, it would be an ultra-siscon. Anasama, please stop this at once. Finally coming to her senses, Charlotte protested vehemently. I will not be a child forever. But, just yesterday, I went to Bale-san's house on a request from the academy and spent the night. Silly. This is not good. Charlotte, in her haste, she's omitted various details, making it sound like something dubious happened at my house and she's become an adult. I'm about to voice my protest, but judging by everyone's reaction, except for Kiara, who is looking down with ears red as beetroot, the rest seem quite normal. It seems we've been overlooked 3-1. Claudia-san seems to be holding back laughter. I need to do something before this gets out of hand. Chapter 92, The Wrath of Laurence. In an unexpected place, I encountered an unexpected person. In a sense, more troublesome than Dirk. What have you done to my little sister? Laurence-san, consumed by rage. The cause was his little sister, Charlotte. Charlotte, who we had unexpectedly come across this place and stayed in the treehouse last night, explained everything while glossing over the important parts. Consequently, that made me incur the wrath of Laurence-san, a famous siscon in the original game. Shall I behead you? It's no use. There's no atmosphere for discussion here. Then, Hanan and Simone stepped forward to protect me. They seem intent on shielding me, but it's not desirable to cause trouble with the eldest son of the Blaffer family here. Somehow, I must calm down the rampaging Laurence-san and clear up this misunderstanding. At that moment, what's all this commotion? Slaffen-san, having heard of the situation, arrives. Laurence Blaffer. Why are you here? No, I came here on a different matter, but my little sister has been involved with this man. Bale, then there's no need to worry. What do you mean? My daughter is also under his care. In fact, those other three there are living under the same roof as Bale. What? Slaffen-san naturally adds fuel to the fire. Bastard, not only my little sister, but you've also brought so many women in your house. It's a misunderstanding. Indeed, we live together, but it's certainly not the kind of relationship Laurence-san imagines. Though it seems unlikely, he'll take my word for it just by looking at the text. The flame of Laurence-san's anger shows no sign of extinguishing. But here, finally, an ultimatum is issued by a person who could be called our trump card. Please, enough, Oni-sama. If you refuse to listen, then I'll be thinking on what to do. What to do? Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Laurence-san suddenly becomes docile. Well, how about a 1-year ban on conversation, for starters? Even if it's hypothetical, Laurence-san collapses to his knees at Charlotte's pronouncement of punishment, becoming catatonic. Perhaps this is a step forward from his furious state, or should it be seen that way? Good grief, now we might be able to have a proper conversation. Slaffen-san speaks while letting out a big sigh. That's right, that will do. What can I say? You have quite the unique Anasan. Unique, or rather pathologically overprotective, but he is skilled. He's even called the greatest knight in Academy history. Right, he was referred to that way in the game too. After a while, Laurence-san regains consciousness, and with an awkward cough. I lost my composure, my apologies. He tells me, it seems he feels the need to apologize, but knowing who he is, I feel somewhat complicated. Regaining my composure, I was about to continue the conversation when Slaffen-san spoke first. Laurence, what business brings you to this academy? That is, I have business with the headmaster. He stops mid-sentence, as if realizing something. Laurence-san then expresses his wish to discuss further with Slaffen-san in a more private setting. Naturally, we are not needed there, so we decided to leave for today. Oni-sama. Charlotte, let's meet again soon for a proper talk. Bale Orlando, you as well. Laurence-san prioritizes his duties, but what could his business be? It's concerning. Chapter 93, Charlotte's Future. Slaffen-san and Laurence-san entered the school building to discuss. What on earth could have happened? We had no way of knowing, unless perhaps. Charlotte, do you or Claudia-san know anything? It had to be one of these two, but both shook their heads in unison. I overheard from a conversation with father that Anasama has embarked on investigating a major incident, but I do not know the specifics. I am in the same position. I see, but that might mean this incident is related to the recent medicinal herb garden matter. After all, the Mist Witch was behind this incident. In the original work, Fantasy Farm Story, she is set as an extremely difficult character to conquer, that very Mist Witch. It wouldn't be surprising if the Knights were to start an investigation. This could also mean there's a connection to the incidents in Eva Village and Nathan Village. Section. Having delivered the herbs, which was our original purpose, we decided to take Kiara's suggestion to tour the capital before returning to the dungeon. Herein lies a problem. Charlotte stared silently at me. Clearly, she had eyes that seemed to be pleading for an invitation. For me, parting with Charlotte, who had become so well acquainted and blended with everyone, was painful. Although I never learned why she broke off her engagement, speaking as someone who knows her from those times, I can say she is a truly good person. When I return to this academy, I want to talk more leisurely about everything, including the past. Charlotte, this is not a farewell for this lifetime. We will meet again soon. I tried to convey that, but I have decided. With her head bowed, Charlotte murmured something. Unable to hear her clearly, I leaned in closer. I've decided to get together with everyone. Her scream at close range left me in agony. What did she say? Together, wouldn't that be problematic in many ways? Even Laurence-san, her Onasan, had such a flashy reaction. The thought of what would happen if their parents found out was terrifying just to consider. Please, Bale-san. Though Charlotte seemed to speak boldly, her heart was filled with anxiety. Unable to decide on our own, we looked to Claudia-san for guidance. She sighed before speaking. As long as Ajo-sama wishes it so, I, as a maid, have no right to object. That may be true, but it doesn't solve the fundamental issue. At the very least, we must inform her parents. Given our noble status, we cannot simply disappear from the academy without a word. When I mentioned this, Charlotte accepted it more readily than expected. That is true. There will be various procedures required at the academy as well, so please allow me some time. Why, yes. Charlotte spoke as if her relocation was already decided, but I wonder if the head of the Blaffer family would allow it. And so, Charlotte and Claudia-san and we parted ways for now, each heading towards our respective destinations. Chapter 94, Premonition. The incident involving the herb garden has come to a close. However, we haven't reached a fundamental resolution. The primary factor behind this is the Mist Witch. What exactly is her aim in sabotaging the garden? She may also be connected to the two previous incidents before the herb garden case. Her eerie presence cannot be ignored. Through this recent ordeal, the vigilance level of the Night Order has significantly increased. Especially now, with tensions rising between our neighboring kingdom, Foster, and us, the Mist Witch's interference is truly vexing. Unintentionally, we find ourselves entangled in all three cases. Hopefully, we won't attract any undue attention. Section. Back at the underground lake in the dungeon, we assess the state of the farm before preparing dinner. By the way, I explored the capital city afterward. It's still vast. Even though I previously wandered through the morning market, today I attempted to cover the areas I missed back then. Yet ultimately, I couldn't complete the entire circuit. We'll have to continue our tour of the capital next time. Isn't the royal capital unnecessarily wide? Well, you could say it's a manifestation of the nation's power. Especially in the case of the Kingdom of Krentz, their wealth is substantial, so the sheer scale is unavoidable. Hannah calmly responds to Kiara's grumbling. Truly fitting for an Alran. With memories passed down through the ages, she's well versed in global affairs. Well, even if there were a crisis that shook the world, I wouldn't be able to do anything with my current abilities. After all, the sword I possess is the Dragon Tree Sword, a blade specialized for agriculture. Section. Now then, is this about the right spot? I had intended to return to the farm, do some light work, and work up a sweat, but unexpectedly, I got completely absorbed in it. Kiara, who manages the medicinal herbs, seems to be visiting the academy more frequently now, and she's finding it rewarding. Inspired by her, I've been contemplating the future of the farm. For now, let's maintain the current variety of vegetables. Although I hope to expand the types eventually, the current state should suffice. Wiping the sweat from my forehead with my forearm, I noticed Martina and Simone emerging from the treehouse. Dinner is ready. Cheerfully called, Kiara and I promptly responded and headed toward the house. However, Hanan remained still, gazing at the sky through the hole in the ceiling. What's wrong, Hanan? I have a rather peculiar sensation. A peculiar sensation? Well, perhaps I'm overthinking it. Shaking his head, Hanan dismissed his statement. Likely, it was an intuitive feeling that couldn't be adequately expressed in words. But on the flip side, it also meant there was something eerie about it. A sensation only detectable by the Alran. Could it be related to plant matters? Perhaps the Mist Witch has already made her next move. That might be a leap, but it's best to remain vigilant. Tomorrow, I'm planning to visit Gregory-san's company. Maybe I'll casually discuss it then. Chapter 95, Expansion Plans. Visiting Gregory-san's shop was scheduled for the afternoon. So, in the morning, I made my way to the farm to break a sweat. Perhaps it should be a bit bigger. I mused while surveying the fields. Lately, things have been eventful, rewards, if you will. Thanks to that, I was able to work on a lot of things. However, on the flip side, a new challenge had emerged. That is, stable harvest. Our herb garden, overseen by Kiara, now supplied the academy, necessitating an increase in production. Likewise, Simone, in charge of livestock, aimed to expand their numbers. Hence, today's plan involved assessing the farm's condition and gradually scaling up its operations. Indeed, there's still plenty of space around the underground lake. Kiara remarked. True enough, the vicinity of the underground lake offered usable land for farming. However, it was strewn with hard soil and rocks of varying sizes. As it stood, cultivating anything, let alone a proper farm, was a daunting task. That's where the familiar dragon tree sword comes in. With the power of this farming specialized sword, it could transform even the most rugged terrain into fertile soil fit for crops. Moreover, the enchanted holy water seeping from the underground lake enhanced vegetable growth and bestowed top-tier flavor. In hindsight, one could argue that this place was practically a dungeon tailor-made for farming. Well, it had originally been a hidden gem of cheat-level proportions in the game world of fantasy farm story. And there was one more addition I had in mind: the woodmen. Currently, we have 5 woodmen on our farm. I intend to add 5 more, bringing the total to 10. While the Alran Hanan can manipulate plants, as the farm expands, relying solely with just her power might have its limits. In addition, these woodmen will serve as support and guardians during our absence. With the general vision in mind, let's get to work right away. I thrust the dragon tree sword, infused with magic power, into the ground. The previously rugged area around the underground lake began to transform rapidly. The dull brown-black soil soon sprouted a green carpet of grass. It grew swiftly, resembling a lush meadow. Honestly, your power never ceases to amaze. Hanan muttered half-heartedly. Meanwhile, Simone and Martina applauded, exclaiming, amazing. Well, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Next up, the new woodmen. As I prepared for that, the sound of a bell suddenly echoed. It signaled a visitor at the topmost part of the treehouse, essentially the entrance above ground, serving as our doorbell. Who's there? We temporarily halted our work and attended to the guest. Racing up the treehouse, I swung open the front door. There stood 3 young individuals clad in the uniforms of the Royal Knight Order. Bale Orlando, correct. Why, yes. The young knight in the center posed the question, and I responded. And then, there's something we'd like to ask you. Will you come with us? Why? Apparently, I'm being summoned by the Knight Order. Chapter 96, the place I'm invited to. 3 young knights arrived at the treehouse. According to what they said, it seemed they had something to ask me. I can make a rough guess about what they want to inquire about. It's likely related to the series of incidents occurring in Eva Village. Also, the fact that they address me as you instead of all of you. Is the summons for me alone? Yes. The young knight's response was brief. I took a deep breath and turned around. There stood 4 girls, their eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, I'll just have a brief conversation with them. I said so to put everyone at ease. I boarded the carriage prepared by the knights. Most likely, news of the incident involving the Mist Witch had already reached their ears. They weren't arresting me as a suspect. However, considering how everything, from the initial event to the herb garden incident at the academy, was interconnected, they probably wanted to hear my side of the story. And if the Mist Witch was involved, even more so. So, who summoned me? Perhaps someone higher up in the Knight Order. Regardless, I share the same desire to discuss what lies ahead. Who could it be that called for me? Section. The carriage headed toward the royal capital and the castle, following the expected route. Next, I assumed I would be led to the reception room to meet with relevant parties. This way. What? Is something wrong? No, nothing. Unexpectedly, an event occurred here. I had assumed they would guide me to the guest reception room, but apparently it was different. Could it be that I'm meeting with His Majesty the King? No, that's highly unlikely. Various thoughts swirled within me as I was led to this place. The wooden plaque outside the room bore the inscription, Knight Commander's Office. Knight Commander Reginald wishes to speak with you personally. The young knight said so. Reginald, the Knight Commander, I knew him. In the fantasy farm story, he occasionally appeared alongside Laurence, Charlotte's Onison, in the main storyline. And now, it seemed the Knight Commander himself wanted to meet with me. Excuse me. The young knight leading the way knocked on the door. A gruff voice from within responded, Enter. Though the game lacked voice acting, the voice matched my mental image. As I stepped into the room, my eyes fell upon a large oak desk. There sat Knight Commander Reginald. You all may withdraw. Yes. The knight saluted and exited the room. But the pressure in here was intense. Reginald's gaze, like that of a raptor sizing up its prey, sent shivers down my spine. Clearly, this was a seasoned warrior. Apologies for summoning you abruptly. And no, I've heard rumors of you being kicked out of the Orlando family, but I'm glad to see you're holding up well. Everything is thanks to this sword and my comrades. I replied, glancing at the dragon tree sword. Ah, the dragon tree sword. I thought it was mere legend, but to find it's a real weapon is surprising. Despite his intimidating appearance and rough demeanor, Knight Commander Reginald exuded an underlying warmth. It eased my nervousness. Cough, now, shall we get to the heart of the matter? After clearing his throat, Knight Commander Reginald moved on to the main topic. Chapter 97, Request. Why did I call you here today? You should already have an idea why, right? Knight Commander Reginald spoke in a very disingenuous way. To tell the truth, too many ideas. Ha, you're quite straightforward. Knight Commander Reginald chuckled. Well, it's true. The most recent one is facing off against the Mist Witch in connection with the school's herb garden. If this organization has any reason to set their sights on me, that one has the highest possibility. Or perhaps do they find me suspicious? Rest assured, I'm not doubting you. Knight Commander Reginald easily saw through my thoughts, impressive, as expected of the top guy of the Knight Order. There have been a series of incidents that have attempted to bring down this country, including the herb plantation incident at the Bestow Academy. Those who did them have actually been identified, except for the ringleader. Only the foot soldiers get caught. Knight Commander Reginald, explaining the situation, wore a genuinely frustrated expression. Honestly, it's hard to say, but it feels like the knights are completely ensnared in the enemy's trap. Their responses are consistently one step behind. In all honesty, our Knight Order is also at a loss when it comes to dealing with them. Knight Commander Reginald scratched his chin, looking a bit embarrassed, but he's surprisingly forthright. Perhaps the answer lies in why he called me here. This time, I've summoned you for a specific reason. We need your cooperation. Cooperation? To get to the bottom of the case, and to find out who's behind it. To achieve that, Knight Commander Reginald wants to enlist my help, but even if he asks me, I'm afraid I can't do much. While I've been involved in various events, I can't fight enemies with the dragon tree sword. When it comes to small fry monsters, sure, but facing a heavyweight like the Mist Witch is impossible. I'd just be a liability. However, it seems that Knight Commander Reginald's idea of cooperation is slightly different from what I had in mind. For combat matters, leave it to us professionals. Your role will be to feed us information from the surroundings. Information. That's right. In fact, we've requested assistance from others besides you. They'll assume the position of special knights and nominally become part of our Knight Order. Knight Order. I have no intention of joining a Knight Order at this late stage, but leaving those guys alone isn't a wise move either. While my abilities are limited, I might be able to assist with aspects like gathering information. I decided to accept this request. Knight Commander Reginald's words, who said that I could go on with my life as usual, serve as further encouragement for this decision. And so, while maintaining my farmer's duties, I became a special knight, cooperating with the Knight Order. Chapter 98 Special Knight. Knight Commander Reginald had appointed me as a special knight. But truth be told, it didn't quite resonate with me. In the original work, Fantasy Farm Story, such a job didn't exist. Not in those exact terms, at least. Unlike regular knights, special knights' training didn't revolve around swordsmanship. Instead, they carry out their usual daily jobs and, if necessary, provide information or take on missions that make use of their jobs. I received a briefing on the compensation and other terms, and let me tell you, it's quite lucrative. Understandable, considering the inherent risks. Oh, and they handed me a badge, a proof that I'm a special knight. My role, however, comes with a conditional clause. When the time comes. So, for now, I remain in a somewhat freestanding position, waiting for that moment. But with that freedom comes the possibility of being targeted by someone. As of now, my abilities with the Dragon Tree Sword are limited to evading or stalling. Against a formidable foe like the Mist Witch, I'd be defenseless. Well, we do have combat-specialized allies like Martina and Simone. If I team up with them, we should be fine. But as a man, perhaps I should explore ways to increase my combat options. Section. After returning to the farm, I promptly reported this development to my team. Special Knight, that's incredible. Martina was the first one to react. As an adventurer in the swordsman role, she had knowledge about the Knight Order. It seemed she was well aware of what being a special knight entailed. I've always thought about this, that Bale Dono is cut out to be a knight. Martina's excitement was palpable. Whether her reaction was typical or a result of her unique high energy, I couldn't quite tell at this stage. Simone, not well versed in matters related to knights, and Hanan, who seemed disinterested, both responded with a casual "sounds good. We'll support you." Now, the real curiosity lay with Kiara. She was likely the closest to the Knight Order among our group, so I expected a more specific opinion from her. And her conclusion was, "I think it's a good idea." Agreement. I've met Knight Commander Reginald a few times. He has a keen eye for people. Gregory-san from the Rimal Company should have been scouted for that role too. Gregory-san. Yes, but he's a much busy man, so he probably declined. Well, that makes sense. Gregory-san hardly ever takes time off after all. By the way, William-san, who manages the herb garden at the academy, was also an active special knight. What, really? He seems busy in his own right. If you've become a special knight, you'll likely receive a briefing. Your daily life won't change much. Essentially, you'll report anything relevant within the scope of your work. And if the Knight Order's operations require it, you'll be asked to contribute depending on your expertise. Given that my farming specialization isn't directly applicable to the Knight Order, information sharing will likely be my main role. In addition, I guess they added Simone's formidable water dragon abilities as mine. Of course, I can't rely on my dragonkin companions entirely. We still have a lot of things yet to know about dragonkins. In any case, I've now informed everyone about the special knight matter. Now, let's see how Charlotte's relocation plans are progressing. Chapter 99, Charlotte again. I had been appointed as a special knight by the Knight Order, but there was little noticeable change in my daily life. Today, I energetically began expanding the farm from early morning. Simone released the livestock from the barn for grazing, while Hanan managed the crops and was assisted by Simone after. Meanwhile, Kiara and Martina set off on a dungeon exploration. Daily life as usual. Despite the title of knight attached to me, there was no need for special training or distant expeditions. My role was to only provide information and support within the scope of my daily life. Currently, they were fervently pursuing the mastermind behind a series of disturbances. If the mysterious Mist Witch was involved, they couldn't afford to ignore it any longer. Moreover, there seemed to be an even deeper puppeteer behind the Mist Witch. They wanted to break free from the current state of complete uncertainty. Phew, this should do. Thanks to the power of the Dragon Tree Sword, we had secured additional space for raising livestock and expanded the farm. Now that my task is done, I plan to return to the treehouse, so I call out Hanan and Simone. However, at that moment, two figures came running toward me with great urgency. Who's that? Few knew the route from the dungeon entrance to this location, and those who knew are not here. Martina and Chiara, have they already returned? Usually, they would linger until late afternoon, but today seemed unusually early. As I recall, Martina had prepared their customary bento could one of them be injured. What's wrong, both of you? I hurried over, only to be met with unexpected words. We forgot. It was Chiara who shouted, we forgot. Tomorrow marks the end of the first semester at the academy. What? What does that mean? I calmed down the flustered Chiara and listened to her explanation. The academy she attended divided the year into 2 semesters, with a month-long break in between. And that extended break was starting the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow was the last day of the first semester, and all students were obligated to attend the closing ceremony. This is bad. I still have various assignments to submit. Chiara's face turned pale as she tried to head back to the treehouse. Martina assured her, shouting, "We'll definitely make up for it." And then, as if adding to the chaos, someone arrived. Sorry to kept you waiting. The newcomer made the already noisy situation even more chaotic. It was Charlotte, my former fiancée, who had been planning to move here, along with her personal maid, Claudia-san. They entered through the top floor of the treehouse and descended to the underground lake. "I've convinced father, and we're going to move here," Charlotte declared triumphantly, but our reactions were subdued. "Wait, why is everyone so unresponsive?" That's... I apologize, Charlotte. I'm not really in the mood for that." Chiara's intense expression made Charlotte flinch momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "Oh my, Chiara-san. Why are you in such a hurry? It's unbecoming of a lady. Do you know that tomorrow is the closing ceremony?" Hi. With Chiara's single remark, Charlotte's expression changed completely. It seemed she had forgotten too. And so, Charlotte and Claudia-san joined our treehouse as new members. Chapter 100, Invitation. Chiara and Charlotte barely managed to complete their submission assignments, ensuring their attendance at the closing ceremony. Consequently, both of them headed to the academy early this morning. The 4 of us, including myself, were scheduled to visit the trading company and deliver crops to Gregory-san. Since school activities would end in the morning, we planned to join them on our way back and perhaps do some shopping in the town of Dresden. While waiting for the 2 to arrive, we passed the time at the designated meeting spot, the trading company. Here, a portion of items purchased from adventurers was displayed. Although it didn't rival specialized stores, the variety and affordability made it an attractive option. Some customers specifically sought out these goods. "Martina, maybe it would be fun to try on those kinds of undergarments once in a while, right?" Undergarments? These hardly qualify as undergarments." Why? The 3 girls enthusiastically discussed a topic that made it difficult for me, a male, to join in. Feeling somewhat out of place, I absent-mindedly examined weapons like swords and axes, items I had no real need to see. Ha. With so many girls around, you must feel a bit uncomfortable, young man. Gregory-san showed up along with his hearty laughter. But it's heartwarming to see everyone having fun. Indeed, and what about you? Me? You're an impressive hard worker, but are you taking proper rest? Rest? Well, I hadn't taken any at all. I recalled that Chiara and Charlotte's school would be on an extended break for about a month. Although they didn't need such a lengthy vacation, a few days off might be nice. This is a good opportunity. How about taking a leisurely break? Leisurely? For instance, how about a trip? Trip, Our livelihoods are gradually stabilizing, and by supplying vegetables and herbs to both the Rimal Company and the Academy, we've secured a steady income. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to witness this world firsthand with my own eyes. As the word trip stirred excitement within me, in that case, why don't I invite you to our vacation villa? Charlotte, who had returned from the Academy, interjected into our conversation. A vacation villa. It's located on a small island within the kingdom's territorial waters. We'll stay there for about a week and enjoy a vacation. Yes, I've heard of it. The Orlando family has a mountain villa, while the Blaffer family owns a seaside villa. The latter is renowned for its gem-like beautiful ocean, attracting numerous tourists from the mainland as a resort destination. However, the Blaffer family's villa is situated on an isolated island. In other words, it boasts a completely private beach. What do you think? A fully private beach, exquisite seafood meals, you won't regret it. That's a tempting offer, but is it really okay? No problem. Claudia-san chimed in, looking at Charlotte and me. This woman truly appears out of thin air. In truth, due to the busy schedules of Lord and Lady Blaffer, they won't be able to visit the island this year. Also, upon witnessing the Ajao-sama nearly on the verge of tears, the two of them decided. You don't have to say that much. I see. That's how it is. Thank you for the invitation, Charlotte. I'd love to go. Then, let's prepare right away. Charlotte's excitement soared. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. Chapter 101, An Ominous Shadow. So far, we had been diligently working to get the dungeon farm running smoothly, and it was safe to say that our goal had been nearly achieved. Though not exactly a reward, Gregory-san had kindly advised us to take occasional breaks, and we decided to heed his words. Our destination was a remote island managed by the Blaffer family. Apparently, there was a villa there. However, according to Claudia-san, every year during the long summer break, her ladyship's family spent time at the villa. But this year, her parents couldn't make it due to work commitments. As a result, they were allowed to visit the villa in their place. Hey, shall we go buy swimsuits? Sounds good. I shall accompany you as well. I've swum in the sea in my dragon form before, but wearing a swimsuit is a first. As for me, I've never directly laid eyes on the sea itself. Although we had been to various places before, this would be our first outing not related to work. We are only going to enjoy ourselves. No pressure, no expectations. It wasn't often they could venture outside so carefree. As we were preparing to head to the Blaffer family's villa, I asked Claudia-san about the island. Well, men basically don't carry that much, so we're far quicker to prepare compared to girls. The island doesn't have a specific name. It was told it was built during the time of the third-generation patriarch. 3 generations ago, it's been around for quite a while. There's a noble family, called the Laurences, who have a close relationship with the previous generation. They also own a villa on the island, so it's likely influenced by their presence. Hehe, being easily influenced by others is kind of surprising, isn't it? When we received the news that the master and mistress wouldn't be coming, Ajao-sama looked as if the world was ending. She was that upset, huh? Well, one could imagine why. It's understandable. After all, her whole family spends time together on that island every year. True weight, together as a family. Something felt off, as if he were forgetting something. Oh, what about Laurence-san? Laurence? Ah yes, Laurence-sama. Did she genuinely forget just now? If it's Laurence-sama, he's currently on an expedition to the Eastern Plains. Is that so? Yes, so I sent a letter. A letter? Yes. I wrote, she'll be spending sweet moments with Bale-sama at our usual island. The content was a bad idea, or rather, fabricated. Not just for me, but for Martina, Chiara, and the usual crew who would be on board. Sending such a letter to Laurence-san, who dotes on his little sister Charlotte. Rest assured, Bale-sama. Laurence-sama is far to the east, engaged in joint exercises with a foreign knight order. It's impossible for him to skip that and come to the island. Is that so? What was this feeling? It smelled like an incredibly terrible flag. Still, I couldn't back out now, especially when everyone was so excited. I guess I can only trust Claudia-san's words, though he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Chapter 102, Preparing for Vacation. Before embarking on our vacation at the island owned by the Blaffer family, there's something we must do first. That is, choosing swimsuits, and so we made our way to the clothing store in Dreesen Town to purchase swimwear. However, as a man, my options are rather limited. My choices shouldn't be as much as the girls. To begin with, I'm not interested in fashion. If it fits, that's good enough for me, and I prefer affordable choices. In contrast, let the ladies put their full effort into selecting their swimsuits. Martina, Chiara, and Simone were all pondering. They meticulously checked each option. As for Charlotte, she had already prepared hers. However, she wanted to see what others chose, so she was following along with Claudia-san to browse some swimwear. Wait, where's Hanan? My gaze swept the area and quickly found her. Moo. Hanan wore a troubled expression, but her eyes were fixed on something. Following her line of sight, there is a swimsuit, but... that's... Oh. Does Bale appreciate the appeal of this swimsuit too? Hanan noticed my presence and began explaining with delight. You see, It's written right here. This swimsuit is specifically designated for water magic practice at a prestigious magic academy. A school-designated swimsuit. It boasts both functional elegance and refined design. And the deep blue color is simply exquisite. Yes, I'm quite fond of it. I've decided to purchase this swimsuit. Functional elegance. Isn't that a school swimsuit? While it's hard to believe such a concept exists in this world, the design was unmistakable. Quite the unexpected coincidence, I thought. But then again, I recall that the game Fantasy Farm Story featured swimsuits among its items. I never thought that of all people, Hanon would choose it. Well, in my case, I don't think anyone should choose it. Hanon-chan, have you made your decision? Just now, is that Martina's swimsuit? Why, yes. Martina shyly revealed a one-piece swimsuit. Next, Simone presented a bikini. Well, considering Simone's top status in certain measurements, it's probably more comfortable for her. This is mine. Kiara held up a cute swimsuit adorned with white frills. It suits her style perfectly. Bale Dono, have you decided? As for me. You're wearing one, right? Of course. As if waiting for this moment, Claudia-san interjected. For a brief second, some of the girls wore genuinely surprised expressions, but once they realized it was a joke, they breathed a sigh of relief. And so, with swimsuits prepared, we're finally setting off for the island tomorrow. Chapter 103, Interlude: The Brother and His Sister Complex. In the vast eastern plains of the continent, joint exercises are held several times a year between the Knight Orders of the Kingdom of Krentz and the friendly Kingdom of Foster. Among these exercises, the most exciting are the combat simulations between knights from each order. Representatives of each Knight Order are chosen to compete, showcasing their skills. And among them stands a knight who shines particularly bright. He is Laurence Blaffer, a member of the Krentz Kingdom Knight Order. Even now, he crosses swords with the young ace of the Foster Kingdom Knight Order, Phil. In terms of both speed and power, Laurence overwhelms his opponent. Ha! Gua! His decisive blow sends Phil flying, and the sword slips from his grasp. Cheers erupt from both sides. Truly, Laurence Dono's swordsmanship is remarkable. Though he's relatively new to our ranks, there's already talk of him becoming the next Knight Order commander. His strength certainly warrants it. Our Phil isn't weak either. In fact, he's considered a once-in-a-decade prodigy. But Laurence of Krentz Kingdom is a once-in-a-century talent. Both Knight Orders shower Laurence with praise. Yet, he walks straight toward the fallen Phil and extends a gentle hand. Are you all right? Why, yeah, you got me. It's my complete defeat. Thought I had a chance this time. Indeed, your speed and power have improved since our last encounter. I'm very impressed. Maybe I'll catch up in the next exercise. We'll see. I won't slack off in my training either. You won't surpass me easily. Aiming higher still are we. I'm no match for you. Laurence and Phil firmly shake hands, their rivalry witnessed by the knights around them. Applause spontaneously erupts. What gentlemanly behavior! And Phil's determination to keep improving, without complacency, is commendable. After watching the two fresh young men fight, some other knights step onto the training ground. Laurence wipes his sweat with a towel handed to him by a newly recruited knight. He then settles into a chair provided by the same recruit. My bad. And no worries, it's nothing. Haha, don't be so nervous. We're comrades in the same Knight Order. I'm looking forward to working with you. Why, yes. The new recruit nods happily at Laurence, who draws attention from those around him. But then, oh, that's right. What's going on? A letter arrived for Laurence Sama. A letter? Yes, it's from a woman named Claudia. Claudia, the exclusive maid of his beloved little sister, Charlotte. She has never sent him a letter before. Perhaps could something significant have happened to his little sister? Concerned, Laurence accepts the letter from the recruit and immediately checks its contents. Silence hangs for a while to the point that the newcomer started saying, no, after sensing something is wrong. But the gentle expression Laurence wore just moments ago transforms into a stern visage, leaving the recruit startled and speechless. Son of a bitch. Clutching the letter tightly, Laurence rises with determination and heads straight for Reginald, the Knight Order commander. Chapter 104, To the Port Town. After making preparations for our swimsuits, we stopped by the Rimal Company. There, we reported our vacation plans to Gregory-san. It's a good idea. Take a proper rest and refresh yourselves. he said with his usual hearty laughter. Jennifer, the receptionist, bid us farewell with a cheerful, "Bring back some souvenirs." Back at the treehouse in the dungeon, we decided to rest early for tomorrow. The reason being that the distance we would cover was longer than any place we had visited so far, and it was expected to take quite some time. Since we will leave early tomorrow, let's have our meals, take a bath, and then go straight to bed. All 6 of them responded in agreement. By the way, Charlotte and Claudia San's rooms were on the 4th floor. Their respective private rooms are adjacent to each other as proposed by Charlotte. A maid's priority is being close to her lady, me. It's only natural. However, right after that, well, there are days when she can't sleep unless I'm with her. You're not supposed to say that, desuwa. Eh? Is that so? Claudia San was clearly playing dumb. She's talented and loyal to the Blaffer family, but sometimes her treatment of Charlotte seems a bit messy. Well, let's leave that aside for now. With the new rooms settled, we'll rest our bodies today and prepare for tomorrow. Section. The next morning, the azure sky, as if mirroring our excitement for our first vacation, peeked through the hole directly above the underground lake. Perfect weather, ideal for a long journey. Under the clear sky, we leisurely advanced in the carriage, savoring nature. Our destination, a port town in the eastern part of the continent. This town belonged to the Blaffer family's domain, and they owned several ships. Our plan was to borrow one of them for our journey to the island. Fortunately, the Blaffer family had close ties with many sailors, so we could set sail whenever needed. By the way, Charlotte had also arranged our land-based transportation, the carriage. I thought we could also keep horses here. Indeed, this location allowed for it. However, maintaining horses required grazing space. Since we were currently expanding our facilities, we needed to build stables and grazing areas. Wait, I'm already thinking about work when I should be resting. I need to reflect on that. After a light breakfast, we packed our belongings into the carriage. Charlotte and Claudia San seemed to have already given instructions to carry necessary items and had them transported to the villa so they're empty-handed. "Please hop in," Claudia San, our coachwoman, urged. We climbed into the carriage. With 5 of us aboard, it was a bit cramped, but there was no helping it. And so, having made all the necessary preparations, we set off toward the Blaffer family's secluded island villa. Chapter 105, Setting Sail. Awaiting us at the harbor was a fully prepared sailing ship, ready for departure. This ship is quite large. We'll also transport the necessities for our life there at the same time. Claudia San's explanation made sense. Indeed, a remote island villa is not a place one frequently goes to. Perhaps it is visited 2 or 3 times a year. Although the staff periodically checks the villa, they don't stay overnight, so keeping provisions there permanently isn't feasible. According to rumors, other maids arrived a few days ago to clean the villa and make other preparations. Meanwhile, the 4 girls were completely enchanted by the vastness and beauty of the sea. The sea breeze feels delightful. The weather is clear, no complaints. Swimming would be so refreshing. Even Simone's massive frame seems dwarfed here. Everyone's spirits were high. Charlotte, having been here many times, was more accustomed. Now, that island you see over there is our destination. It holds even more breathtaking sceneries. She was the most enthusiastic. After loading our belongings onto the ship, we set sail. The voyage would take about an hour, and most of us were experiencing it for the first time, adding to the excitement. Amazing! It's much faster than I expected. Usually I fly through the skies, so this is refreshing. I've never been on a ship before. Except for Kiara, who had sailing experience, the rest of us gathered at the edge, gazing out at the sea. Kiara, observing this, remarked, "Everyone's like children," but she clearly wanted to join in. She should have just jumped right in. By the way, Charlotte had a similar reaction and missed joining Martina and the others who were genuinely enjoying themselves. Truly kindred spirits, those two. And at that moment, I witnessed Claudia San conversing with another maid aboard the ship. Her expression was somber. Unmistakably, she just received some bad news. "Ayano, Claudia San, is something wrong?" "Bale sama. Well, something in terms, no, I mean, things have become quite troublesome." "Are, didn't she almost say it was interesting just now?" "So what happened?" "It seems Laurence sama has cut short the joint exercises and is heading this way." "Laurence san. In that case, he must be concerned about the contents of that letter after all." Rest assured, Bale-sama. Huh. I'll ensure that your sweet moments with Charlotte-sama remain undisturbed. Wait, what's this schemer saying? Just as I was about to interject. Well, for Laurence-sama, who's been working tirelessly since joining the knighthood and hasn't had a proper break, spending time on this island. His first since childhood will be a good rest. Ahem. Was that the plan all along? Comforting Charlotte, who feels lonely due to her absent parents, and simultaneously worrying about Laurence-san, who's become workaholic. Well, it seems I'll enjoy it too. A situation where wishes come true. Though I can't be certain if he'll even make it here in time, well, maybe there's no need to think so negatively. And so, as we continued, we finally arrived at the island. Our vacation was about to begin. Chapter 106, The Beautiful Island. Upon arriving at the island, we were promptly guided to the villa. The maids and sailors who had accompanied us on the boat were unloading cargo, but when I offered to help, they politely declined, saying, "Today, you are our esteemed guests." Back in the Orlando family days, being treated this way was commonplace. However, since I started living with everyone in the treehouse, I found myself naturally taking on various tasks. It surprised me how much I had changed. Nevertheless, I decided to graciously accept their words and leave things in their capable hands. Now, about this island. Wow! Stepping ashore, I was once again struck by its breathtaking beauty. The smooth sand beach and the sparkling blue sea that looks like it's covered in jewels that stretched out before us. And to top it off, this island belonged solely to the Blaffer family. No one else was here. It was our very own private beach. We headed toward the villa to prepare for a day of swimming. The villa was a 5-minute walk from the dock. The staff had arrived a few days earlier to clean and prepare everything, so it felt just like home. Upon entering, we were promptly shown our respective rooms. But then, what about my room? For some reason, Claudia-san didn't mention my room. There's no need for that. What do you mean? Wouldn't it be acceptable for Bale-sama to share a room with Charlotte-sama? Even Charlotte herself was surprised. It seemed she hadn't been informed beforehand, caught completely off guard. Naturally, those who disagree with this proposal showed up one after another. First, Chiara led the charge with fervent protests, followed hesitantly by Martina and Simone. Hanan, initially indecisive, eventually sided with the opposition after a whispered conversation with Chiara. Well, even from my perspective, that seems a bit problematic or premature. Charlotte, too, gently opposed the idea, prompting Claudia-san to retract with, maybe next time. But what next time? Well, leaving that aside, we had come all this way to the sea. I decided to change into my swimsuit and enjoy the beach to the fullest. Or so I thought, but the ladies' preparations seemed to drag on longer than expected. I understood that men and women took different amounts of time, but this was getting a bit excessive, wasn't it? Claudia-san, after assessing the situation, suggested that I head to the beach ahead of them. So I went ahead, setting up umbrellas and carrying our belongings. By the way, this sea is truly beautiful. The mainland side has become a resort area. It's a point of pride in this region. Indeed, with such a stunning sea, it could easily be marketed. As we gazed at the ocean together, waiting, voices approached from behind. Apparently, everyone had finished their preparations and moved over to join us. Feeling impatient from the wait, I turned to say something like, "You're late," but the sight before me stole my breath away, and whatever words I had in mind vanished in that very moment. Chapter 107, Unveiling. Sorry to keep you waiting. Martina, who had taken the lead and sprinted over, waved her hand as she spoke. However, her words didn't quite reach me. Strictly speaking, I had other things on my mind. 5 girls appeared. Their faces were familiar, but simply donning swimsuits transformed their impressions. Somehow, an otherworldly quality emanated from them. Bale-sama. What? Suddenly, Claudia-san addressed me. First impressions matter here. When everyone arrives, start by showering them with compliments. Shower them with compliments. Any small thing will do, keep it simple. If you can add a few words, even better. Ayan. Now quickly. It felt like a life or death struggle, but indeed, in situations like this, one should praise women. After all, they had put so much thought into choosing those swimsuits. Martina. Yes. The swimsuit suits you well. Yes, it's cute. Wah. Martina blushed instantly upon hearing my words and froze. Whether that was the right response or not, I couldn't judge. But Claudia-san, who was nearby, nodded approvingly, so I probably got it right. Honestly, I'm not accustomed to complimenting women, so I just told them what I thought. Well, that's pretty good considering it's Bale. Thank you. Indeed, a fair assessment. Well, I don't feel too bad. Those reactions, did I mess up? No, it was a resounding success. It's the best possible result you can get. Honestly, I never expected you to go this far. You'll become an extraordinary farmer who leaves women in tears in the future. What do you mean? Though I didn't quite grasp the meaning, I'll take it as a compliment. With the parasols now set up, we thoroughly enjoyed the sea. Simone transformed into her dragon form and ventured out onto the open water, while the rest of us played in the shallows, swimming, splashing, and having a blast. Claudia-san, our caretaker, watched from a distance in her maid uniform. When I asked why she wasn't changing into a swimsuit to join the fun, she replied, "I see, so even someone older like me is within your range of attack." She deftly evaded the question. However, we're content just watching Charlotte Tajosama enjoy herself. She said those with gentle eyes, probably because that's her honest feelings, and it seemed the other servants felt the same way. The maids unloading cargo and the sailors all gazed at Charlotte with serene expressions. Charlotte is truly cherished. Come to think of it, even the elder brother, Laurence-san, dotes on her. Wah. Is something wrong, Bale-sama? Well, I suddenly feel an intense chill. Chill? Yes, I have a premonition that something extraordinary is approaching. I hope it's just my imagination. Chapter 108, Happening. We thoroughly enjoyed the sea. Abandoning all thoughts, without deep contemplation, we executed every whim that crossed our minds. Occasionally, the thought of work would flit through my mind. Speaking of the sea, there's watermelon splitting. But in this world, do we even have watermelons? It seems unlikely this year, so perhaps next year. Come to think of it, the next season is autumn. When we return to the dungeon, I plan to cultivate new crops. However, the sight of everyone frolicking in their swimsuits quickly snapped me back to reality. No time for such thoughts. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Maintaining a balance between work and play was crucial for smooth progress. I had to etch everyone's swimsuit-clad forms into my memory. With this change of heart, I joined everyone in enjoying the sea until dusk. As darkness began to settle, the maids and sailors were nowhere in sight. The ship would return to this island around noon tomorrow, so we could take it easy until then. It was so much fun. Yes, we had a blast. The sea isn't half bad. Fufu, isn't that right? Show your gratitude to me. Clearly, everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, with fully bright expressions on their faces. It seems like having spent some time away from daily routine had a nice relaxing effect. Now, how about a bath before dinner? Agreed. Following Claudia-san's suggestion, the 5 of girls headed toward the bath. I intended to join them, but a slight problem arose. Excuse me, we don't have separate baths for men and women here. WL, of course. Yes, so why don't you go all in together? Their faces stiffened. Well, that proposal was a bit too much, even for them. No, Claudia-san, that's a bit too much, isn't it? It's just a maid joke. Really? You looked pretty serious about it. Anyway, for the bath, I'll let the 5 girls go first, and I'll take it later. Don't drink the leftover bathwater. It would be a waste to ruin dinner. I wouldn't drink it. It's a maid joke. I can't tell what's real and what's a joke anymore. For now, I returned to the room prepared for me and decided to think about our future activities while waiting for the others to finish their baths. Even when I come to a place like this, I can't seem to get work off my mind. But this is a job I can enjoy. That alone makes a world of difference. I'm grateful for that. And about an hour after I started thinking, Bale-sama, the bath is ready. Claudia-san came to fetch me herself. Thank you. I replied and headed to the bathroom with my clothes in hand. According to Charlotte, it's a beautiful bath that they're proud of, so I'm looking forward to it. I quickly undressed in the dressing room and headed into the Blaffer family's famous bath. And then, I could see a faint silhouette of a person through the rising steam. No way, is someone else still in there? Is this a trap? A chance encounter in the bath? That's not something a maid joke can cover up. I should just jump out, but various thoughts were slowing me down. As the steam cleared, I saw who was there. "I've been waiting for you, Bale Orlando." It was Laurence-san, standing naked in a sumo wrestler's stance. Chapter 109, Naked Camaraderie, Completely Wholesome. As I was about to step into the bath, I was met by Laurence-san, standing there completely naked in a sumo wrestler's stance. After staring at each other for a while. "Sorry, wrong room." I said that and headed back to the dressing room. I needed some time to clear my head. Why was Laurence-san, who was supposed to be on an expedition, here in the bath ahead of me? Was he waiting for the girls to finish bathing somewhere? What was his purpose in the first place? Speaking of things that will get him involved with me, there's only one possibility: Charlotte. According to Claudia's letter, it seems you've seemed to be doing some pretty wild stuff with Charlotte while I was away. And no way. What did she write in that letter? Normally, I would have struck you down, but I can't afford to have another talking ban issued if I get too carried away. And I'm not even sure if no life will be lost this time. So he's done this before. So this time, we're just going to be engaged in surveillance. Surveillance. Of course, I'll be watching both you and Charlotte. Anyway, I don't mind you get along with all the other girls. His love for Charlotte is incredible. I don't have any siblings, so I don't really understand where that passion comes from, but I can definitely sense the protective instincts of an Onasan trying to shield his little sister. Why, yes, sir, I'll keep that in mind. Good, now to change the subject. Yes. I heard you're running a farm in a dungeon. That was an unexpected topic. Yeah, I am. Actually, the other day, a merchant from another continent visited the Night Order. He was accompanied by a lot of women, just like someone I know. Is that so? He was clearly referring to me with that tone. Anyway, he's a strange man. He's a merchant but also a magic sword wielder. And he's quite skilled at it too. Really? Laurence-san is known as one of the strongest members of the Night Order. For him to praise someone so openly, he must be a truly remarkable person. He was asked to join the Night Order, but he declined. It's a shame. With his skills, he could easily become a knight captain. Why, yeah. Oh, sorry. I got off track. Anyway, this merchant apparently also visited the Rimal Company, and he tried some of the vegetables you cultivated. My vegetables? Yeah, apparently. They tasted good and also restored mana and stamina, which caught the attention of our Knight Commander, Knight Commander Reginald. Knight Commander Reginald, who had appointed me as a special knight, was interested, which means he'd like you to supply those vegetables to the Night Order's cafeteria. The Night Order's cafeteria, you say? Yes. I've already spoken to the Rimal Company. I was actually planning to visit you after returning from the expedition, but we've had an unexpected early reunion. I thought I'd ask you about it while I was here on surveillance duty. More like he should be doing surveillance on the side. But if he's already spoken to Gregory-san, there's no reason for me to refuse. I'd be happy if the vegetables I grow could help the knights who are burning with the mission to protect the country. I understand. I'll accept the offer. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just surprised that you agreed so easily. I'm happy to be of help to those who are risking their lives to protect the country. I see. Laurence-san then gestured. Well, get in the bath. And the two of us soaked in the hot springs, enjoying the breathtaking view while healing our fatigue. Maybe we're starting to get along. Chapter 110, Siblings. After our bath, it was time for the eagerly anticipated dinner. As it turns out, while we were playing in the sea, the sailors collaborated to bring us a bounty of seafood, as Claudia-san informed me. Not only for Charlotte, the daughter of the Blaffer family, but also to entertain us, the guests. Truly a gracious gesture. The seafood, caught by the seamen, was skillfully prepared by the Blaffer household maids. Now an array of exquisite dishes adorned our table. Amazing. Absolutely. It's hard to decide where to start. I've never tasted dishes like these before. As a dragon, I usually just swallow my food whole, so this is a delightful experience. The dungeon farm has a big underground lake, so we fish and get fish there, which Martina will then cook for us, so it's not like we never had the chance of eating fish at all. However, the ocean fish is something else entirely. And this time, we have an assortment of shellfish, squid, and other marine delicacies. We can enjoy the taste of the sea, which we never had before. Fufufu. This is the pride of the Blaffer family's seafood cuisine. Indeed, and our maids continue to impress with their culinary skills. They truly are exceptional. After all, we can only eat this once a year. Right now, speaking of which. Yes. What is it, Charlotte? Why is Onasama here? Finally, Charlotte noticed Laurence-san's presence. Well, perhaps she had known all along, but her instincts resisted acknowledging it. Surely not. You didn't skip the night orders expedition, did you? Not at all. I obtained proper permission. I said an urgent matter arose that requires immediate resolution, so I must return home at Ankh. You're being overly dramatic. Indeed, his choice of words could easily lead to misunderstandings. And come to think of it, why was he waiting in the bath completely naked? Was there any reason for that? But I digress. Really, I was looking forward to enjoying today with my new friends. Don't say that. It's a joy as your brother to see you making friends. However, do you remember those who approached you because they wanted the Blaffer family name? Charlotte fell silent. Seeing Claudia-san subtly elbow Laurence-san in the back of his head, it was clear that this was a topic she didn't want to discuss. But somehow, I can imagine what it's about. Laurence-san's overprotectiveness might be the cause. Chiara, who attends the same academy, touched upon this delicate subject. At least none of us are interested in the Blaffer family name. Though we might want to hang out with you or something. Chiara. Her words were typical of Chiara, awkward but heartfelt. Yet her sentiments echoed what all of us felt. Myself, Martina, Hanan, Simone, we all shared the same feelings. Now, let's eat while it's still warm. Charlotte, her emotions a mix of embarrassment and joy, turned away from us to avoid eye contact and began to enjoy the meal. Shall we join her? Leading the way, I spoke, and everyone followed suit. For now, let's savor this time of simple enjoyment to our heart's content. Chapter 111, After the Vacation. The Blaffer household maids had prepared a variety of dishes using fresh seafood, skillfully crafted to perfection. The food was something we, who live in a dungeon, a place with no connection to the sea, are not accustomed to eating, but the taste was superb. Delicious. Absolutely. Chiara and Simone devoured the dishes with wide smiles. Hanan, in her usual manner, watched over them with a good grief expression while eating her own meal. Meanwhile, Martina enjoyed the food, but also took the opportunity to inquire about the cooking techniques from the maids. What? I didn't know you can season food like that. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself as well. How do you find the Blaffer family's renowned cuisine? It's incredibly delicious, Charlotte. That's good to hear, Charlotte said, visibly pleased. According to a discreet tip from Claudia-san, she herself found the food prepared by the maids to be very tasty, but she was very worried whether we, her guests, would like it too. Well, it's only natural. Our maids are trained to produce top-quality flavors, no matter what they prepare. Laurence-san chimed in, looking quite content himself. After the satisfying meal, tea time commenced. As we sipped our delightful tea, casual conversations flowed. Among the topics discussed was the night orders mess hall, a subject Laurence-san had requested input on. While it felt a bit odd to bring work-related discussions into this relaxed setting, since it was the client's question, I'll answer it to the best of my knowledge. The unanimous response was positive. Let's do it. I already expected that response, but Martina made a surprising comment. Indeed, vegetables grown in dungeon farms have positive effects, but without proper cooking methods, some of their benefits will not be fully effective. Does anyone in the night orders mess hall possess this knowledge? While thunder paprika and flame tomatoes were relatively straightforward, as Martina pointed out, other vegetables required more intricate preparation. Hugo-san, the head chef of the noble Taver's household and Martina's father, excelled in this area. Martina herself had learned from her father's expertise. When asked if there was a chef comparable to Hugo, Laurence-san responded with silence. His lack of words spoke volumes about the situation. The truth is, the night orders mess hall doesn't have the best reputation. Eventually, with a sigh, Laurence-san spoke of the current situation. I've heard from Gregory of the Rimal Company that your cultivated vegetables are highly regarded. I hoped that having those vegetables might improve things, but facing an unexpected challenge, Laurence-san rubbed his temples. That's when Martina made a suggestion. I'll teach them when we deliver the vegetables. AWL, but no problem, right, Bale dono. Martina smiled, her eyes sparkling. Faced with that radiant smile, there was only one response. Of course. And so, when we deliver vegetables to the Night Order, we will also become culinary instructors. Chapter 112, The Journey Home. The good times pass in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, a new request came our way, improving the Night Order's cafeteria cuisine. Martina, who would undoubtedly take the lead, showed her enthusiasm promptly. I resolved to match her determination. Later, after seeing Charlotte happily talking with the girl members of our group, her Onasan, Laurence-san, had finally accepted Charlotte's decision to live in the treehouse. There seems to be a lot of trouble in the academy. With those parting words, Laurence-san returned to the mainland ahead of us. Undoubtedly, he had been concerned about his little sister all along. Yet, even for the capable Laurence-san, some problems were insurmountable. By the way, he said that she was returning to her old cheerful self. During that moment, our eyes met, a silent plea hidden within his gaze. Surely, it is related to the broken engagement between us. Back then, I was still young and couldn't fully grasp the situation. But now, things are different. Since leaving home and living with everyone, I felt I had grown in many ways. So this time, everything will be fine. With everyone by our side, Charlotte wouldn't have to suffer. And Laurence-san, recognizing the potential, allowed us to live together. Section. Once again, we boarded the ship and returned to the mainland. In the harbor town, a waiting carriage ensured we'd be back in the dungeon by day's end. Vacations are undeniably enjoyable, but there's a peculiar comfort in returning home. I understand that sentiment. As the group settled into the carriage, Kiara and Charlotte immediately immersed themselves in reminiscing. It's a common occurrence during trips, isn't it? Hanan and Simone also shared stories, creating pleasant memories for everyone. However, there was one person lost in thought, wearing a solemn expression. That person was Martina. Although she appeared confident when Laurence-san assigned her the significant task of improving the Night Order's cafeteria meals, it seemed that doubts had grown within her as time passed. "Are you okay, Martina?" Why yes. I'm perfectly fine." She flashed her usual smile, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something weighed on her. Perhaps it was time to visit that person and seek advice. Martina. Eek. Her surprise was palpable. This situation was more serious than I'd anticipated. Regarding the Night Order's cafeteria matter, what if you consult with that person? That person. Yes, your father. Martina's father, Hugo-san, currently served as the esteemed chef for the noble Tabeev's family. His culinary prowess was renowned throughout the country. Having trained under him since childhood, Martina would undoubtedly receive valuable advice from her father. Well, I suppose I'll give it a try. In that case, let's visit him tomorrow. Yes. And so, fresh from our vacation, our next objective became clear as day. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 113, Father-Daughter Reunion. Upon returning from our vacation, we immediately set out for our next task. We had requested Gregory-san's assistance to handle vegetable deliveries to Karuben's house. There is only one reason, to meet Hugo-san, the head chef responsible for the Karuben house's kitchen. It's been a while since you last met, right? Yes. For Martina, Hugo-san was not only her father, but also her mentor who had taught her the art of cooking. She had deviated from the path of a chef to become an adventurer, leaving her father's side. Initially, Hugo-san had created a rift between them by insisting that Martina had more culinary talent than he did. However, that was all in the past. Now, through my intervention, they have reconciled. We have two purposes this time. One is to deliver vegetables, and the second is to seek Hugo-san's advice on what dishes would be fitting for the Night Order's cafeteria. Section. Upon arriving at the Karuben estate, we were smoothly allowed onto the premises. While the surroundings were heavily guarded, our prior visit and the fact that Martina, the chef's daughter, accompanied us ensured a warm reception. Furthermore, the presence of Charlotte, the Blaffer family's young lady, likely increased our credibility. By the way, Claudia-san remained in the dungeon, leading the woodmen in cleaning and other household chores. This arrangement reflected Charlotte's strong intent. From what I've heard, it seems like Charlotte is very much inclined to act only if it has nothing to do with her house. Although it was unusual for Claudia-san, the dedicated maid, to leave her side, Charlotte's insistence left us with no choice but to comply. With our agreement to protect Charlotte, we proceeded. While Chiara and the others handled the vegetable delivery with the maids, Martina and I made our way to Hugo-san's location. Father. Ma Martina. Hugo-san's surprise was evident as he spotted his daughter rushing toward him with joy. Well, it had been quite some time since they last met. What's going on? Today, there's something I want to discuss with you. Discuss. Hugo-san's expression shifted, and he cleared his throat with a formal cough. Why the sudden formality? So, what's the reason for this private conversation? Well, I've been tasked with planning the menu for the Night Order's cafeteria. I wanted to seek your advice on what would be suitable. What? Hugo-san glanced between Martina and me. Well, it's only about that. I guess it's still a bit too early. After another cough, he added, Very well, let's talk. And so, we stepped away from the kitchen to begin our consultation. Chapter 114, Consultation. In the reception room of the mansion, I borrowed a moment of Hugo-san's time to discuss the matter concerning the Night Order's cafeteria, as requested by Laurence-san. It's true that there have been rumors about the lackluster quality of the meals served in the Night Order's cafeteria. But to think that Martina would be the one to take on this task. Hugo-san mused. He took a deep breath before continuing. Laurence Blaffer, I've never met him face to face, but he's undoubtedly a man worthy of being considered the next commander of the Night Order. To approach Martina for cafeteria improvements shows he has keen eyes. Despite being a terminal siscon, I refrained from saying that aloud though. Still, judging by Hugo-san's tone, he had full confidence that Martina could improve the Night Order's cafeteria. I had the privilege of tasting Martina's home-cooked meals every day. That's why I believed it would work out. However, my perspective was that of an amateur. The cafeteria wasn't like our small dining table. Everything is different. Could Martina create her usual dishes in such a distinct environment? Hugo-san dismissed that doubt. There's no need to feel anxious. If it's Martina, she'll surely handle it. Hugo-san declared confidently. His words resonated with assurance. Hugo-san, renowned as one of the kingdom's top chefs, had nurtured Martina's culinary skills and knowledge since her childhood. He undoubtedly believed she could steer the Night Order's cafeteria in the right direction. Martina, you're an adventurer, but you also aspire to be a cook, am I right? Yes. In that case, embrace that role. Pour all your accumulated knowledge and skills into it. Understood. Flames flickered in Martina's eyes. All right. Show us what you've got, Martina. Leave it to me. These two are like father and daughter. For now, receiving their encouragement is great, but we need more concrete solutions. When I conveyed this to the passionate pair. That's right. That is right. The two quickly regained their composure. They really are in sync. Regaining focus, I asked them for specific ideas to improve the Night Order's cafeteria. One crucial point is their duties. Duties. The Night Order's primary job is combat. Even on days without conflict, they're constantly engaged in rigorous training. By day's end, everyone's starving. In short, they need to eat a lot. That's the biggest challenge. I see. With the Night Order, there are nearly 300 members in total, and most of them are robust men. Satisfying their appetites, whether through quantity or flavor, it's quite the task. Though it's somewhat obvious, relying solely on the chef's skills won't cut it. I believe in Martina's success without a doubt, because you're here. Me? How am I related to Martina's success? What does that mean? Chapter 115, Menu Planning. Hugo-san gave Martina his seal of approval regarding the Night Order's cafeteria improvements. However, it seems that Martina isn't the only key to success. Your vegetables grown on the farm are also essential components for the improvements. I see. Certainly, serving the knights the vegetables with fatigue recovery and magic-enhancing effects would be a win-win situation. When will you visit the Night Order? A messenger is supposed to come in a week. He wants us to be ready by then. Martina, do we have the necessary cooking utensils? I plan to use the ones I always use. Knives might suffice, but for pots and pans, bring larger sizes. We'll need to cook in bulk. Indeed, that makes sense. Martina will need considerable skill for cooking in bulk. It's a chance to showcase her abilities. Afterward, Martina continued to jot down various advice from Hugo-san. Despite her aspirations as an adventurer, when it comes to cooking, her eyes light up. Later, we reunited with Kiara and paid our respects to Karuben-sama, the patriarch of the house, before returning to the treehouse. Back home, Martina wasted no time. She reviewed the notes from Hugo and began designing the menu for the night orders cafeteria in the first-floor kitchen. As we headed out for fieldwork, I hoped Martina wouldn't overexert herself. She'll surely create dishes that satisfy even Anasama. While observing the state of the fields and gazing worriedly at the treehouse, Charlotte noticed and reassured me. She, too, has tasted Martina's cooking since living here, so her words likely come from the heart. Oh, I'm sure she'll come through. Later, I'll make sure to personally cheer Martina on. Now changing the topic. By the way, wasn't Laurence-san participating in joint exercises with another country? Yes, the Foresta Kingdom to be precise. The Foresta Kingdom. It's been a while since I heard that name. Previously, we encountered a giant insect-like monster lurking in the forest, released by someone with the clear intention of disrupting relations between our Krentz Kingdom and the Foresta Kingdom. Speaking of which, the mist witch we encountered during the incident related to the Academy farm hasn't made any significant moves since then. While it was a significant matter from the Academy's perspective, it was a minor event in the eyes of the public. We can't expect to leave an adversary like that powerful witch unaddressed. The employer, the mastermind, is likely still planning something. As a special night, I need to gather information related to this. Martina is working so hard, too. And I must explore my own untapped potential. With these thoughts in mind, the promised week arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 116, Preparations. Finally, in order to improve the night order's dining situation, we set off for the royal capital. The carriage's cargo bed is packed tightly with freshly harvested vegetables. Naturally, it's not just vegetables. We also received permission from Knight Commander Reginald to freely use any other ingredients stored in their pantry. We've received a list of usable ingredients from them, and Martina has taken that into account while devising various menus. Since Martina is the one preparing the meals, they're bound to be well received. I hope so. Having regularly enjoyed Martina's home-cooked dishes, we're confident they'll satisfy the knight's appetites. However, Martina herself doesn't seem as convinced. Reflecting on it, occasions where Martina prepared meals for anyone other than us are rare. While she did serve food to visitors during the morning market in Driessen, this situation with the night order is somewhat different. Undoubtedly, Martina understands this better than anyone else. Although she's nervous, it can also be seen as a sign that she isn't complacent about her own skills. Now, if she can cook naturally and stay true to herself. Section. Our destination was the night order's outpost. Currently, it was relatively quiet due to the usual joint training sessions, city patrols, and the knights who were away on expeditions. As we parked the carriage at the designated spot, 3 knights appeared before us. Are you the ones who came from the dungeon farm? Yes, we look forward with working with you today. Previously, I had been appointed as a special knight by Knight Commander Reginald. Most likely, this information had been shared with the other knights. Their reception seemed warmer than the last time we visited. We were led to the kitchen within the outpost. There. Kiara and Charlotte involuntarily averted their gazes. Hanan and Simone remained silent, their expressions contorting. The words that followed were difficult to utter. To put it bluntly, the kitchen was a mess. Had the previous cook neglected its upkeep? Beyond taste, there were hygiene concerns. Where is the previous cook now? Well, a few days ago, he injured his back. Currently, he's recuperating. I see. Well, even without that. The knight who has been guiding us says, with a bitter look on his face. Indeed, regardless of the injury, how filthy this place is unacceptable. In contrast, Hugo-san, Martina's father who oversaw noble dining tables, maintained an impeccably clean kitchen. Even without considering the noble estate, the difference was stark. First, we need to clean this place. Agreed, we can't cook in these conditions. All right, let's divide the tasks and tidy up. Yes. No helping it. We'll get it done. With determination, we all set to work, preparing to tackle the cleaning before we could begin cooking. Chapter 117, The Head Chef's Assault. Before embarking on the task of improving the night order's cafeteria cuisine, we decided to start with something equally crucial: organizing the kitchen. It was meant to be the place responsible for nourishing the stomachs of the knights who defended the country, yet it seemed woefully neglected, almost as if tidiness had taken a permanent vacation. Given that this was where we handled ingredients that demanded rigorous hygiene, maintaining order was paramount. In that regard, Hugo-san's kitchen was impeccable. We divided our efforts and began cleaning and rearranging the kitchen. But then, out of nowhere, "Hey, what are you all doing without permission?" An angry shout echoed through the room. Startled, I turned around to find a burly man who could give Gregory-san a run for his money. Judging by his rough appearance, he might as well have been a bandit. "Please calm down, Frank-san." "Enough, let me go. I'm the head chef here. What are you doing without even asking me?" The man, who was stopped by the knight who had guided us this far, turned out to be the current head chef of the Knight Order's cafeteria. Well, judging by appearances, he was the type who'd say, "Don't fuss over the details." And the chaotic state of the kitchen probably reflected his personality. They've been invited as culinary advisors. Culinary advisors, you say? Frank's sharp gaze bore into us upon hearing the knight's words. Despite the chaotic state of the kitchen, he was still a seasoned cook. Among the 6 of us, Martina, the one with culinary experience, was immediately recognized. Frank approached us slowly. "So, you're telling me a young lady like you is going to teach me about cooking?" "That's correct," Martina replied, unyielding. When it came to cooking, she had principles that couldn't be compromised. Having trained under her father, the renowned chef Hugo-san, since childhood, Martina couldn't simply overlook the sorry state of the kitchen. Unusually, her tone carried a hint of anger. "Hey, listen." As I'm thinking about that, Chiara whispered to me, "Is Martina upset?" "Seems like it. You know, her words are the same, but there's something different about her." Though she didn't say it in words, her feelings were clear. As everyone watched the situation with concern, one of the knights, who had been trying to calm Frank, uttered decisive words. "This is also an order from Knight Commander Reginald." Ugh. As expected, when the name of the Knight Commander is mentioned, he wouldn't be able to say anything back. But even so, Frank-san seemed unconvinced. "Well then, have a cooking duel with me." Frank pointed at Martina. "Understood, I accept." Martina replied, meeting the challenge head-on. Things were getting complicated, wasn't it? Chapter 118, The Cooking Showdown. Suddenly, it began, the cooking duel between Frank, the head chef of the current Knight Order's cafeteria, and Martina. The criteria for victory. They had to prepare dinner for the newcomers returning from joint training in about 2 hours. The winner would be determined by the quality of the meal and its favorable reception. We couldn't be the judges ourselves. Personal bias would inevitably creep in, and that wouldn't do. However, "Hey, Bale, who do you think will win?" "Chiara, surely you don't think Martina will lose?" "Well, of course Martina will win, but still." I understood Chiara's feelings. Knight Commander Reginald was aware of the issue, Laurence-san himself has bitterly criticized it, and even Hugo-san, who's not even working here, has heard of it. Section. While they were cooking, I heard a lot about Frank-san from younger knights. Frank-san, a former knight who retired last year due to age, had always been interested in the culinary arts. Many knights, including Knight Commander Reginald, had been indebted to him for many years and held him in high regard. Because of that, they entrusted him with this cafeteria to support his second life, but perhaps it was a bit premature. I can imagine how difficult it is for them to replace him. After all, they owed him a lot in the past. Because of that, they turned to us, or in this case, Martina. Martina continued to work with her usual incredible efficiency, skillfully progressing through the cooking process. Meanwhile, Frank remained motionless. Why isn't he doing anything? I can't predict it at all. Yes, indeed. Charlotte Hannon and Simone watched their movements with curiosity. Only Chiara seemed to predict the outcome, saying, "Hasn't he given up already?" But even from my perspective, that's not an entirely off-base assessment. Martina is truly remarkable right now, slicing ingredients with a grace akin to dancing. Yet there's an eerie stillness about Frank. Could this be his last-ditch effort, as time dwindled down? It's about time. Frank-san finally moved. Martina had already completed most of her cooking, but could he start something new and finish in time? Regarding ingredients, they were free to use whatever. To ensure fairness, Frank-san could even use our vegetables. However, without sparing a glance at the veggies, he pulled out an enormous slab of meat from the refrigerator. What caught my attention was the way it was cooked. What kind of dish could he create with that? Foo, watch closely. Confident, Frank cut the meat into large pieces and began frying them in a pan. Once they had a decent sear, he placed them on a plate. And then, "It's done." Surprise echoed through the room. Just meat, no sauce. Sure, it's desirable for knights whose bodies are their assets, but serving it as is? Meat. Meat solves everything. Frank-san seemed quite pleased with himself, but perhaps we don't even need to judge this one. Chapter 119, Obvious Conclusion. Now, the cooking showdown between Martina and Frank-san is underway. But can we truly call this a cooking showdown? The crux of the matter lies in the dish Frank-san has presented. Or rather, can we even call what he's prepared cooking? And boy, I'm only just beginning. You see, on the plate before us lies nothing but seared meat. There's no sauce wafting enticing aromas, no cleverly sautéed vegetables to accompany it. Just meat, purely meat. One could generously describe it as the epitome of manly cooking, but whether it will be well received remains to be seen, results that will become crystal clear shortly. Seems like the young ones have returned. Just as Frank-san has said, voices echo from outside the kitchen. Through the window, we glimpse the rookie knights, mud-splattered and wearied, trudging toward us. Word has it they'll take baths next and then have dinner. In other words, the stage for the decisive battle draws near. Section. The freshly bathed young knights enter the dining hall. Before them lie two dishes, their creators shrouded in mystery. Victory hinges on which dish draws the most patrons. What? The knights' expressions shift as they step into the dining hall, and naturally, the majority gravitates toward Martina's creation. What in the? Frank-san, observing from the kitchen, lets out a shout. Well, truth be told, I wanted to react, what in the? Myself seeing him surprised. Martina's dish, like Frank-san's, centers around meat. After tenderizing and chopping the meat, she sautés it with vegetables and drizzles a sauce made from fruits harvested on our farm. Additionally, she prepares a soup using eggs from our own hens and serves it with bread. Even to an amateur eye, it's a well-balanced and satisfying meal. How could the young knights not flock to it? They began eating as if there's no tomorrow, and the call for seconds echoed through the dining hall. Now, Martina has secured a resounding victory. But as I glance at the disheartened Frank-san, well, it's a bit unfortunate, though understandable. Martina approaches him. I believe there's nothing wrong with using meat in your ingredients if your goal is to nourish the knights. I concur. After all, Martina's own dish was meat-centric. However, it's essential to consider the context in which your diners find themselves. Co-context. Imagine the young knights, just back from rigorous training. Might the quantity and flavor of that dish feel a bit heavy to them? Frank-san's eyes widened sharply. The expression, seeing scales fall from one's eyes, must surely apply to moments like this. For instance, this meat of yours, if you put this sauce here. Martina demonstrates, pouring her homemade fruit sauce over Frank-san's cooked meat. He takes a bite. This flavor, it's extraordinary. He exclaims, and, I'm impressed, allow me to call you master. Quite the change of heart. Well, despite the twists and turns, I suppose we've settled most of the issues regarding the Night Order's dining hall. Now, let's listen to the hungry young knights waiting for seconds and strive to provide them with even more satisfying meals. Chapter 120, Martina's Disciple. From the very beginning, the outcome of the cooking duel between Martina and Frank-san was clear. Martina's cooking, filled with compassion for the young knights, resonated deeply with their hearts and bodies. Seconds were requested repeatedly. Witnessing this situation, Frank-san conceded defeat and even offered to become Martina's disciple. Just then, what's all the commotion? Laurence-san, who had also finished his training, arrived at the dining hall. Laurence-san. Perfect timing. Charlotte and her companions, I presume. As always, Laurence-san's focus remained solely on Charlotte. Weren't you here to improve the Night Order's cafeteria? Oh, right, but wait, what's that dish over there? Yes. I made it. Timidly, Martina raised her hand. Laurence-san wasted no time and dug into the dish. Ah, delicious. His feedback was refreshingly straightforward. While meat is essential for building the body, Young knights unaccustomed to rigorous training find it challenging to eat after their sessions. However, this sauce and vegetables make it more manageable. A splendid dish crafted with ingenuity and affection. Thank you. A genuinely positive evaluation. The temperature difference from earlier was quite remarkable. Laurence-san's gaze naturally shifted toward Frank-san. Frank-san. Don't say it in front of everyone, Laurence-san. It seems I don't belong here. Frank-san, a veteran knight who had once taken care of both Laurence-san and Knight Commander Reginald, was appreciated not only by the two of them, but also by many others within the Knight Order. The debt of gratitude led Frank-san, in his retirement, to become the cafeteria's cook. However, the unexpected results were likely unforeseen. Given the weight of that debt, it was challenging to convey the situation directly. And so, Laurence-san, who had recognized Martina's culinary talent on that island, entrusted us with a delicate task. Concealing the true purpose was also a consideration, to spare Martina unnecessary pressure. Surely, Laurence-san anticipated that our efforts to improve the cafeteria would lead to a confrontation with Frank-san. Everything unfolded precisely as Laurence-san intended. Although the formal disciple arrangement fell through, we compensated Frank-san by sharing Martina's carefully crafted recipes. But it didn't end there. We committed to periodically teaching him not only culinary techniques, but also the mindset of a chef. These lessons would take place during vegetable deliveries, a clever arrangement. As the conversation progressed, we discovered that Frank-san held deep respect for Martina's father, Hugo-san. Frank-san's admiration for Martina intensified, and it seemed unstoppable. Yet, just as we attempted to steer away from this fervor by telling him we'll go back later. Wait a moment. Laurence-san stopped us. Returning to that dungeon now would be quite the ordeal. Today, I've secured rooms at an inn in the capital, enough for everyone. Rest there. Of course, the expenses are on me. Is that all right? It's the least I can do. I'm grateful for his consideration, or so I thought. However, Bale Orlando, you're coming with me to the castle. Wait, what? I have a really bad feeling about this. Chapter 121, The Request. Regarding the Knight Order's cafeteria improvement, while we still have a long way to go in addressing fundamental issues, I believe we've made a successful start. Unexpected events unfolded, leading to a cooking showdown between Martina and Frank-san. Thanks to that, or so it seems, Martina's prowess quickly spread throughout the Knight Order. Now, Laurence-san had arranged for us to spend a night at an inn in the capital city. But before that, I was summoned to the castle. Well, I had a pretty good idea about the person who summoned me. As if confirming my suspicions, Laurence-san, my guide, led me to the office of Knight Commander Reginald. Excuse me. Come in. I followed Laurence-san into the office. Ah, I've been waiting for you. Knight Commander Reginald, seated in his chair, stood up and extended his hand toward me. We exchanged a firm handshake, and without delay, he broached today's topic. I've already received reports from others. You managed to convince Frank-san, and it seems the Knight Order's cafeteria improvement is progressing well. Mostly thanks to Martina's efforts. Don't sell yourself short. Without you, this wouldn't even be a discussion. Now, I've called you here today partly because of that, but there's another matter I wanted to talk with you about, something related to farming. Farming? Apparently, that was the main topic for today. The three of us moved to the round table indoors, sitting across from each other. Let me get straight to the point. Can you cultivate hurricane garlic at your place? Hurricane garlic? Ah, the name rings a bell. Of course, it's from the fantasy farm story. Hurricane garlic, a vegetable known for enhancing wind-based magic, but it's notoriously hard to obtain due to its peculiar natural habitat. Even in the game, obtaining it is no easy feat. You can only have the chance to get it once you've reached the intermediate class. But without a doubt, it is not something beginners can obtain. And now Reginald-san seems to be seeking this very hurricane garlic. We don't have any of it yet. Do you need it? Our new recruits in the Magic Corps seem to favor wind attributes. I'd like to strengthen them somehow. Ah, I see. For wind mages, hurricane garlic is a must-have. Understood. I'll explore whether we can acquire some here. Excellent. Can I count on you? Yes, just know that I can't guarantee anything. No worries. Now there's one more thing. Not a request, but more of a warning or precaution. A warning. His choice of words felt ominous. Seems the mist witch you encountered before is on the move again. The mist witch. That mist witch, a world-renowned mage, was involved in wiping out the Academy's herbs. Her motives remain unclear, but it appears she's interfering with the alliance negotiations between the Kingdom of Krentz and the neighboring Foresta Kingdom. She knows your faces, be cautious. Understood. The mist witch is on the move again, a disconcerting development. On another note, I should consult with Gregory-san on where I can find hurricane garlic. Perhaps he'll offer a helpful hint. Chapter 122, The Magic Core. If we could cultivate hurricane garlic on our farm, it would be a significant boon for the Kingdom of Krentz's magic core. The next day, I was scheduled to meet the leader of the magic core. Knight Commander Reginald had arranged the meeting. From what I'd heard, the head of the magic core was a woman named Diane. Diane was known as a mage who could stand toe-to-toe with the Mist Witch in battle. But unlike Knight Commander Reginald, she rarely appeared in public. So, whether I'd actually get to meet her remained uncertain. Still, I couldn't help but feel curious. I wanted to see her face-to-face at least once. Knight Commander Reginald had cryptically mentioned, "Well, you might be surprised at first." What did he mean by that? Was she an otherworldly beauty? Regardless, I expect some developments tomorrow. After concluding my conversation with the Knight Commander, Laurence-san guided me to the inn where I'd be staying tonight. It was one of the most luxurious establishments in the capital, far beyond what our earnings could afford. Is this all right? It seems quite expensive. Don't worry, consider it my treat. Laurence-san replied casually. But then again, his family was nobles to begin with. Remember, it's from my pocket money. I'll keep that in mind. And one more thing, don't do anything strange with Charlotte. Got it, But with any other girls, feel free to do whatever. Yeah, wait, what? I couldn't help but wonder about that last part. Since you understand, I won't say anything more. I'll be heading out on another expedition starting tomorrow, so I'll be away for a while. Take care. Another expedition? Yes, I'm a very busy man. Despite being a siscon, Laurence-san was undoubtedly the rising star of the Night Order. Just earlier, Knight Commander Reginald had gone so far as to say, Laurence is the sole individual in the Night Order who can stand against the Mist Witch. Oh, and he added, if we discount his severe case of siscon, he's practically flawless. Quite the endorsement, I must say. Night Order's cafeteria improvements and the search for ingredients to strengthen the magic core. You seem to be busy yourself, so don't push yourself too hard. Maintaining peak condition is essential for delivering top-notch performance, whether you're a knight or a farmer. Agreed. Why, yes, I completely agree. Good, if you understand, I won't say anything more. And with that, Laurence-san left, disappearing into the distance. Funny how competent he seemed when Charlotte wasn't involved. Oh, there you are. Finally, Bale. Did the Knight Commander ask you for something? Probably, since Anasama wouldn't do something nonsense. Was it something urgent? As Laurence-san stepped into the inn, everyone awaited him in the lobby. More challenging tasks lay ahead, but I have faith that together with my companions, we can do anything. With that conviction, I walked toward them. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, and we'll be busy again. Side story surprise party. So, let's have a surprise party. On a certain day in the treehouse, while Bale was away on business for the Rimal Company, Martina proposed a surprise party to the other three. That's quite sudden, isn't it? Was she influenced by something? Perhaps it was that book I bought yesterday. The sudden proposal left the three of them bewildered. Nevertheless, they decided to hear the details. I want to organize a thank you party for Bale Dono, who always takes care of us. Sounds good, I'll help too. I'll lend a hand. Count me in. With unanimous agreement, the party was set. From then until Bale returned in the evening, they busied themselves with preparing food and decorating the venue. Martina, of course, took charge of the cooking, with Simone assisting. Meanwhile, Chiara and Hanan tackled the interior decorations. But when it comes to decorating, what exactly should we do? I'm not quite sure. True, it's a bit puzzling. In this type of setting, Chiara, who always visits fully prepared venues, and the recently born Hanan were unsure where to begin. Chiara relied on her memories of parties organized by the academy she had attended in the past and started arranging various things. Section. As the four of them divided their tasks and worked in a flurry, time passed quickly. Before they knew it, the sunlight reflecting off the underground lake had turned orange. Ah, Bale should be returning soon. Huh, already. The dishes are ready. We're all set over here too. Just as everyone finished their preparations. I'm back. Bale returned from the town of Dreesen. Following their plan, welcome home. They greeted Bale in unison. What's going on? Fufufu, brace yourself for a surprise. We've organized a party to express our gratitude to you, Bale Dono. Thank you so much for everything. Allow me to convey my gratitude as well. Oh, by the way, I handled the decorations over there. Guiding Bale, the guest of honor for today, the four of them headed toward the party venue. Chapter 123, Corps Commander Diane. The next morning, two young knights, messengers from the Order, arrived in the inn's lobby. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Wait, you two are. These messengers were the same knights I had encountered in the Order's cafeteria yesterday. Spencer, with his characteristic chestnut hair and slightly drooping eyes, and Morris, whose bald head bore a sharp, powerful gaze. They informed us under the order of Knight Commander Reginald that Commander Diane of the Magic Corps wished to meet with us. The Magic Corps commander is kind of. As for Diane's personality, Knight Commander Reginald had shared some insights. Despite holding the position of Corps Commander, Diane was known to be reclusive, avoiding social interactions. However, her magical prowess was unparalleled. Some even considered her the greatest spellcaster in history. Nevertheless, she denies it herself. Well, the world is vast. Even someone as skilled as Diane-sama has a witch she deeply respects, a mentor she could never defeat. Really? She's one of the 8 heroes who saved this world. Now, what was her name again? No, I can't recall. It's slipping my mind. The two knights pondered the witch's name for a while, but eventually left to participate in their morning training. Still unable to remember. Regaining our focus, we decided to head to the Magic Corps headquarters to meet Commander Diane before acquiring Hurricane Garlic. And during this encounter, we hoped to uncover information beneficial to our cause. Oh, if it's Commander Diane, I've met her before. The situation took an unexpected turn with Kiara's revelation. You've met her before. Yes, but back then, she was still the vice commander. She must have been promoted since then. It appeared that Kiara had some familiarity with Commander Diane. According to her, Diane left a strong impression as a quiet and reserved person. However, during a party full of adults, Diane had taken pity on Kiara's boredom and showcased various magical feats, an unexpectedly caring side. Thinking back, maybe that's when my interest in magic truly sparked. Kiara mused, lost in childhood memories. Observing Kiara, I got a glimpse of Commander Diane's character. Knight Commander Reginald seemed a bit concerned, but based on what we've heard, Diane seems like a genuinely good person. Oh, really? I have only positive memories of Commander Diane. She was close to my mother as well. With Slaffensan. If even Slaffensan had vouched for her, then things were likely fine. But what kind of person is she, really? Well, I hope she's not too intimidating. I doubt anyone could be scarier than you in your dragon form. The others seemed relieved hearing a story about her. Still, despite her position as the commander of the Corps, we couldn't entirely dismiss Knight Commander Reginald's concerns. Though I don't think anyone with a twisted personality would be appointed as a commander. I'm really looking forward to meeting the Magic Corps Commander Diane. Chapter 124, First Encounter. Spencer-san and Morris-san had relayed a message. Diane-san, the commander of the Magic Corps, awaited us in her office within the castle. Before embarking on our journey to acquire Hurricane Garlic, we decided to pay our respects to Diane-san. Given that Kiara had a prior acquaintance with Diane-san, our conversation was expected to flow smoothly. Soon, guided by a member of the Magic Corps, we halted before a lavishly adorned room. There, at the room's far end, stood Diane-san. At least that's what they told us before we knocked on the door. And then, I shouted as soon as I saw Diane-san, and I wasn't alone. Martina, Hanan, and Simone, all of them were as surprised as I was. Furthermore, perhaps the most surprised among all of us is Kiara. So, why are we all surprised? I've been expecting you. Commander Diane says so in a calm tone. Yet her appearance, startlingly youthful, defied reason. She looked far too young, she even looks much younger than us. Judging from how she looks, she's around 10 years old. Even for a prodigious mage, there must be limits. But why, I wondered, was Kiara, who had met Commander Diane before, equally taken aback? The reason was immediately said by Kiara herself. What's this? You were around 30 when we first met. What in the world was happening? Could it be that the Commander Diane Kiara had encountered was an imposter? A shadow clone? No, if that is the case, this commander before us should be the clone. It's been a while, Kiara. I haven't seen you since that party, have I? Commander Diane, or so we assumed, knew Kiara's name and even remembered the party. I'm getting more and more confused. Wait, could it be? We were in a light panic, but Kiara seemed to have noticed something. Is it magic? Correct, a witch acquaintance taught me this. Although, that acquaintance perpetually maintains the appearance of a young girl. So, this was a spell to preserve youth. But such magic. Of course, it's not that simple. It requires quite strict restrictions, and I digress. Commander Diane interrupted, deliberately cough. Nice to meet you. I am Diane, commander of the Krentz Kingdom's Magic Corps. She introduced herself. Despite her childlike appearance, her manner of speaking and the aura she exuded were undeniably adult. So, was this? No, wait. Was this person the genuine Commander Diane? Chapter 125, The Storm Valley. At the helm of the Krentz Kingdom's Magic Corps stood a figure of mystery, Commander Diane. Her age is a mystery, a detail perhaps intentionally obscured. Ageless might be a bit of an exaggeration. However, it was said she could manipulate her appearance at will, rendering her true age unknown. Currently, she looks like a 10-year-old girl, yet her reputation as one of the world's foremost mage spoke volumes. Once again, Diane-san approached us with a request concerning hurricane garlic. This year's new recruits seem to favor wind magic. And curiously, we've received information that this year's yield of hurricane garlic is better than usual. And what do you need from us? Could you retrieve some for us? Leave it to us. Obtaining hurricane garlic was notoriously difficult. But if I can get even a single bulb, I should be able to cultivate them in the dungeon using the power of the dragon tree sword. The main problem is to get one of them. That's all. Yet achieving this feat would forge strong ties not only with the Knight's Order, but also the Magic Corps. A good opportunity. Currently, hurricane garlic has been sighted only in the farthest reaches of our country, the place known as the Storm Valley. The Storm Valley. This location also featured in the Lore of Fantasy farm story. And in-game, it was the exclusive source of this rare crop. However, if my memory serves me right, this quest would require careful strategizing. Section. Having formally accepted Commander Diane's commission, we set about preparing for our journey to the Storm Valley. The Storm Valley, the name alone suggests that it's a place where strong wind rage. Kiara said so as we were getting ready in the treehouse. I had the same thought. Then, is it really safe for us to go to a place like that? Well, didn't your party destroy a giant monster, sent by the Mist Witch and even her lackeys? If you can handle that, this shouldn't be an issue, right? Charlotte has a point, however. I don't think it's that simple. Bale, do you know anything about the Storm Valley? Well, yes. That valley had given me quite a challenge when it was still just a game. And now, experiencing it firsthand, not in the game, was a different matter altogether. For now, I have to tell and share the information about the Storm Valley with everyone. Basically, it's a place where perpetual storms rage, just as Kiara mentioned. Is there anything else you can tell us about it? The real challenge lies in the monsters that inhabit the valley. Monsters. The girls exchanged glances. Yeah. The most formidable obstacle to conquering the Storm Valley were the monsters that called it home. And it wasn't just because they were mere monsters we needed to be wary of. Within our ranks were skilled swordsmen and powerful mages, but without careful preparation, we risked total defeat. Diane-san, I assumed, had approached us based on our track record. So, with determination, we prepared to face this daunting quest. Chapter 126, The Town of Audra. The morning arrived, signaling our departure towards Storm Valley. This time, we anticipate spending several nights there, so I've meticulously prepared. However, truth be told, there are still unknowns. Whether we're truly fully prepared remains uncertain. In an ideal scenario, we'd swiftly locate what we seek without encountering any monsters and return promptly. But there's no way things will just go like that. We'll likely need to replenish supplies locally and approach this with patience. With these thoughts in mind, we load our provisions onto the carriage. Once again, I've entrusted Claudia-san and the woodmen with house-sitting duties. Curiously, Claudia-san seems to have completely won over the woodmen. How did she do that? Well, leaving that aside for now. Our preparations complete, we bid farewell to Claudia-san and the woodmen, setting off toward Audra, the nearest town to Storm Valley. Section. We arrive in Audra just before evening, and my initial impression is straightforward. Much larger than I anticipated. My mental image leaned toward a quaint rural town, but Audra teems with people and exudes vitality. Since Audra doesn't appear in the pages of fantasy farm story, its details remain shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, numerous item shops line its streets, and with sufficient funds, procuring supplies shouldn't pose a challenge. Today, our focus lies in gathering information within the town. We plan to spend the night at an inn, a lodging arranged by none other than Diane-san, the commander of the Magic Corps. So, we make our way there, aiming for a lighter load. And as we step into the inn, our collective reaction echoes. Wow. The five of us, myself, Kiara, Martina, Simone, and Hanan, stood before the inn, a very luxurious inn. We were momentarily dumbfounded by its grandeur. Except for one. Phew, this establishment suits me perfectly. Charlotte declared, and she's the only one who looks satisfied. But wait, shouldn't Bale-san, the heir of House Orlando, be more aligned with my reaction? Well, I guess so, but my time in the dungeons has dulled my senses. Charlotte is right. When I was still in Orlando, we used to stay at inns as luxurious as this one. However, that's all in the past. Now, I'm completely accustomed to living in a treehouse in a dungeon, and it has been a long time since I have stayed at an inn like this. Regardless, we headed toward the lobby to stow our belongings. However, a problem emerged. Only 3 rooms. We were told that there were only 3 rooms. Since there were 6 of us, pairing up seemed straightforward, except it wasn't. Someone will have to share a room with Bale. When Kiara pointed that out, I felt intense. It can't be helped. As his former fiancé, I suppose let's settle this fairly with rock, paper, scissors. Charlotte's opinion was swiftly dismissed by Kiara, and thus began the intense rock, paper, scissors showdown. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And so the battle unfolded among the 5 girls. The outcome is Chapter 127, The Conclusion of Fierce Battle. In an unexpected turn of events, a fierce battle erupted among the girls. The ebb and flow of their attacks enveloped the entire inn, and soon curious onlookers filled the surroundings. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. As everyone extended their hands simultaneously, cheers erupted from the spectators. Another tie, this marks the 27th time. Halfway through, I considered suggesting a knockout-style duel where pairs would face off. However, an unfamiliar gentleman, dressed impeccably, likely a noble, quietly dissuaded me. Such mundane ideas have no place here. And so, we continued to observe the ongoing situation. Martina and Kiara, too, appeared winded from their relentless combat. But I wonder, why do you look more tired now compared to when you're coming back from exploring the dungeon? As the ties persisted, it was precisely after the 50th match that everything changed. Enough. One of the onlookers suddenly shouted. Though I don't know their name, their refined demeanor suggests nobility. Pushing through the crowd, they approached us, bowed, and began to speak. I've witnessed something remarkable. As a token of my gratitude, though it hardly suffices, I wish to offer you the ultra-suite room where I am scheduled to stay tonight. What? The ultra-suite room? Isn't that the most expensive room in this inn? It accommodates up to 10 people. Spend a harmonious night there. The room you're going to stay in will be enough for us. And no, but... I began to protest, feeling somewhat apologetic. However, the male noble gently rested his hand on my shoulder. Show you're a man. And whispered that, though from the looks of it, it doesn't look like you've crossed the line with anyone yet, your gentlemanly conduct is commendable, but don't keep the ladies waiting. You understood. It seems a bit of a misunderstanding has arisen, but outright rejecting such a generous offer would be impolite. Amazing Bale. It's incredibly spacious. And it even has a bath. They'll bring meals here too. Indeed, this room feels more fitting for someone like me. The 5 of them are already enthusiastically considering staying here, inspecting the room's interior. Well, perhaps this is healthier than sharing a room with someone else. Oh, by the way, about this room, there's only one bed. Why? I couldn't help but react to the information provided by the receptionist. At the very last moment, a fatal flaw was discovered, yet changing things now would likely be difficult. So, with a bit of a push, we settled on staying here. Now that the room is settled, let's gather information. Oh, Martina exclaims, and we all join in with enthusiasm. Being energetic is good, but are we truly okay? So, where do we start? Kiara leans in, looking a bit anxious. Right, let's switch our mindset and focus on the task at hand. This assignment is quite tricky. I'll need to stay sharp. For now, I'm thinking of heading to the Adventurers Guild. They might have quests related to Storm Valley. Indeed, that's the most straightforward approach. Very well, let's make our way to the guild then. And so, despite the minor hiccup during room allocation, our quest to obtain the legendary Hurricane Garlic, rumored to be in Storm Valley, finally begins. Chapter 128, Gathering Information. Despite a few mishaps, we've secured a place to stay for now. Our next move, venturing into town to gather information. When it comes to this kind of task, the Adventurers Guild is undoubtedly our best bet. Even in the town of Dreesen, there's a guild. The guildmaster there goes by the name of Felixan, and during Simone's previous incident, we relied heavily on their information. Back then, we received information at the guild, news that a dragon was lurking in the mountain pass. Armed with that intel, we embarked on our investigation. Surely, the situation here will be no different. We'll find not only dungeon-related tidbits, but also details about the town of Audra and its surroundings. And within that mix, there's bound to be something about Storm Valley. So, with that in mind, we made our way to the guild. Upon entering, we were greeted by Ara, such adorable guests. The receptionist sported garish makeup and arms as thick as tree trunks. Clearly middle-aged, yet their attire, a vivid crimson dress, made a striking impression. Could it be? Is this Wani-san the receptionist? Good evening, I'm Bados, the guildmaster here. Guildmaster, huh? And with a name that sounds like the name of a really powerful guy. If it's easier for you, you can call me Catherine. Ado Bados-san. Oh, what a shame. Kaith no Bados-san truly seemed disappointed. Martina and Kiara took it in stride. They'd encountered similar types before. Meanwhile, Simone and Hanan regarded Bados with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. As for Charlotte, her jaw hung open in sheer astonishment. Clearly, she found this encounter the most shocking. But let's refocus. I'll inquire about any information related to Storm Valley. Storm Valley? Ah, so you're after Hurricane Garlic as well. When you say as well, does that mean there are others besides us? There are plenty of you. Some important folks from the kingdom even hired the best adventurers in the country. The kingdom? Well, similar to us then. However, obtaining it is exceptionally challenging. You'll need to approach it with a nothing-to-lose mindset. Is it really that difficult? There are formidable monsters, and the valley itself is quite the enigma. If you're serious about acquiring it, meticulous preparation is essential. I see, I said, absorbing the information. During our conversation with Bados-san, I felt someone watching us. Not just one or two pairs, almost every adventurer in the guild directed their gaze at us. Undoubtedly, they were all rivals in the hunt for Hurricane Garlic. It's surprising how many people are after it. Well, the stakes are different, but even our thunder paprika and flame tomatoes from the dungeon farm would require competing with this level of rivalry. Once again, I reaffirmed the value of our dungeon farm. Very well. Because you're all so adorable, I'll make an exception and cheer you on. Take this. Bados-san said so, while cheerfully handing over a map of Storm Valley. It would be a lifesaver. Also, information from other adventurers is posted on that notice board over there. Feel free to take a look. Yes, thank you. We expressed our gratitude to Bados-san and promptly headed toward the notice board. Chapter 129, Preparing for Monsters. The guild's bulletin board was filled with numerous postings related to Storm Valley. It's quite a lot. I'm not sure where to start. It's overwhelming. As Charlotte and Martina said, the information plastered there exceeded our expectations. Sorting through it all would be quite the challenge. What we need to pay special attention to is the presence of monsters in the valley. Any information about that? Monsters, huh? Kiara's gaze naturally shifted toward Simone. She must have been recalling the time Simone effortlessly destroyed the insect-type monster that had infested a certain forest. Simone was undeniably powerful. Among our group, she was unmatched in strength. However, it wasn't guaranteed that she could always unleash that power. Unforeseen circumstances could arise where Simone might not be able to unleash her full power. I'd experienced this firsthand in the original game. Our core strength undoubtedly lies with Simone, but relying solely on her isn't an option. You're absolutely right. If we don't make a move until after something happens to Simone, it could already be too late. It seemed Hanan understood the situation well. That's true. We must always be prepared for emergencies. The fundamental principle of dungeon exploration. Yeah, I'll do my best not to inconvenience everyone. Simone isn't at fault, The others nodded in understanding. Perhaps I'd worried Simone needlessly. Kiara's adept follow-up helped restore a positive atmosphere within the party. Things were looking good. Regaining our focus, we organized the essential information. It seemed that the troublesome monster was some kind of bird. So, it's what they call a phantom bird. There have been sightings all over the world. Indeed. I've seen them occasionally while flying in dragon form. But has anyone managed to defeat one? Charlotte, still searching for information on bird-like monsters, found a notice posted on the board. Ah, here it is. It's from a different continent, though. That phantom bird even appeared in another continent. According to this, a recent successful hunt took place in the Jerome region's sacred peak, Mount Gansha. Ever heard of it? It seems quite a distant continent. But wait, those who defeated it were the local lord and the villagers, and the lord is barely older than us. To take down the mysterious bird without relying on knights or magic core, this lord must be exceptionally strong. As for the method they used, the notice mentions pinning the bird to the ground with gravity magic. Can you too use gravity magic? I asked Kiara and Charlotte. They both shook their heads. That's basically the most powerful unattributed magic in the world. And it seems like the lord in question is very skilled. If those two acknowledge its difficulty, it must be formidable. But defeating the bird using the same method seems unlikely. Yet we can't avoid this challenge. Hey, Bale, let's continue this discussion at the inn. You're right, wait, the inn. Ah, yes, I remembered. At the inn, we'd be sharing a room for the night. Well, it'll make strategy discussions easier. Maybe it's just what we need. With these thoughts in mind, we finished jotting down all necessary details and headed back to the inn to plan our next move. Chapter 130, One Night of. Escaping one peril only to face another. Perhaps that's the way of things. Thanks to a passing gentleman, or so we assume, the six of us found ourselves spending the night in the same room at this luxurious inn. As expected of the most expensive room, it occupied the inn's top floor. Moreover, since there were no other rooms available on this floor, it was practically as if we had rented out the entire level. Wow, this is incredible. Martina dashed toward the window as soon as we entered the room. The view is breathtaking. Indeed. Charlotte, who followed her, gazed on the scenery visible through the glass. Being situated on top of a small hill, we could take in the entire town from here. Truly befitting its reputation as a high-end establishment, the interior design is splendid. Absolutely. Hanan and Simone, who were meticulously inspecting every corner of the room, commented. It was a rare experience for them as they're used to modest lodgings. And then, we noticed someone missing. Kiara, she's nowhere to be found. As we searched, we finally spotted her in the adjacent room. It appeared to be a bedroom. Oh, so this is the sleeping quarters. As I stepped into the room, Kiara jumped slightly. I wondered what had startled her. I had completely forgotten. This room was spacious enough to accommodate 10 people comfortably, but there was one rather absurd oversight or lack of consideration. There was only one bed. Of course, given that it was meant for a large group, that lone bed was incredibly massive. However, if the 6 of us were to share it, it would undoubtedly be cramped. We'd have to get quite cozy. Presumably, Kiara agreed to share this room in the heat of the moment, caught up in the atmosphere. But now, faced with the reality, she seemed to realize the implications. I have a feeling the other party members will encounter the same situation. Martina and Hanan seem surprisingly unfazed. Simone, on the other hand, will likely be mortified. As for Charlotte, well, rather than her, I'm more concerned of what his Onasin will do. However, that older brother, Laurence-san, is currently on yet another urgent expedition, traveling aboard the Night Order's airship. Moreover, rumor has it that he's headed to another country. The purpose of his journey piques my curiosity, but for now, let's set that aside. Now then, what should we do? What will happen when everyone realizes the existence of this room? Worst case scenario, I suppose I'll sleep on the floor. Section. Meanwhile, aboard the Night Order's airship, What's wrong, Laurence Dono? You look like you're about to kick the bucket. I don't know, but I feel an urgent need to jump off this airship right now and go see my little sister. Jumping from this altitude would be suicidal, wouldn't it? Chapter 130, One Girl's Battle. Since we are all in the same room, what will be of the bedroom will soon be known. Despite its size, it would be inappropriate for me to sleep alongside everyone. So, I suggested lying on the floor instead, only to be met with an immediate chorus of rejection. Rejected. Though we were always close, there was a sense of unity beyond mere camaraderie at this moment. And now was not the time to think of it as someone else's problem. First things first, Bale will sleep in the center. Kiara added, driving the point home. Everyone nodded in agreement saying, yes, yes. Was that really okay? The issue lies with the sides. Regarding that, I'll be taking one right. Charlotte asserted, her chest puffed out as if it were the most obvious thing. But Kiara promptly voiced her disagreement. Why are you talking about it like it's a done deal? I am Bale-san's fiancé, so naturally, it's mine de suwa. You mean former. It's not like the engagement broke off, because I didn't like him. Then, do you like him? Martina interjected, with a blank but smiling face. Perhaps it was a genuine question from her perspective, but the timing couldn't have been worse. We all wore expressions of surprise, myself included. It's not about liking or disliking. Do you dislike him then? Ugh. Martina is surprisingly persistent. Or perhaps something about her demeanor feels different this time. Martina, she's asking different than usual, right? It's the power of love, Simone. Simone seemed to share my curiosity, but I don't think Hanon's conclusion is correct. Given it's Martina we're talking about, I doubt there's any hidden intention. In any case, we couldn't leave things unresolved. So, we decided to draw lots to determine our sleeping arrangements. No hard feelings. Agreed. Let the contest begin. Wewawe. I wonder what fate has in store. Each of the 5 approached the drawing with a different expression. As I awaited the results, I decided to glance out the window at the scenery beyond. Something caught my eye in the dimly lit-in courtyard. What's? An inexplicable curiosity tugged at me, or perhaps it was an unsettling premonition. Without alerting the others, I slipped out of the room and headed toward the backyard. The courtyard lay shrouded in silence. I squinted, relying on moonlight to scan the area. No signs of people, no particularly suspicious spots. Was it just my imagination? Maybe my nerves were playing tricks on me. Just as I turned to return to the room. Suddenly, my body froze. Was this a binding spell? Chapter 132, Bale captured. Cool. I was careless. Even though I had a reason, a slight discomfort in staying in the room, it was foolish to venture outside alone like this. I should have thought my actions through more thoroughly. Regret, however, comes too late. Who is the one who restrained me? And what is their purpose? To unravel all these mysteries, I strained my immobilized body and searched for the person who had cast the spell. And then, ha, great success. A girl's voice echoed, and not just any voice, it was loud. The tension that had gripped me until now seemed to snap audibly, leaving me feeling drained. The one who appeared was much younger than I had imagined, or rather, she was a child. Her skin was tanned, and she had short black hair. She appeared to be around 10 years old, roughly the same age as Hanon or perhaps a bit older. She held a staff, suggesting she was a mage, but her demeanor was quite different from Kiara or Charlotte. I can do it too. I won't let anyone call me a failure anymore. The girl proudly declared, bursting into laughter. I had worried she might be a lackey of the Mist Witch, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Besides, I didn't sense much magical power from her. Judging by her exuberance, perhaps she rarely dabbled in magic. Maybe, just maybe, this restraining spell could be undone. I decided to try the dispelling magic that Kiara had taught me in case of emergency. Admittedly, my magical abilities were subpar, but it was worth a shot. Ha! It was a desperate move, but miraculously successful. I dispelled the restraining magic. Why? The girl widened her eyes in surprise. According to the information, your magic should have been utterly useless. Well, it's true that I can hardly use magic. Then why? That's because... I hesitated to say, your magic was quite lacking. After all, the girl looked at me with tear-filled eyes, clearly disappointed. Who is she really? Despite restraining me, she doesn't seem like a bad kid. Maybe someone manipulated her into taking this action. Amidst these mysteries, I pondered what to say to the girl. At that moment, Bale, what happened? Kiara and the others arrived in the backyard, noticing my absence from the room. Everyone. I was about to explain about the girl, yet everyone wore identical expressions of shock. While we were away, what were you doing with another girl? Could they be misunderstanding something entirely? Wait a moment. I was restrained by this girl's magic. That's right, I wanted that guy, so I restrained him. What? Could you please be quiet for a moment? The situation was already complicated, and the girl's statement only made it worse. Now that everyone was gathered, I needed to explain and get a proper grasp of the situation. Chapter 133, Midnight Interrogation. Suddenly, a young girl appeared at the inn where we were staying. Her name was Alia. Using rather lousy binding magic, she had attempted to capture me. There were many things I wanted to ask her, reasons, intentions, and more. So, thanks to Kiara's binding magic, we turned the tables and brought her to our room. Now, what should we do? The punishment for endangering Bale-san, there should be severe punishment. Alia, immobilized, faced Kiara and Charlotte, who stood there with crossed arms, their gazes sharp. Come now, both of you, calm down. Intervened Hanan. It is unusual for her to be so commanding. Simone stood close behind her. As for her punishment, how about having Simone, in her water dragon form, swallow her whole? Kiara and Charlotte's reactions were genuine. They hadn't expected this suggestion. I don't mean tearing her apart or anything. If Simone is in her dragon form, she can swallow her in one go. I think I can. Simone, inexplicably enthusiastic, chimed in. And then, right there, we realized something. Hanan, well, she was one thing, but seeing the usually reserved Simone so eager, it couldn't be genuine. This had to be a prank or some sort of setup. Caught in this prank, Alia fell for it completely. Understandable. Although she's presently in her dragon form, she had a really big tail, and her eyes were now unmistakably dragon-like. The situation was convincing enough. Muahaha, well then shall we enjoy our meal promptly? Gayo. Simone's enthusiasm skyrocketed, while Alia trembled in genuine fear. Martina watched from behind with a warm gaze. She had the air of a protective mother. Meanwhile, the exchange between the two continued until finally. Now, if you don't want to be devoured by this fearsome water dragon, you'd better spill your secrets. If I do, will you still eat me? That's entirely up to you, isn't it? Hanan and Simone, both wearing menacing expressions, closed in on Alia. Overwhelmed by their intensity, Alia finally confessed. Well, there's an adventurer who promised to let me join their party if I captured a man staying in this inn. A man? Right, this room wasn't originally meant for us. It was the one the gentleman had graciously offered. So, it wasn't me who was the target, it was that gentleman. It's really awkward to say, but it's a case of mistaken identity. We were given this room. Probably the person you were after is the other one. That can't be. Alia slumped, seemingly out of energy. Even though she targeted me, I couldn't help feeling a little sorry for her. And so, despite this unexpected trouble, we managed to get through it. But what should we do with this girl? Normally, we'd hand her over to the knights, but perhaps I'll take a moment to think about it. Oh, and that adventurer who gave Alia the odd request. They'll definitely be held accountable. Chapter 134, Mysterious Girl Alia. As we listened to Alia's story, dawn drew near. We decided to rest in the bedroom. This bed, I'm actually sleeping in such a huge one. Alia was taken aback by the unexpectedly oversized bed before her. Well then, I suppose I'll take the floor. Simone. Yes. Hanan snapped her fingers, and Simone promptly wrestled me into the bed. Blast it, I had let my guard down completely. See Simone. I'm sorry, Bale-san. But just once, I wanted all of us to sleep together. Hearing Simone's sincere confession, I stopped resisting. Well, I suppose it's fine for tonight. Bale-san, you better not back out. My statement set things in motion. First, Kiara joined us on the bed, then Charlotte and Martina followed suit. And you too. Huh? Hanan extended the invitation to Alia. But, what's the matter? If it's Bale, there's no problem. He's a safe man in situations like this. What does that even mean? I almost retorted but held back. I sensed a significant shift in Alia's heart. Though she had been looking down, Alia finally spoke up. About Bale. That was a misunderstanding. Besides, there must be some reason you got involved in this, right? Right on target. Well, it's probably because she was misled by those shady characters. As far as I'm concerned, there's no longer any danger. But it seems Alia is burdened with guilt. Because I've always lived alone, I've never experienced sleeping with someone like this. The idea of spending time with a large group in such a lively manner was entirely new to her, and she genuinely didn't know how to handle it. Hanan, with her gentle smile, responded, "You should do as you please. Decide for yourself based on your own will." My own will. Alia's words seemed to pierce her own heart, and then, with determination, she leaped onto the bed. It appeared that this was the action she truly desired. That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Hanan. I merely offered advice. It's hard to believe that she's the youngest among us. Strictly speaking, she's seen this world since her seedling days, so she's actually much older. Still, her composure is astonishing. Having resolved some inner turmoil through this action, Alia turned to me once more. She apologized and declared that she would inform the adventurers who had requested our help at tomorrow's early meeting that she would decline this particular task. However, knowing the nature of those adventurers, I doubted it would end so smoothly. Therefore, we decided to accompany Alia and ensure things didn't escalate. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say we can't just leave those troublemakers be. We'll apprehend them and hand them over to the knights. And so, after all the events of this night, tranquility finally returned. We settled into a single bed, ready to embrace sleep. Chapter 135, Early Morning Disturbance. Ugh. Morning, my body refuses to obey, as if shackled by unseen bonds, and there's an odd weightiness. Before me, a scene that steals my breath unfolds. Kiara, Martina, Hanan, Simone, Charlotte, and Alia, all 6 of us lie entwined upon the same bed. Whichever way I turn, a face gazes back at me. Thankfully, or perhaps not, it seems no one else has awoken yet. I slip out of bed, avoiding contact as best I can. Dangerous. Yesterday's trials left me weary, and though I managed to sleep, tonight promises no respite. First things first, I changed swiftly, and just as I do, Martina woke up. Simone follows suit, then Hanan, Charlotte, and finally Alia. Kiara, predictably, is last. Isn't everyone waking up early? You're the only one who overslept. Charlotte's retort sends Kiara reeling. Well, even in our treehouse, Kiara tends to rise later than the rest of us. So, in truth, this is our usual tableau. Section. With everyone now awake, we prepare ourselves. After breakfast at the inn, we headed to meet the 3 men who gave Alia a dangerous task. The meeting point, a conveniently inconspicuous spot, is the ruined church on the outskirts of town. There, the 3 men await us. Hey, Alia, who are those guys? Weren't you supposed to be working solo? Well, you see, we're her companions. I told the men. The men exchange puzzled glances at my words, then approach with smirks. No doubt they underestimate us. Teenagers, all girls, an unconventional team. You've got quite a charm, Nichin. One of them stepped forward. Likely their leader, he drew his sword and pointed it at us menacingly. Whatever your reasons for aiding that scoundrel, you've drawn the short straw. Leave the women around you and get the hell out of here. His 2 lackeys, grinning like alley cats, echoed his sentiment. I'll take the orange-haired lass. And I'll take the golden-haired one. Martina and Charlotte are their first targets. Both of them were horrified when they noticed how they looked at them, but we wouldn't allow harm to befall any of our comrades. And so I decided. Then this is what I'll do. Drawing the dragon tree sword, I faced the men. Biwahahahaha. Their laughter erupted in unison. What's that weapon? A wooden toy. Couldn't afford something better than a twig. They mocked me utterly. Little did they know, their regret would soon sprout roots. I thrust the dragon tree sword into the ground. What? By the time they realized, it was already too late. Beneath the surface, countless roots writhed, reaching toward the men's feet. In moments, they were all caught. Capture complete. What are you doing, bastard? We merely restrain you for the night's judgment. Knights. Their faces drained of color. Desperate struggles proved futile. The knights, alerted by Kiara's familiar, arrived promptly. These men, it seemed, carried a mountain of misdeeds. Thank you, you saved me. Alia, realizing that she had been saved, sat down on the spot. But the true tale begins now, doesn't it? Chapter 136, Storm Valley Strategy. Alia returned to the path where she was before being tricked by a group of vicious adventurers. Speaking of Alia, would you like to come with us? After watching the villains being taken away by the knights, I made this suggestion to Alia. She had been training to become a mage, but all her learning was self-taught, and her knowledge came from various magic books she had picked up. Therefore, the binding spell she used on me was not very effective. Kiara had secretly suggested to me that Alia might benefit from enrolling in the magic academy she attended. When I conveyed this to Alia, really? Alia said, her mouth agape, looking like a child who had just witnessed something unbelievable. Moreover, I told her that we had come to this town of Audra to obtain hurricane garlic from the Storm Valley. The Storm Valley? I know it well. Really? I go there often. Often? But aren't there monsters? Monsters? Alia tilted her head in confusion. Are? This information didn't match up. From what I knew, the Storm Valley was home to a giant bird monster that couldn't be avoided when obtaining hurricane garlic. In fact, in Fantasy Farm Story, there was an event battle with that monster, meaning we were almost certainly going to face it. Yet, Alia, who goes to the Storm Valley frequently, didn't recognize the presence of any monsters. What could this possibly mean? You'll understand once we get there. With Alia now part of our group, we headed toward the Storm Valley. The closer we got to the Storm Valley, the stronger the winds became. This is more than I expected. But this is just the beginning. According to the map, we were still at the very start. The toughest part was yet to come. Honestly, it was doubtful if we could proceed any further. This way. We're almost there. Alia, who had volunteered to guide us, led us to a certain spot. Although the place where hurricane garlic was said to be located was still far ahead, she spoke as if we were almost there. And she was half right. When we reached a certain point, the strong winds suddenly stopped. What's going on? It's like the wind just vanished. How strange. Hanan and Simone were equally puzzled by the sudden change in the environment. Meanwhile, Alia, who had guided us here, explained proudly. People call it the Storm Valley, and few dare to enter, but if you follow a specific route, you won't be affected by the winds at all. So that's how it is. I suddenly remembered. This was exactly the strategy for conquering the Storm Valley in the game. Why did I forget until now? If that's the case, I guess we should head west next. How did you know that? When I mentioned the information from the game, Alia looked at me in shock. Quickly realizing my mistake, I covered it up by saying, just a hunch. I need to be more careful. Now that we knew the route, we could proceed without any problems. The only concern left was how the giant bird monster would come into play. Chapter 137, the place we arrived at. The Storm Valley we visited was indeed a dangerous place, with fierce winds raging as rumored. However, thanks to Alia's hints about her many visits, I realized that the strategy for navigating this area was identical to that in Fantasy Farm Story. Of course, it makes sense. This world is from that game. I had been using information and strategies from it to navigate challenges all along. The dragon tree sword I currently held was just one example. With that in mind, I relied on my memories to guide me, but to be safe, I decided to follow Alia's lead instead. This way. Alia confidently led the way. Soon, a rock wall appeared before us. The place marked on your map where hurricane garlic can be found is up that slope, Alia said, pointing at the steep incline that resembled a cliff. Just up ahead, just like in the game. Just moments ago, we had faced strong winds that felt like they could blow us away with a single misstep. But now, reaching this point, we hardly felt any of their impact. This was consistent with the game, too. However, looking up, the top was completely out of sight. It seemed to be quite a tall cliff. While game characters might manage it with ease, climbing it myself would likely be exhausting. If we want to go to the top, it's going to take a lot of time and energy. I'm glad we brought a tent, just in case. If it takes too long, we can spend the night with this. Just as Martina said, Simone's backpack contained a large tent. Even though it was foldable, it was quite heavy, but with Simone being a dragonkin, she carried it without any issue. Truly dependable. Now that it's decided, let's head up that slope, Charlotte declared, brimming with enthusiasm. However, wait a moment. I called out to her, is something the matter? We need to be cautious from here on out. We don't know where monsters might be lurking. Oh, right. Charlotte, who had been excited about nearing our destination, seemed to regain her focus at my mention of monsters. Let's stay focused. That's true, but could you lower your voice a bit? Yes, I'll be careful. Chiara, a bit overwhelmed by Martina's energy, nodded in agreement. Hanan and Simone were also discussing something while gazing up at the edge of the cliff. Watching them, Alia murmured, "It's amazing, everyone." She muttered something like that. They're a reliable group. Yeah, it seems so. When I spoke to her, Alia snapped back to reality and nodded. Something about her gaze seemed brighter than usual. Once this is over, maybe I'll invite her to join the farm officially. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 138, Halfway There. In our quest for hurricane garlic, we had somehow navigated the stormy Storm Valley and finally reached the innermost area of our destination. However, the path ahead was quite steep. While the monsters we had been wary of never showed up, the climb up this slope was still exhausting. How much longer does this slope go on? Chiara groaned, her weakness slipping out. Simone, the dragonkin, Hanan the Alran, and Alia, who had visited this place several times, seemed physically fine. But Martina and Charlotte were showing signs of fatigue. It seems like we should look for a place to rest soon. I had no idea how long we had been walking, since I wasn't keeping exact time, but the surroundings were gradually turning orange. As planned, we would stay here for the night and aim for the summit tomorrow. After a bit more walking, we discovered a spacious area along what felt like an endlessly steep slope. The ground was flat, so this would be our campsite for the night. All right, let's set up the tent. I'll start preparing dinner. Great, thanks, Martina. I'll help too. With that, Martina and Charlotte began their tasks as the cooking team. We had been eating light snacks during the day, but since we were staying the night, we needed a hearty meal to help restore our strength. The remaining members got to work preparing the tent and organizing our camp. Ugh, even though I'm completely exhausted, we still have to set up the tent. Come on, don't say that. Hey, can't we use the power of the dragon tree sword to help? Just like when you saved me from the underground lake, we could borrow the power of the plants. While it wasn't impossible, I wasn't too keen on the idea because there might be strong monsters ahead, so I want to conserve our magic as much as possible. The enemy might possess strength far beyond our imagination. While Chiara and Charlotte were both top-tier magic users and we had the water dragon Simone with us, we still couldn't afford to be careless. Moreover, I agree with that reasoning. Hanan's support was the deciding factor. Well, I suppose that's true. It can't be helped. Let's use recovery magic to keep our conditions up. Thanks, Chiara. It seemed she was convinced, which was a relief. Still, as I hurried to set up the tent, I glanced at the view from our spot. Had we really come this far? While walking, I hadn't noticed many changes in the scenery, so I hadn't felt the distance we had covered. Since we were all listening to Alia's stories during the journey, I hadn't paid much attention to the passage of time either. Lost in thought, I finally completed the tent. At the same time, it seemed the meal preparations were also ready. All right, let's eat together. With that, our lively dinner in the Storm Valley began. Chapter 139 Morning in the Storm Valley. After dinner, I decided to go to bed early in order to recover my strength. However, since we never knew when monsters might attack, Chiara and Charlotte cast a protective barrier. This way, we would be alerted to any approaching threats, and it would offer some defense against attacks. In addition to these precautions, Martina and I decided to keep our weapons nearby as we slept, ready for battle at any moment. But here I was, sleeping alongside them. My resistance to this situation was gradually weakening. Come now, Alia-chan, let's sleep together. Why yeah. Guided by Simone, Alia lay down beside her. Among our group, it seemed that Simone and Alia had the strongest connection. Moreover, Alia aspired to be a mage, so she had been chatting quite a bit with Kiara and Charlotte. Earlier, when the two of them used their barrier magic, Alia watched closely, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She truly loves magic. Even though she clearly wasn't experienced, she had attempted to capture me with binding magic earlier. Her enthusiasm had taken an alarming turn, almost leading her to commit a serious mistake. Regardless, we decided to sleep while maintaining our vigilance. The next morning. Ugh. I woke up first, quietly stepping out of the tent to stretch my body. Since I had slept sitting up instead of lying down, ready to face any monsters that might attack, my body felt stiff. As I began to stretch lightly, "Audra, you're up early." Kiara emerged from the tent. Usually, she ties her long purple hair into twin tails, but she always braids it while sleeping, giving her a somewhat refreshing appearance. "Good morning, Kiara." "Good morning, how did you sleep? Were you able to rest well?" Kiara seemed to sense that I had been on high alert for any emergencies, as she asked with a worried expression. I can't say I slept soundly, but I didn't stay awake completely either. I think I owe it to you and Charlotte for working hard to set up the barrier. Not at all. Charlotte joined our conversation, emerging from the tent. It appeared she was the third to wake up. Before my perfect barrier magic, no fearsome monster can make a move. Easy for you to say. You looked like you were about to cry when you said, "What if everyone gets attacked?" That's a secret I should keep tucked away in my heart. Caught off guard by the unexpected revelation, Charlotte flustered. Her loud voice stirred the others awake. "What's all this noise so early?" "Good morning." Hanan and Martina emerged, rubbing their sleepy eyes, but wait, where are Simone and Alia? Are they still asleep? Curious, I peeked inside the tent and found. Oh, Simone and Alia were sleeping together, wrapped in each other's arms. Rather than disturb their peaceful sight, we decided to quietly prepare breakfast until they naturally woke up. Each of us got to work. Chapter 140 Trap. It was the second day of our expedition in the Storm Valley. We finally set out to reach the summit of the cliff. When you look from here, it feels like it's just right there. The visible distance can be deceiving, especially on a rugged path like this. As Martina and Kiara discussed, it didn't seem like there was much distance left. I thought we would arrive in less than an hour. However, that notion was quickly challenged. Wow, this is definitely farther than I thought. I mean, isn't it too far? The distance to the summit showed no signs of shortening. It felt as if we were simply standing still, going nowhere. Wait, could it be? The moment the thought crossed my mind, I stopped in my tracks. The others noticed and rushed over. "What's wrong?" "Charlotte, this is just a hunch of mine, but are we just going in circles?" "Eh?" The six of them looked at me with bewildered expressions. It was understandable. We had been climbing a slope, yet if we weren't getting any closer to the summit, it was possible that we were experiencing some sort of phenomenon. If we're walking in the same place, it could be due to some kind of spatial distortion magic. If that's the case, we must break the spell to move forward. Kiara and Charlotte, the magic experts, began discussing how to overcome this potential spatial distortion based on my hypothesis. But then, there's no need for complicated measures. Hanan said this as she patted Simone on the shoulder. "We have a dragon that can soar through the skies, after all." "Why yeah, if it's Simone-chan, she might be able to break through." Hanan and Martina turned their gaze toward a startled Simone, who stiffened at the unexpected attention. "It does feel a bit forceful, but maybe Simone can manage it." Simone, a member of the Dragonkin, now appeared human-like us, but her true nature was that of a powerful dragon capable of wielding the forces of water. She had faced enormous monsters that were beyond our capabilities, and she might again become the trump card to save our party. "All right, I understand." Resolute, Simone transformed into her dragon form. Whoa! The first to react was Alia. Come to think of it, this is her first time seeing Simone in her dragon form. It was a kind of rite of passage. We had all been surprised at first, but we had since grown accustomed to it. "Okay. I'm counting on you, Simone." "Yes." Once in her dragon form, Simone spread her wings and soared into the sky, only to be met with a dull thud a moment later. What just happened? I couldn't immediately grasp what had occurred, but as soon as Simone took off in her dragon form, she abruptly stopped midair and transformed back into her human form. Is she in danger? Martina screamed as she watched Simone plummet. That snapped me back to reality, and I plunged my dragon tree sword into the ground, using the same method I had employed to save Chiara. My aim was spot on. The vines sprouted from the ground, catching Simone as she fell. For now, she was safe, but what on earth had just happened? Chapter 141, Deepening Mystery. Simone had transformed into her dragon form, attempting to ascend, but it seemed as if she had hit her head against an invisible ceiling, causing her to abruptly stop and revert back to her human shape, falling to the ground. I managed to save her just in time, but what just happened? It seems there's a trap set above us. Hanan said so while gently cradling the unconscious Simone in her lap. I knew it, but if that's the case, we were completely stuck. A path that doesn't end from the ground, an invisible wall above. How can we break through this trap? That was the pressing issue. Since this trap was likely linked to magic, I requested Chiara and Charlotte to analyze it. Adventurer Martina began searching the surrounding area for any clues, with Alia helping her out. Meanwhile, I plunged my dragon tree sword into the ground, trying to gain some insight from below. But then, it's no use, I can't figure anything out. I was hoping for even the slightest clue that could lead us to a breakthrough, but I couldn't grasp anything, which means we're in a complete dead end. It seemed Martina and Alia felt the same way as they returned with exhausted expressions. That left only Chiara and Charlotte. It's clear that magic is at play, but I have no idea how to break through it. It appears to be set by someone quite skilled. At least we had confirmed it was magical in nature, but we were still clueless on how to get through it. Damn it, we're so close yet. Right before us lay the coveted hurricane garlic. However, an unknown magic prevented us from getting any closer. Which mage could have done such a thing? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. The Mist Witch. If it were that same Mist Witch who had previously meddled with the academy attended by Chiara and Charlotte, setting such a trap would be easy for her. Moreover, the item ahead would be highly valuable for a wind magic user. If the Mist Witch was indeed wind-aligned, she might want to monopolize the hurricane garlic. I brought up this possibility, but Chiara and Charlotte's reactions were sluggish. It's not impossible that it could be the Mist Witch, but I think if it were her, she'd use an even more powerful barrier that would leave us completely stunned. I agree with that assessment. And this barrier, it seems to have been set a long time ago. I see. It would be difficult to break through, but if it was indeed the Mist Witch's doing, the feeling of despair would only intensify. Plus, it had been set ages ago. So then, who could have set it? As the mysteries multiplied. Suddenly, Alia shouted, what is it? I just thought of a great idea to break through this predicament. With a sparkling smile, Alia made her claim. What in the world had she come up with? Chapter 142, Simone, Flying. A brilliant idea conceived by Alicia, that was. Let's ride on Simone's dragon form and aim for that place from above. That's what she said, I see. That does seem like a possibility. It wasn't completely off the mark, and I had entertained a similar thought. To put this plan into action, I had Chiara and Charlotte use their detection magic to scout the area, guiding us to a location free from the invisible wall that hindered Simone. After descending the slope for a while, the magic power has cut off here. From this point, we should be able to soar into the sky. The points they indicated were precisely the same. Once confirmed, we had Simone transform into her dragon form again, and we jumped onto her back. Ugh. Simone seemed to still be haunted by the earlier blow to her head, showing a hint of fear about taking off. To reassure her, I stroked her back as I spoke. It's okay, Simone. This time, Chiara and Charlotte are backing you. I'm sure you can fly. Bale-san. The trembling in her back ceased, and the sharpness in Simone's eyes intensified. Though I knew her human form, the current dragon form truly exuded power. I recalled the time when burly men had fled upon seeing Simone in her dragon form, and I could finally understand their feelings from that moment. Then we'll fly. Everyone hold on tight. With her resolve set, Simone spread her large wings and took off. Yes, we're climbing higher than before. As Chiara and Charlotte had predicted, there were no walls obstructing Simone here. However, we couldn't afford to relax just yet. While we had managed to ascend this far, it didn't guarantee we could reach the top of the cliff. There was also the possibility that a different barrier lay around the summit. Feeling that unease, the two continued to scan the surroundings with their detection magic. Simone remained cautious, either waiting for the results or ascending slowly. Despite the slow pace, we made steady progress. "We're almost at the top," Martina shouted. True to her words, we were just moments away from surpassing the cliff. And then, at last, we reached the summit. "There's no barrier magic in this area. Simone, you can land safely now." "Understood." After hearing Chiara's final analysis, Simone slowly descended. The area was much more expansive than I had imagined. Is this where the hurricane garlic grows? I had pictured a place overrun with dense vegetation, but instead, it resembled a barren wasteland. There was no way vegetables could thrive here. Still, the information confirmed that this was the correct location. We decided to split up and investigate the area, but then... What is that? An unbelievable sight suddenly appeared before us. Chapter 143, To the Summit. Riding on the dragon form of Simone, we finally reached the top of the cliff from the skies. Well, routes like this are usually impossible to traverse unless you have a large bird familiar or something similar. Putting that aside, we witnessed an unbelievable sight. Is that a field? Before us lay a field that had clearly been cultivated by someone's hand. Nearby, there was even a small cabin, suggesting it was a living settlement. Who on earth could live in this inhospitable storm valley? To uncover the truth, we decided to approach the cabin, just then. What? Wait a minute. Isn't that hurricane garlic in that field over there? At Chiara's words, our gazes shot toward the field. At first glance, it seemed overrun with weeds and poorly tended. However, a part of the field Chiara pointed out was well maintained, revealing what appeared to be growing vegetables. Those vegetables, indeed, they closely resembled the hurricane garlic that Commander Diane from the Magic Corps had given us. But if that were the case, then there was a mistake in the information we had. What does this mean? According to Commander Diane, hurricane garlic grows wild. How can this be? Martina and Hanan seemed to have realized it too. Not only the Magic Corps, but even Alia, who had visited the Storm Valley several times, thought that hurricane garlic growing wild was common knowledge. This was a shocking revelation. With that, I became even more curious about the person living in that cabin. We made our way back to that location. As we approached, we knocked on the door, hoping to speak to the resident, but... There was no answer. Were they out? Curiously, I placed my hand on the door. It's unlocked. The door wasn't locked. Wait, you managed to open it? Bale-san. Bale, I didn't know you had such a skill. I'm no master unlocker or anything. It seems the door was never locked to begin with. While Charlotte and Alia shot me suspicious looks, I opened the door and peered inside the cabin. Indeed, there was no one there, but... This is strange. It doesn't look like someone's living here. The inside of the cabin was dusty, suggesting that no one had been in or out for at least a month. If that was the case, where could the cabin's owner be? And why were they cultivating hurricane garlic in a field that should be abandoned? Suddenly, a whole new mystery had emerged. What does this mean? Completely baffled by this unexpected turn of events, just as I stepped outside the cabin, a gust of wind slammed into us. Wah! We crouched down, bracing ourselves against the howling wind. Its source was Kia, the rumored giant monster bird. Chapter 144, Encounter. We finally reached the top of the cliff. However, all that awaited us was an abandoned field and an empty cabin. Just as we were about to investigate further, at last, the rumored monster appeared. So this is the legendary giant monster bird. A massive bird-like monster said to inhabit the Storm Valley. The fact that it showed up here meant it must have a nest nearby. While we didn't see any signs of one in the area, its sudden appearance suggested it intended to drive us away. In any case, we were left with no choice but to prepare for battle. For a moment, we stared at each other until the monster made the first move. Kia. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, the monster unleashed a gust of wind that slammed into us. Whoa. Martina. I grabbed Martina's arm just as she was about to be swept away, pulling her back toward me. The others clung to nearby trees and rocks, doing their best to weather the onslaught. But the giant bird showed no signs of relenting. The strong winds would not cease until we were utterly exhausted and fell from this cliff to the ground below. Damn it. I thought of using the power of the dragon tree sword to create vines that could restrain the monster. But in this ferocious wind, that was impossible. Similarly, Kiara and Charlotte tried to counter with magic, but there was no opening to execute their spells. At this point, I could only rely on her. Simone. Yes. As I called her name, Simone dashed forward, perhaps always intending to battle that monster. Compared to the past, she had become positively more combative. Transforming into her dragon form, Simone stood tall before the giant bird. With such a massive body, the gusts from the monster's flaps were utterly ineffective. Gwulu. With a mighty roar, Simone bared her fangs and lunged at the monster. Sensing the imminent danger, the giant bird halted its flapping and soared into the sky. However, it didn't retreat. Instead, it circled above us, watching for an opening. Could it be, it still intends to fight? You're facing a dragon, you know. No matter how big the monster was, Simone now matched its size, with no other advantages. Under normal circumstances, it would have fled. Yet, it seemed that this place held some significance for the monster. But what could be the reason for the monster's fixation on this location? Maybe the hurricane garlic is its food, and it's trying to protect it. Alia's suggestion seemed a bit far-fetched. The hurricane garlic over there was clearly not wild. It had been cultivated by human hands. With Simone keeping the monster at bay in the sky, I decided to investigate our surroundings as thoroughly as possible to uncover the truth. Chapter 145, Secrets Revealed. At last, the giant monster bird had made its appearance. While that piqued my interest, what I was even more curious about was this farm. It seems it hasn't been tended to for quite a long time. Though Charlotte was a genuine Ajao-sama. Her experience at our farm and frequent visits to the herb garden at the academy had given her excellent analytical skills. As Charlotte pointed out, taking a closer look at the farm revealed that while it was currently overgrown and neglected, hints of care were still visible here and there. Just observing the areas where the hurricane garlic grew was enough to convey that. Surely, someone must have been working here every day, getting muddy. That image came easily to mind, yet I couldn't find any further information. I had thought that perhaps there was a nest belonging to the giant monster bird, and it was lingering here, eyeing Simone because it had eggs. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Then, why is that giant monster bird so fixated on this place? I had no idea. What should we do, Bale? If we keep searching, it doesn't seem likely we'll find any clues. Kiara and Hanon looked at me with concern. I felt the same. Just as I was pondering our next steps, voices from behind us broke through. Hey, isn't that a dragon over there? Why, you're right. What's a dragon doing in a place like this? Turning around, I saw 7 men standing there, all of them appearing startled by Simone in her dragon form. However, one person among them stood out, staring directly at Simone with unwavering focus. Wait, that person is... it's him from that time. Martina was the first to exclaim. Indeed. Among the men who had appeared before us was the gentleman who had offered us his room at the inn and was supposed to be Alia's target. Oh, it's you again. It seems we have an unexpected connection. His soft demeanor was reassuring, yet I couldn't fathom why he was here in such a place. The reason remained a complete mystery. That truth would soon come from his own lips. Did you come here for something related to my father's farm? Why your father? His father, so this place is. This field belongs to your father. Yes. According to the gentleman, his father had been managing the farm but fell ill several months ago. Reluctantly, they had to take him to a nearby town's clinic for treatment. As his time drew near, he had expressed a final wish to return to the farm. So, the gentleman and his subordinates had assisted in bringing him back, but sadly, he had passed away about a week ago. I came here to sort through my father's belongings. I see. So that monster bird is. In response to Kiara's question, the gentleman offered a troubled smile. That is my father's friend. It was likely told to look after this place before he died, and now it's trying to fulfill that promise. That's... Immediately after hearing that, Simone transformed back from her dragon form to her human form. She certainly understood the situation. I need to convey this properly. He murmured, stepping closer to the giant bird that had descended near the field. Chapter 146, Memories. Without any hesitation, the gentleman approached the giant bird. His calm demeanor eased our worries and fears as we watched. He spoke to the giant monster as if greeting an old friend, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Hello, it's been a while. When was the last time I came here?" The monster remained still, showing no signs of aggression in response to his voice. Could it be that it recognizes him? Typically, monsters act on instinct and lash out. However, that giant bird exhibited none of those tendencies. The attack it had launched on us moments earlier now seemed to stem solely from its desire to protect the field. It was hard to believe, yet it aligned with the bird's behavior. Suddenly, the giant bird shifted its gaze toward us. Sensing this, the gentleman began to explain. "There's no need to worry about them. They are my acquaintances and have saved my life." As he recounted how we had rescued Alia from the adventurers who had been trying to assassinate him, the giant bird quietly nodded. It seemed that it no longer viewed us as enemies. "I apologize for the misunderstanding, everyone. It was only trying its best to protect this field. Allow me to express my apologies on its behalf." "And no, it's fine." Watching the polite gentleman bow his head, we felt a wave of embarrassment wash over us. Clearly, he held a position of significance. And as for the gentleman's true identity, he was indeed a noble. He was the patriarch of the Ekblom family, which governed certain regions to the west, and he was actually acquainted with both Slafensan and Laurence. "I had no idea you were related to those two. We're surprised as well. Wow, you knew my Anasama." This unexpected connection between Ekblom and us was a reminder of how small the world truly is. After that, we explained the situation to Ekblom. "I've heard that many wind element mages have joined the magic corps. To be honest, my purpose for coming here is related to that." "Really, is that so?" "Yes. My father, who had retired and passed on the title to me, had been cultivating rare vegetables here. I thought there might still be some seeds left, but I never imagined they would actually remain." Ekblom gazed at the field as he spoke. "I used to be made to pull weeds here often. It's not something a noble would typically do." He smiled wryly, yet there was a hint of happiness in his voice. This place was clearly important to him, filled with memories of his father. No, it wasn't just Ekblom. Even with a mighty dragon, Simone, showing up in front of it, the monster bird never backed down, which means it holds this place dearly. If Commander Diane entrusted this place to you, then you too are a trustworthy person. Though that was already clear to me. And no, that's not. There's no need to be modest. I've received reports about your abilities, take it with you. With Ekblom words, I stepped into the field, and at last, I obtained Hurricane Garlic. Chapter 147 Goal. After a series of twists and turns, we finally obtained the Hurricane Garlic. With this, I can give Commander Diane a great report. Relieved, I drew the dragon tree sword and infused the acquired Hurricane Garlic into it. "Ah, so you really does feed the vegetables to the sword, just as the rumors said," Ekblom remarked, as expected of him. While the guards around us were in an uproar over the sword absorbing the Hurricane Garlic, Ekblom remained calm, watching with keen interest. Now I could cultivate Hurricane Garlic in my dungeon farm as well. I told that to everyone. Hearing that, Ekblom said, "That's quite impressive. With that sword, you could cultivate crops from all over the world in one farm." Crops from all over the world, huh? That sounded incredibly enticing. If that were possible, I could become the strongest farmer in the world. Pursuing that goal might not be a bad idea. Sounds great. There are probably many vegetables like the Hurricane Garlic that can only be obtained through expeditions. Let's embark on a journey to find rare crops, not as a quest, but by our own will. Chiara and Martina suggested excitedly. No, it wasn't just those two. Everyone seemed to share the same enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha, youth is truly wonderful. Just watching your enthusiasm makes me feel rejuvenated." Ekblom, usually composed and quiet, was unusually excited this time. However, his smile suddenly faded, and his relaxed expression turned serious. "Speaking of rejuvenation, I've heard rumors of a vegetable that can actually make people younger. Do you know anything about it?" "And no, this is the first I've heard of it." That was a lie. I actually knew what that vegetable was. After all, I was a heavy user who had played games set in this world for years. If my memory serves me right, that vegetable rumored to grant youth was a legendary item with the highest difficulty level in fantasy farm story. I recalled that it was obtainable through a limited event, a real-life event, no less. To get it, you had to attend a concert by a specific voice actor group, and the ticket had a serial code on it. Wait a minute, how would I actually acquire it here? No clue. If you manage to get that vegetable, I'll buy it at any price. Why, yeah, but wouldn't it be better to mass-produce it and make it easier to obtain? Mass-producing it? That's a thought I hadn't considered. Ekblom-san replied with a big smile. Well then, for now, I decided to investigate that rejuvenating crop. Then, let's head back to Commander Diane. Chapter 148, Farewell, Storm Valley. Having returned to the town of Audra from Storm Valley, we began preparing to head back to the royal capital. It was decided that Ekblom-san would manage the farm on the cliff. The monster bird that had been guarding it did not pose any direct threat, so it would continue to be monitored. Ekblom-san had been friendly with the bird since childhood and mentioned that he couldn't treat it poorly, as it was a friend of his father's. It seems that he has built a good relationship with it. This journey had proven quite fruitful. We obtained the hurricane garlic, and through this, we were able to establish a connection with the magic core. Wait a moment. What's wrong, Bale? You're staring intently at the hurricane garlic. Well, it just occurred to me that, like this hurricane garlic, there are crops that enhance the basic abilities of the 7 major attributes. In this world, magic attributes are broadly divided into 7 categories. The flame tomato and thunder paprika we cultivate also provide ability enhancements for their respective attributes. However, hurricane garlic is different. It can be regarded as a top-tier species. Having obtained this hurricane garlic has sparked my desire to grow vegetables of other attributes as well. Although I took on this task at the request of the magic core, perhaps next time I should gather information on other crops myself. Bale dono, the preparations are complete. As I pondered these thoughts, Martina came to call for me. It feels bittersweet to leave this place after everything that has happened. Well, to be fair, we actually have one more person with us now, so it's more lively than when we arrived. You have a tendency to overthink things, don't you? Worrying too much can be a troublesome trait. But thanks to that, Alia was able to stop herself from making a mistake. I can't argue with that. Alia, who had recently joined our farm, smiled wryly while scratching her cheek with her fingertip. Having lived alone for so long, she expressed her excitement about our communal life. She mentioned that she had never had a stable home and had always moved from place to place, meaning our treehouse would be her first real home. The truth is, there might be deeper reasons for her past lifestyle. She claimed her parents were unaware of her situation, but it's possible she simply doesn't want to talk about it. I suppose I'll have to wait for her to gradually share more about herself as we live together. After all, even Martina and Hugo's parent-child relationship took some time to understand. After loading the last of our belongings into the carriage, a visitor came to see us. It was Ekblom-san. I suppose this is goodbye for you all. I will miss you. It seemed he had come to see us off. It was a rather strange connection, but looking back now, I'm glad to have met you. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, don't hesitate to seek my help. Thank you very much. His offer brought us great joy. Thus, we said our farewells to Ekblom-san and, with Alia in tow, returned to the dungeon farm. Chapter 149, Return. Our journey is not over yet. First, we headed to the royal capital to report to Diane-san, the commander of the Magic Corps, about our success in procuring hurricane garlic. Well done. As expected from the farmer trusted by Gregory Riemel. Diane-san was thoroughly pleased. Now, all that remained was to mass-produce it in our fields and serve it to the new wind element magic users in the Night Order's cafeteria. This is where I can really show my skills. Martina snorted with pride. It seems best to leave this task in her capable hands. Luckily, Frank-san, who had been managing the cafeteria, is now apprenticed to Martina, so he will make a good assistant. Looking back, this is a significant undertaking for Martina. The mission is crucial to solidify the trust of the Magic Corps, and failure is not an option, though I doubt someone like Martina would fail. So, when do you think the first harvest of hurricane garlic will begin in the dungeon farm? Diane-san asked eagerly. Naturally, that was her main concern. I can't say for sure until we try growing it, but it shouldn't take too long. Just as Gregory Reimel said. Diane chuckled softly. It seems she didn't fully trust the information she received from Gregory-san. After all, especially in my case, it's hard to make a judgment without seeing it with your own eyes. However, we don't need to arrange a formal demonstration. We can simply prove ourselves through results. Our immediate goal will be to harvest the hurricane garlic, which usually takes months to grow, as quickly as possible to provide it to the magic core. Section, after finishing our report, we return to the dungeon. Ah, home really is the best. I agree. Chiara and Simone said in relaxed tones. That's relatable. After being away from home for a long time, returning really makes you appreciate its comforts. But I can't afford to be too relaxed. I think this spot will be good for the farm. What, are you starting work already? As I surveyed the area with the dragon tree sword in hand, Hanon approached, looking somewhat exasperated. You must be tired from the long journey. Well, it would be a lie to say I'm not tired, but I just can't seem to sit still. That's a troublesome habit. Hanon smiled wryly. But beneath her smile, there was a hint of resignation, as if she had come to accept my nature after knowing me for quite some time. Just don't overdo it. If you exhaust yourself at a critical moment, it would be a waste. What's with that expression? Well, I didn't expect to hear such advice from you, Hanon. How rude. Oops. I let my honest thoughts slip out unexpectedly. Hanon pouted a little, but it didn't seem like she was genuinely angry. Well, to honor her thoughtful advice, I should just decide on the new plot of land for today and leave it at that. Chapter 150, Real Food. The hurricane garlic was growing splendidly. Given that it had been cultivated in such harsh conditions, I worried whether it would grow in the dungeon farm. Even with the power of the dragon tree sword, it might have been challenging. However, those concerns turned out to be unfounded. We returned to the magic core station, carrying a large harvest of hurricane garlic. Upon arrival, the soldiers who had previously guided us to the cafeteria greeted us. I've heard the news from Commander Diane. I can hardly believe you managed to gather so much hurricane garlic. Well, it wasn't easy. It sounds like it was quite a challenge. Thank you truly. We're deeply grateful. After explaining the journey and sharing a bit of small talk, we proceeded to carry the hurricane garlic into the cafeteria. At that moment, we've been waiting for you. Chef Frank-san was there to greet us. The last time we visited, his unrefined cooking had drained the soldiers' spirits, but after his cooking contest with Martina, he had reformed. It seemed he was now learning how to cook properly for the soldiers. Frank-san was taken aback at the sight of the baskets filled with hurricane garlic. Is this the legendary hurricane garlic? I've never seen one in person. It truly is an extraordinary ingredient. There are several ingredients that assist with magical attributes, but hurricane garlic is the top tier among them. While we also regularly cultivate flame tomatoes and thunder paprika, which serve as supplementary ingredients, their effects are reportedly incomparable to those of hurricane garlic. It's no wonder everyone desires it. I've heard there are ingredients with effects comparable to hurricane garlic for each attribute, and I hope to collect them all someday. After delivering the ingredients, it was Martina's time to shine. She was ready to show off her skills by preparing a meal for the new recruits currently engaged in joint training with the Magic Corps. Leave it to me. She seemed incredibly motivated. I felt reassured by her enthusiasm. Since we were all amateurs when it came to cooking, we helped out by setting the table and preparing drinks while Martina took charge in the kitchen. Frank-san guided her with his expertise as they worked together. 1 hour later, just as we finished setting the completed dishes on the table, the exhausted new recruits entered the cafeteria after their training. Oh, what? Suddenly, their expressions shifted. Despite their fatigue and diminished appetite, the enticing aroma wafting through the cafeteria piqued their interest. As their gazes landed on the food laid out on the table, they exclaimed, "Oh, this is the legendary hurricane garlic dish. How lavish. I'm suddenly so hungry." Their previously tired faces transformed, blooming with excitement. This is the first time I've seen them look like this. Frank-san seemed equally moved, wiping his eyes with joy. Thus, the harvest and preparation of the hurricane garlic concluded successfully. End of Volume 2.